kill for Optic Gaming. Good clutch up at the end of the day. Renegade making some massive plays, getting some big kills, but Shopify Rebellion, they answer strongly back for that go down. They have great positions onto this hill, and Cycle ready to get to the front lines.
How many times have we ever seen this far into a game Legend on 0 kills?
Wow, yeah.
Not very often.
That is crazy to see. I mean, that Legend has just been probably the most consistent player for Optic Gaming. I'd say probably a big reason as to a lot of their success is just his hyper-efficient plays and his ability to slay and be that top OBJ player.
He does have 7 assists, so it's not like he's just been out of it entirely. Been a part of 7 kills, but it is very rare that we don't see him kind of come into form right away. When Optics had their back against the wall so far this weekend, though, it's typically Legend and Formal that start stepping it up.
Yeah, so it's gonna come down to this fight here. Renegade trying to do his best with that snipe. So many players around, but it's just Royal 2, the last player on the map. Everyone went down. It looks like the spawns are gonna favor Rebellion. They will get this capture, but Optic Gaming do have some strong positioning for this next hill.
Yeah, I think they're actually totally content to spawn where they did, given the circumstance. Yeah, you give up 1 hill, but you're in best position to get next. What's gonna throw a wrench in that, though, is this camo spawn, but Optic grab it. Did you see how perfectly he grabbed it?
He didn't even reveal himself
Wasn't
at all.
even a pixel visible for Royal 2 to try to counter that.
And with that, I mean, Renegade's going to be able to get all the way back towards this hill. So, even though Optic Gaming had that early rotation, they went back towards camo, got away with it, and then were able to get back. And now Renegade has a chance to be an absolute nuisance in the back of B.
His location is definitely not known. They have no clue that he's here. Going to take advantage of that. Get the shots into Royal 2. They are perfect. Teammate gets a kill at the same time as well. Interestingly, doesn't pick up the sniper. Didn't Royal 2 drop the sniper there?
He only had 1 bullet left, so I think he might have used it. So, but very slow and methodical play by Optic Gaming thus far. Ooh. Renegade, it just feels like he's guaranteeing his gunfights at the moment. He has 10 to his name already, and this is looking almost well secured for Optic Gaming, and there's one last chance for Shopify Rebellion on this stop.
Uses the repulse to try to like push him in the air just to survive a little bit longer. All time wasted for them is good, but last shot snags the sniper, lands the no-scope. 2 dead down for Optic, and if last shot can get to this tower, Shopify can turn this around.
He's got a ton of ammo to work with here, so looking for open season here. Player comes from up high, but last shot takes care of that. The elbow gets bound, and that sniper stays alive for Shopify Rebellion.
Not quite Halloween yet, but bound with the jump scare. It's not gonna falter last shot. He's ready for it all. Ready for the double no-scope as well. Top tower. Optic already got about 80% of this hill completed, so Shopify got to hold strong here.
That last shot gonna drop his way in, looking for an opportunity. No one peeking their heads yet. Formal taking the fight and winning a crucial one there. That's gonna give Optic Gaming a chance.
Those are some tough shots to hit from back there. Got de-scoped. Confidently rechows the sniper and shuts him down. And just like that, off of the back of that clutch play from Formal, Optic tie things up.
2-2 tie. The sniper into the hands of Formal as he looks into the top of the map. I mean, Optic Game, they've had to really scrap for these hills, but now they find themselves in a great position to take a lead in this series.
Take a lead, which is exactly what they need. These two teams have battled it out at the top of the food chain throughout the entire year. And Shopify want to put them down to the lower bracket early, or do they? Because every time Optic comes back and wins the tournament, so who knows?
Like, this would be uncharted territory if we see it go in the inverse, but so far the history has favored Optic Gaming in these in the history of winning the tournaments from taking second place in their pool. But right now, Shopify Rebellion trying to scrap their way back into this hill. They're in, and they have camo to work with as well. So a lot going for them here as Frosty dodges nades with that camo. Shopify Rebellion, if they get one more round of slays right here, they could be in a very dominant position, not only to get this hill, but to work on the next rotation.
It's one of the best hills to have camo, too, because there's a lot of different spots he could be. Frosty taking advantage of that. Other team doesn't know where to quite place their grenades to flush out this camo player. Right now, Frosty just trying to stay alive, but the rest of his help has fallen. Optic might just steal this one.
Yeah, that's a tough position for Frosty because he's holding back to get towards his help, but as he's falling back, his teammates are falling on the map. Optic Gaming just a blink away from getting this hill, but it's not for free. All of them go down. Can they get the contest in time? It's going to be a foot race off the spawn.
Look at this. They're just double aimbotting the spawners in A. There was no chance for Optic to come off spawn and do anything about that. 3-2 lead is massive here going into the end game.
And with that, Shopify Rebellion's going to be able to flank into this next spawn rotation. They don't know where Royalty's at. With this weapon in hand, he can shred anyone that gets close by.
Enemy team took the hill.
2 is trying to control space over here. At this point, they're not anxious about burning any time off the clock. They've already got the lead. It's okay if this hill takes some time away from Optic. At the end of it, they do not want to give away the point though.
Good damage on the bound, working his way into the back. And Royal 2, I mean, so far it's just really limited the opportunities for the players to go down, but Legend found him, and I had no idea where Legend was there. He got away with snipe, and he's making the most of it so far.
Might just get away with murder as well. Pushing towards the hill. This is near his teammate. Trying to land the no-scope, but those just have not been connecting for him so far this weekend.
Enemy team took the hill.
Not going to take advantage. They're looking good on this one, too.
This hill not up. I mean, not secure yet for either side. It's a big fight at the back of green. It looks like Optic Gaming going to double up onto that. Takes down last shot, and with it, they finally have some spacing and control.
Legend started this game slow. Now has 9 kills. Still a slow game by his measure. Significantly bottom of the leaderboard.
Oh, no.
Frosty Camo Sniper finds an unsuspecting Formal. It lands the bandit shot before the QT activates. He's not done yet.
And holds off the shot onto that player at the back of green. Still one more in the sniper to use to try to take down the initial push. Formal was the first to go down. He'll meet his demise again, back-to-back times. And Frosty's able to put him on the respawn, and Shopify Rebellion, they're one good slay away. One good round of slays, and they have game 1.
Saw the way Formal was standing still. I don't think they even recognized that Frosty had camo this entire time. Got to be aware of that to know how to play this, but look at this, they break through anyways. Shopify, 1v1 situation, no, 2v1, and Optic might just tie this up.
Wow, I mean, they had, it felt like that was guaranteed for Rebellion, but Optic Gaming battled back. A nade that went a little bit too far, hit in Shopify Rebellion's own face. The team nade damage was just enough to stop the contest.
Look at this though, Shopify already preemptive on that tower side control. They got last shot top tower, Cycle in the hill. Great teamwork from Renegade, cleans last shot out. Cycle has to evacuate the premises. And now Optic have control of this seaside of the map. This is massive.
The last shot able to get that break on the top tower. Formal trying to find those finishes, but last shot goes for 2 now. Gets himself back to even. It's just Renegade on the map, and Cycle's down low trying to take that fight. Renegade gonna win it for now, but lots of information for Rebellion to work with.
New sniper up in 3 seconds. Have to imagine both teams should be eyeing that hill #1 prio, but sometimes the sniper can lead to that hill. Will be Legend escaping? No, Frosty cleans that up. That sniper will go into Frosty's hands and he'll route back into the fight.
And oh wow, he's on a long-ranging flank now. So far away from this fight, but now Optic Gaming's having to send resources to handle him. They don't do that, Frosty's gonna be able to gain a lot of space, and they are limiting the options of Optic Gaming. They have basically constricted them to the next side. They're not gonna get there in time. What a fantastic finish. Shopify Rebellion just edged it out.
We shift gears over to our featured matchup on this side of things. Envy versus FaZe Clan. FaZe have the lead right now. Just captured their 3rd point. Very similar position that we just saw in the last match.
And last time we saw FaZe and Envy match was at the LVT Halo Pro League land. That went to a game 7. These teams are neck and neck. It was FaZe that was able to come out on top though.
Envy are the merchants of game 7s and game 5s. I think they've played more than any other team. Gotta get there against FaZe once again. Would definitely like to start this series with a win against the Goliaths of FaZe Clan.
Good damage down, able to find that trade. Early rotations from Envy though, and they still have plenty of time to work with. They're not desperate to get into this hill. With just under 2 minutes of neutral time on the clock, you can afford to get out. And that sniper might be a good reason to get out of this hill, as we see Jackson trying to get in position, but Snakebite well timed on his flank. clears out sandbags, but Envy's just getting time. In the during all of this, the sniper is going to go to FaZe, but Envy are 90% of the way there.
Yeah, they're totally content with giving up that sniper to trade it for 90% of the hill. Sniper did fall eventually as well. Not sure if anyone's able to pick it up. Piggy with the clutch repulse keeps himself alive to avoid the trade. And it's 2 dead on both sides momentarily.
It's going to be just 1 alive that can try to hold them off. They will not be able to stop Envy from getting that hill. It all comes down to this last hill. Camouflage coming up in 20 seconds. Precision goes down in the front lines, but more importantly, that sniper that's on the ground.
And Trippy just got a very clutch double kill. Killed the sniper and another player. It's Yaxon, last player alive for Envy. He is in the best part of the map to be, but for how long? Nade is perfect out of Snakebite. He's seen that hiding spot before.
These fights at tower, they want spawn control. This is going to be important. The nades are perfect. Precision hits the snipe shot, and that should secure spawns. And with Camo in the hands of Piggy, not anymore. Yeah, Lisa was able to get the trade out with the splash damage, but man, that's a massive stick by Trippy.
Precision sees the pressure coming in from the Nest side, wisely backs up to top tower, has 2 teammates to help him out and take over that hill position. I don't know if they're aware of this player coming up behind them. They are not. It's going to be Snakebite who steals a kill and then also reroutes, misses the jump though. That might cost him.
Very sneaky plays by Snakebite thus far, as he's been a nuisance that's prevented Envy from standing in this hill and getting good time. I mean, they had a lot of spacing to work with. It was just Snakebite that was on their side, but Snakebite, by his lonesome, essentially forces Envy out of the hill.
I feel like that's been the story all weekend. Snakebite just coming up clutch when FaZe need him most. Calling that 23 kill performance in Game 5 yesterday. I mean, this guy is playing lights out this week.
Absurd to go on a killing frenzy, get 23 kills, and then only to win that game by 2, right? It's like,
he willed them to that.
Dude, that is Snakebite premium. That's why you go and get a player like Snakebite.
He does not get enough credit for his slaying capacity. Just does everything he possibly can to win the game. Like you said, a lot of sneaky plays this game, and I think that's what they need to do against a team like Envy that are very coordinated, setup oriented. You got to throw them off guard.
So far, Snakebite has been alive in this elbow for so long. Precision finally able to get that kill, but FaZe is still the ones here at the tower controlling the spawns. And the thing is that FaZe really hasn't been able to get into the hill itself. Envy's done a great job at keeping them away, and so far, even with FaZe having spawn control, having a little bit of tempo, Envy is still very much in this hill.
Great predictionary nade from Trippy there. Trades his life out while one shot against a full shields opponent. It's very difficult to do. Snakebite has the most kills in the lobby, now currently just focused on getting this tower side control. Both teams are clearly prioritizing tower first, hill second. And this war continues to wage on.
Yeah, Envy, they go 3 down. FaZe finally able to get their way back in, and we have a little bit of extra time on the clock to work with, but it's all gonna come down to this hill.
The sniper in the hands of Lucid might just be exactly what FaZe need to close out this game. Lands the body shot onto Piggy. That will slow down the momentum. Also gets the kill. Teammate kills Yaxon, but Precision and Piggy find 2 very clutch kills when they're in a disadvantage. And they're kind of putting a lot of pressure on Lucid so he can't do his thing.
Yeah, Lucid's just done a fantastic job of keeping them away for now and staying alive, but there's only so much tension you can take. Envy just set number after number, player after player. They break their way through. FaZe go 3 down, and Envy now control the spawns, and they're just 1 slay away, 1 rotation from getting the job done. FaZe will sprint off their spawns, trying to get the contest. They're here, but it's a firing squad that puts them down. Envy take game 1.
They were down 3-2 when we tuned into this match, and they ice up in the ends game. We got red zone coverage for you, of course. Optic first shot still going on. I'm gonna dive back into this one. This time, Optic starting a bit stronger than they did the previous game. Decent lead to start.
And Optic, it's very important for them to win the Slayers. So far, Shopify Rebellion, through the last few tournaments, have had a history of winning these Slayers and forcing Optic Gaming to have the tough game 5s, the tough game 7s that just haven't gone their way.
Yeah, Optic clearly went back to the drawing board. They worked on their Slayers. The Slayers were their detriment at the last tournament in Salt Lake City. They also had to suffer a few more losses to Shopify at the LVT Halo Pro League Finals.
And Nice plays by Renegade there, just going left, right, getting as much damage as he could on the map. It's a couple kills for Optic Gaming, and camo, that should go their way. Legend, big slay, gets away with the camo.
So clutch to just have the reticle in place, guarantee the kill onto Frosty, guarantee yourself to grab the camo. Now what can they do with it? They would like to extend this lead as far as possible. Love the trust there from Legend. He says, you got that, I'm gonna go fight somebody else. With that efficiency, will it pay off? Royal 2 and Cycle find 2 in the feed, and Legend unfortunately trades out.
You know, that Renegade able to get himself to that BR and trying to get high ground to work with Royal 2 in isolation, not gonna be able to get that kill, and no one from Shopify Rebellion able to pick up on that damage. The deficit just continues to grow. Optic Gaming building themselves quite a lead early on.
24 to 16, 8 kills the difference between these two, but we know this is a map of runs. It's very possible for Shop to get into control, go on a bit of a run themselves.
Halfway to victory.
Renegade gets the opening slay in this neutral point though. Shopify got to wait a little bit longer before they can strike.
Formal gets a couple info on a couple players trying to push through, but Shopify Rebellion, they are not slowing down. Look how fast they were on their push on the other side. Formal was kind of caught down low, and I don't think he was anticipating such an aggressive push.
Well, the good news for him is his teammates are holding things down from the high ground just fine. I kind of like Formal's process though. Yeah, he went low ground for a little bit, but he's trying to be unpredictable with the sniper rifle. Finally gets taken down.
Oh, I thought he stuck him too, bro. There's the stick that thrown up into the air. Cycle is doing his most to stay alive, but 30 to 19. Optic Gaming with a strong lead as we approach the mid game, though. When we saw Mind Freak play against Optic Gaming, it was a 20 to 30 lead, where Mind Freak eventually became the victors.
I mean, that was a perfect collapse, though. They knew the spawns were in Tram. They separated to the point that Shopify had no safe route to get out of their spawn. That's going to happen again as Optic created another L-shaped setup to force the spawns into snipe. And they're playing this patiently. That's what I like to see from Optic.
And Renegade's going to have no fears. He tries to wrap through. Royal 2, though, in the process, got his kill. This fight's huge. Huge win by Renegade. That's going to stop Shopify Rebellion from having that spacing towards Nest. The L just continues to move across the map, and they flipped out. I mean, you don't see this too often. I think it was like 2 kills, and they completely flipped the map situation to be on the inverted side. But at the end of the day, Optic Gaming still has a massive lead to work with.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way they blow this one at this point. Feels like a matter of time until Optic closes out. New camo, though, in the pseudo cycle. Frosty finds a double.
If we're going to ask the question of if, how it's going to happen, these are the ways, right? You get the camouflages, you find the 3-4 down, you get the spawn traps to work, but Cycle's got a lot of work ahead of him. I mean, not only does he need to get a lot of value from this camouflage, but can't be spotted too early and go down. I mean, he played it just about perfect, but realistically, it's 40 to 29. Like, you have to win at like a 2-to-1 pace on your slays.
Yeah, to somehow find a way to not trade out against 4 of the fastest and most accurate players to ever live on the planet. They're kind of doing it though.
Yeah,
brought it to a 9-kill difference, which is a lot better than we expected.
Every time I think Cycle's about to die, he like gets a kill and stays alive. Like, he gets another perfect shots on the Legend. The lead now just 8, but Renegade finds a trade off screen.
Been saying for a while, Cycle might be best player right now. Wins the piv against another player in that conversation, Legend. Last shot, awkward situation, does finally find his, are you kidding me? That second shot was crazy. And he converts it to a triple. This is all of a sudden a 7-kill game.
Yeah, we were saying, hey, you know, there's not really a big chance. And then we're looking like, And then last shot might have said, don't quite count them out. Shopify Rebellion seems to be hitting full momentum at the right time. Oh, big kill there by Legend, though. Just missing on that shot. Last shot goes down, and now it's just 5 kills for Optic Gaming.
Just 5 trades and a beautifully placed grenade. Cycle had nowhere to go on that one after getting caught off guard. Now just 3 to go for Optic. You have to imagine they're going to find these trades here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, with just 3 kills, it's so easy just to play 4 trades and try to force it. Last shot tries to get through, and there's nowhere for these players to go. Just 1 away. Optic Gaming going to tie up the series 1 apiece.
Tried to curb slide his way away from that grenade, but Doesn't matter. Formal will ice up for the last kill, and it's Renegade with 19. I feel like that's always the case when they win these Slayers. Popping off.
We go into the other game too. Envy going up against FaZe Clan here, and it looks like Envy off to a hot start, 15-10, the lead over FaZe.
This would be a massive start to their championship bracket to win here. This is for top 6 already, by the way. You make it to winter semifinals, you're guaranteed top 6. And Envy would love that.
Lucid able to go incognito. Guess that's gets that camo into his hands, and with it, this should be an opportunity for FaZe to make up these differences.
Fortunately, all the members of Envy kind of look in the wrong direction, not able to respond to Lucid. They know Yaxon lurking on the loop side. Yaxon aware that his location is known and that camo is lurking. Lucid, though, just jumping over these objects so Descendant doesn't even see the distortion in the air. And Envy actually kind of doing a good job to navigate the situation regardless.
With that, Lucid able to get in, finds his kills, just a 2-kill differential now. This camo has been making up the difference thus far.
Okay. Still alive, losing in this gunfight, finds the trade. That's totally fine with Lucid in that moment. 3 kills, still the lead for Envy. They get 4.
Penguin not able to stay alive there. Precision gonna be able to get that shock rifle into their hands, and Trippy almost got black screened.
That was so close. Saw the glint of the spawn. Look at Descendant though, just flying through, covering front line for Precision. These two have so much trust in each other and know how to support one another with the snipers. And look at that, a clean 2 kills, no trades. Envy extend their lead.
Precision has an option to play slow or play fast. Looks like he's opting to get quick into this back rank.
Let's get spotted early though, maybe caught speeding a little bit. Could have rounded that corner with a little bit more finesse, I think. Piggy will land a perfect in the feed onto Penguin. Descendant there to clean things up as well. And it's a 10-kill lead for Envy.
And Descendant able to get away, and 10-kill leads seem to be the point where games can either you're gonna start your comeback now or this one's just gonna be done with.
So far, FaZe doing a decent job. They get a couple. They do trade out though. Ultimately only leads to a +1 net advantage. Make it 2. Penguin, it's a nice start.
That Precision taking down some damage, but Penguin not able to get that cleanup. But Penguin obviously knowing where these spawns are, he's giving good info to his team, and Envy very much corralled to one side of the map. Precision just getting through the nest, and that info should go over to FaZe. I'm surprised that no one was there to potentially stop Precision on this this push across the map.
Camo's coming up, so both teams kind of holding their ground right now. Don't want to fall just before Camo spawns. It is up, but neither team is super comfortable to grab it. Never mind, Precision finds a window of opportunity, somehow procs it and stays alive. His location was lost by FaZe as well. That's gonna be, might just be the dagger. Okay.
Nice mistake by Penguin, gets 2. This game, it always feels like when Envy is about to take their run away, it feels like FaZe stops it. Whenever FaZe starts to go on a run, it feels like Envy battles back. It's like this 10-kill differential just will not move.
It's so hard to gain any ground in these Slayers against a good team. Gotta shout out Piggy though. That last fight, just not even phased by the thrust pack of Trippy, just follows him and wins that piv despite not having the advantage.
A big chance to go up 2-0 in the series here. They're just 12 kills away. And you see Envy slowing down the pace. They're gonna force FaZe to push through. You see them creeping up on the map. Trippy gonna take the initial fight. Piggy the next target, but lots of damage going down both ways. Piggy battles back. He finds a shot. I believe he shot him from underneath the garbage truck there.
Precision knows there's a player behind him trying to navigate this, but there's nowhere to go. Snakebite with the shock rifle in his hands. We keep talking about how clutch this man is. Can he deliver once again?
Just a 7-kill differential. It was 10. It's been slowly getting chipped away here by FaZe, but they need one good push. A 4 down, a clean wipe. They found the first. The last 3 players are trapped on the other side. Here we go. FaZe started to constrict in. Lucid finds that first bit of damage. The next player pushes. The next player's down. Snakebite able to get his kill. The fangs are being shown, and the players of Envy are falling. The trades are not in. Kill after kill. What was 10 has turned to 3.
3 kills now. The difference. Envy have been in very similar situations where they're blowing these leads you have to imagine that starts to creep into the back of your mind. Is this going to happen to us again? It's been happening to them all season. They need to close out.
And Snakebite been so consistent for this team this tournament. Just a 2-kill differential here. See the push coming in through the back, but Penguin and Lucid take care of business. The trades do not happen again. Envy, this game's tied.
It's just a 10-kill lead, not even a minute ago it feels. But FaZe refused to die. They're just getting kill after kill. They've grabbed the camo. Snakebite wins the piv as he procs it. And Envy are kind of looking a little bit desperate to get these kills. Descendant is maintaining pace, but he continues to die.
And just a 2-kill differential now in FaZe. It's crazy how this game has swung. I mean, they are now in control. They have Envy on the back foot. Camo in the hands of Snakebite. This is everything they need to close out a game.
This has got to be a heart-pounding moment for Envy. Their positioning is not great. Stuck in the hotel, stuck at the snipe lift. This is not where you want to be. Snakebite has their left side. Trippy swinging in on the right. Perfect shots downrange. And he just made themselves one step closer to this insane comeback.
It's just been such a struggle for Envy just to get trades. Piggy, though, last alive, was able to get 2, but FaZe now at 49. Envy, this game not only has slipped away, it has been forced away. This is such a strong run from FaZe. They're just 1 away, and they will continue the run. They get the win in game 2. What a comeback.
FaZe have started so many Slayers down this weekend and always come back. Can you imagine if they start with the lead for once?
Right?
But regardless, we got to refocus. There's another crazy match happening here. Shopify with the early lead in Recharge Strongholds. They're looking like they're going to continue. As 4 go dead, they should be able to get this trip cap in action.
Bat Royalty looking for.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Championship Sunday. Mikowski on the mic. Joining alongside me is my duo, Eli the Ninja. And Eli, it all comes down to this. It feels like it's been 3 weeks of competition. It's only been 3 days.
Yeah.
But the big 4 are in the top 4 once again.
They're just proving to be the top 4 teams in the league time and time again. Nobody can break through these teams, but we're already jumping straight into the action. On the lower side, it's Optic versus Space Station Gaming. Recharge King of the Hill to start.
What do you know? Another start for Renegade where he's got the camo. Seems like he is routinely finding his way to that power-up. And now he's paired it with the snipe once again. Whether it's live fire or recharge, the strategy is clear. This is what Renegade's gonna do every single time. And he's starting off with a double kill. Triple kill? Oh, really seemed to aim a little too hard there. He could have ripped it a little sooner.
Yeah, you have to imagine that that camo sniper combination is a big reason why he won the award for greatest Slayer in the tournament, at least in bracket play. Could make an argument for Cycle as well, but he won the best support player regardless. Now, it is Optic in control. Space Station spawning on that C side. They've got to find a way through. Oftentimes, you want to send players through glass and tower simultaneously. That's why we see 2 of each. Stellar would love to take out Legend so they can push through.
Waiting for that push from the long haul to take down Legend. There it is. Eco gets the headshot. Bound. Trying to stay alive in the hill. He goes down as well to Stellar, his former teammate. 2 down for Optic. Space Station. This is their chance to strike.
In the hill is Eco Suppressed, locking down these needle side spawns. You do want the elevator spawns for this first hill. It looks like right now Space Station have it. Falcated going to be the anchor position and also overlook the center of the map to see if he can get some cross-range shots. Formal takes a lot of damage but survives. That might be massive for him.
Space Station bouncing back here. After 1 minute off of regulation, they're just about 1 short hold away from tying this up at the 50 percentile. Suppressed, anticipating the push from the glass. He's got that plasma pistol charged up, ready to rock. Doubly, no, the fist doesn't come through, and Suppressed goes down.
That's actually massive right now for Optic. They might be able to steal the positions that were stolen from them not too long ago. Formal going to be the one that tries to hold down the needles, but he faces some heavy pressure. Looks like Falcated found a line of sight from the tower. He finds a kill onto Legend and stays alive. This could go either way.
This could go on a little bit longer, Eli. Already a minute and a half off the clock, so keep an eye on that clock. We could be heading towards a situation where we might see a 1-2 low scoring game as Formal works his way from the bottom of the staircase goes back to the respawn screen. Nice shots. Was that Eco across the map with the 5 perfect shots? Eco having himself a good game. He's died a little too much, 4 and 5, but he's got the most slays on his team. That's not what we're used to seeing.
I mean, not online, I guess, but on land, this guy shows up time and time again. They have been kind of hard locked at that 4th place position so far this year.
Look at this, Formal doesn't have a slay yet, but he's going to put the most important number on the board, it looks like, going up 1-0. And what happens when Formal starts to warm up? However, Space Station and Stellar in the hill. How does Stellar want to play this with the camo? He's going to push it out.
Yeah, you know that the team is going to do their absolute best to keep Stellar alive. Yes, Optic's at 99%, but that last 1% is the one that matters the most. And with Stellar making some plays like that, Space Station might be able to steal this. Need to get more hill time, though. They're not in the hill.
Just waiting. Yeah, right as you said that, I'm like, where's the red? There you go. Stellar. I like this setup here, but Legend anticipates. His former teammate knows what he was doing with it. I thought Stellar had the perfect line of sight, the perfect angle, the perfect flank, but Legend takes that back instead, and Optic take hill number 1. Formal still with no slays, but Optic are winning the game.
I mean, we said it yesterday. Who cares about the stats if your team is winning the game? You're clearly doing something right. Legend is going to route to the back silo area with just 2 shots of this shock rifle remaining. Teammate in the hill underneath. At this point, Space Station, I mean, honestly, I think that snipe might just seal this hill entirely, and Space Station are going to start to think about next.
Perfect reversal, shot caller, triple medal stacks up for Legend there. He's earned himself plenty of commendations. A few more there from Jeff Steitzer as Optic absolutely dominate hill number 2. It took 2 minutes plus or so to score first and 2 seconds to take a 2-0 lead, but not a Formal goes down, and just as Space Station needed to break through into C, they have an opportunity, but because the time is dwindling so low, Eli, they got to make this a 1-1 game.
Yeah, that was a pretty ballsy call to still contest this hill. Of course, the push was good and it worked, but you got to play flawless from here on out. Optic just have to make one good play to score their 2nd point. And the flip side of that conversation is you don't want to allow Optic to go up 2-0, so it makes more sense to contest this hill. But like I said, got to be perfect. And unfortunately, it is Optic that will sneak in and take it. Now can Space Station set up for next?
Speaking of sneaking in, it's Renegade with the camo. He gets spotted out, suppressed, trying to chase out with the plasma. Chase grenade frag goes out, 1-2. But it's the 1-2 tap for Renegade that takes him down instead.
Okay, Falcated's got some positioning in the elevator, as does Eco, but he falls to Legend. Renegade with this camo and combo combination, gonna be able to just hold this space. And it's Formal still on the goose egg, which is something I just frankly cannot comprehend right now.
It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable, and it's not even to say that he's costing his team. He's not costing. He's got 5 assists. Death count a little on the high side, but hey, he's got 2 of the caps.
His teammate Renegade has 15 before he has 1.
I'm truly at a loss for words. That's why we're laying out right now. I am so
but they're up
shocked.
2-0, so who cares?
I'm more shocked at how good Optic looked. Not a formal goosing, because eventually he's going to get on the board. He's not going to go an entire Halo Infinite Chip Sunday match without getting a kill, ladies and gentlemen. There's no way, right?
He's not you, so yeah, you're right.
He does rack up another assist, so Formal finding ways to make an impact on the match, despite never fatally taking down a member of Space Station. That's nuts.
And it's very clear they've decided to go ahead and start playing time. I mean, this is a pretty ballsy call as well. Early in the game, this decision was made. Space Station are able to break through and step in it, but for how long is the question. But it's just a minute left in regulation. This could end as a 2-0 game.
Renegade lining up the reticle for a slide through. He gets it, but he does not land the shot. Does get a body shot, though. Another one that should mean Falcon is going to be an easy cleanup. It is Renegade now swapping the shot to the plasma pistol. Anticipating the push. Coming through from the Dorito. Suppressed. And look at that! Renegade instantaneously recognized he got stuck, so he went towards the 2nd player and made sure he took both down.
Actually forced a suicide instead of getting to kill himself. Or maybe a team kill, but regardless, Formal gets on the board with that trade. Now 1 in 10. But he doesn't care about that, because 39 seconds of regulation, they just got to hold Space Station out.
So if Optic can absolutely dominate Space Station with Formal going 95% of the match without getting a single slay, what does it look like when Formal looks like Championship Sunday Formal? I'm nervous for Space Station right now. Very, very nervous.
I mean, even more so when Renegade is in Renegade form at 20-5. This man on your screen has yet another camo. Got a couple stickies to work with, but more importantly, the clear line of sight to the players that contest this hill. Will take Eco out of the equation for his 21st. The rest of Optic look to push forward.
4 go down, and with 4 seconds left on the clock, Space Station.
What a game.
Poof, man. Again, Olive Garden.
Formal's got to be laughing right now.
He is.
Do you see Renegade smiling right there? He's like, bro, you really got 1 kill.
Even Formal had like a cheeky little side grin when he got his first trade. His only kill in the game was a trade.
The Olive Garden.
I cannot believe what we just saw.
The Olive Garden breadstick on Championship Sunday is not something.
To dominate though.
To win.
To dominate.
And look
Let's
at
see
his damage. He did 3K damage, which is pretty low comparatively in the lobby. Renegade had over 5K, so.
Wow.
But that's a statistical anomaly, to say the least.
Now, on the other side for SSG, Suppressed wasn't helping out the cause as one of the main slayers. He has to put up more than 5 throughout the course of, what was that, 10 minutes or so? My God.
Yeah.
Suppressed needs to be, honestly, matching Renegade. That's Suppressed comp here. Suppressed goal here is to match and try to neuter the energy and the performance of Renegade, because if he's not able to, let's be honest, I don't think Space Station have a chance in this series. Suppressed and Falcated have to look like the 2 main slayers that got brought onto the squad to do exactly that.
Yeah, this team comp, I don't think works when Eco's the guy with the most kills. I'm just going to be frank, and I'm not an Eco hater by any stretch. This guy is incredible at the game, but yep, you took on Suppressed and Falcated to get the slays, and we saw Suppressed insane yesterday. He's top 5 KD in the tournament, so he definitely needs to stand out a bit more going into the rest of the series if Space Station even have a chance.
Well, we called out the slaying performance of Suppressed in game number 1 and game number 2. That's all he needs to worry about. He's been having a good weekend. Haven't quite looked at his stats. We may pull up the Halo data hive, that'd be great. But Suppressed has looked good when I've had a chance to watch him. Seems like he's in his element. Just not waking up on the right side of the bed here on Championship Sunday. Not the day you want to wake up on the wrong side of the bed. You want to be like Optic and wake up on Friday, Saturday, maybe not feeling yourself. Sundays, though, there's no room for error.
Yeah, it is just game 1, and I think that sometimes it is just a 1-game difference to settle in. I myself as a competitor, if maybe I was running a little bit late that morning, had to grab breakfast, whatever, like maybe I didn't get to warm up as much. After 1 game, I'm probably good to go. And a player like Suppressed, much better than I am, he's going to be just fine, I think, going forward in the series. But we got to see it, because this Optic team, man, when they go to the lower bracket, they become a different beast. And I don't know if Space Station has beat Optic in this situation ever.
It almost begs the question, Eli. Do Optic want to be in the lower bracket? And the reason I ask that is because if you look at the power rankings, it's a very clear 1-2 in S tier, and then A tier would be Space Station and FaZe. But that gap is growing, it feels like, as every tournament passes. And so Optic in the lower bracket, they know that every team they face up until the grand finals should be a win for them.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about. I mean, it's not like they threw on purpose, but it does end up feeling like being on the lower side has helped Optic. The only times they've won this year are when they started in the lower bracket round 1.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened again this weekend. Tell you what, though, I mean, as long as Shopify have like a good backstage warm-up regimen, like it's hard. They probably aren't scrimming any teams. I don't know what team would agree to scrim them right now. They're probably just 2v2ing or shooting bots or doing CTF flag warm-up, keeping themselves warm, waiting for Optic.
Yeah. You got to keep yourself warm going into play Optic, because Optic, through this lower bracket run, they're the most warmed up team of the weekend. They've played the most matches. They've, at this point, probably won the most matches. They've taken some hard L's, but they've always turned that into learning lessons. So, very impressed with Optic Gaming's resilience. That's so insane. Lower round 1 to grand final reset champions. That is an unprecedented performance, a once in a blue moon performance, and Optic have done it twice. in 6 months.
They did it back-to-back. And like you said yesterday, 2 players on that team, Legend and Bound, they did it on Space Station last year too. I mean, it's pretty insane that 2 players have done that exact feat 3 times in the last basically 12 months. But here we go. Looking at Solitude Slayer. This is definitely a bounce back opportunity for Space Station. To me though, the key is shut down Renegade. Renegade is the reason that Optic win in dominating fashion when they do. Often dropping 20+ kills in Slayers. And if he is kept at bay, that's the way Space Station win.
Well, remember yesterday we were watching Optic and we talked to Callus, our observer. We said, Callus, can you watch Renegade here at the start? I want to see exactly what he does because he seems to always have the snipe in the camo. And what did he do? He just beelined right for it. They're in the recharge King of the Hill. What did he do with camo and shock rifle? He just beelined right for it. So my expectation going into Solitude where he could do the exact same start, grab the camo and the shock. I'm really curious to see if Space Station are finally going to be one of those teams that can shut that down because it just seems like Renegade gets whatever he wants.
It does feel like it shouldn't be as easy as it is because if everyone knows it, you would think that someone's labbing some nerd nades to chuck into the sky to land on his route or something. I don't know. It's just bizarre. His success rate at just getting the items is off the charts. I mean, the only team that really competes is Shopify, obviously. Frosty also a wizard when it comes to getting the items as well. But I hope that Coach Elamite, with all his experience, has something on the table for them to stop this.
What if we just watch the VOD and realize how Shopify the only team that's able to beat Optic, and we watched back the VOD.
Just count how many camos and snipes.
I am not kidding you. See what the results are for Renegade grabbing power up, power weapon off the start, right? So if he's able to grab snipe off the start, 1 for 1. If he's not, 0 for 1. And go throughout an entire tournament and come up with the results. That's a stat on the Halo Data Hive that I'd like to see. And how telling would that be if Renegade, against the rest of Halo competition, grabbed 8 out of every 10 sniper camos off the start, and against Shopify, it feels more like maybe 3 or 4 out of 10.
Yeah, no, that really is. That's what I've seen as the difference. When Shopify win tournaments, they're getting the items. When Optic win tournaments, they're getting the items. It's just how you got to play the game. If you're not focused on it, if you forget about it, if your coach is not on top of making sure you're setting up for it, you're falling behind. And best players in the world are going to punish you twice as much for not getting it and using it for themselves.
A little bit of break in the action. Usually we expect this after game 2, but it seems like maybe we're working on some setups there on the main stage, or taking a look over my shoulder. It looks like everyone is in their seats. Stellar with a stern conversation with his teammates. Falcated, assuming the intel. Eco staring confidently. Space Station down 0-1 in the series, but they still look to be in it mentally and emotionally, non-verbally. But this is a must-win. This is a must-win. They got to have it. You cannot go down 0-2 to Optic.
Oh, for sure. Optic go up 2-0. There's no way they don't close it. I just don't see a reverse sweep being feasible on a Sunday with this team.
Especially with Live Fire being the map 3. I mean, Live Fire, you might as well book it. Just like booking Renegade grabbing the snipe off the start, might as well book a W for Optic Gaming on Live Fire, because it feels like ever since Season 1, ever since we first stepped foot on that map, that's been their home.
I want to talk about Suppressed. I feel like the only time that Suppressed has been happy with his Sunday performance was the first tournament of this year at Arlington, when he was still on FaZe and actually performed. But think back to last year. How many championship Sundays did Suppressed make on that Shopify Rebellion roster to just fall flat, not win a single game on a Sunday? And now today, he starts with a pretty rough game, way worse than the rest of his tournament. He's got to start thinking about that and just somehow wake up. He's got to show up here on Sunday morning and show what type of player he is, because we know he's better than that.
Day 3 is an entirely new tournament. Day 2 is as well. We saw that from, I think Mindfreak had a great understanding of that after they qualified not only for pools, but then made it out from pools to the champ bracket. You saw the tweet from Scoopmeister. Now the real tournament begins. That's why they didn't even get hyped when they beat Optic for the first time in ANZ history. They celebrated more when they finished top 8 because they knew that was the real tournament. And here on Championship Sunday, we talk about levels to this in Halo all the time. This is like a grapple hook 3-4 story grab that you got to climb up in quick succession to make it on top to claim that trophy at the end of the day. And it really is, again, it's a whole new ball game. It's a whole new tournament here on Sunday.
Look at that curly-headed killer. The Frenchman thinking about baguettes right now. Locked in.
Thinking about bagging his opposition, it looks like.
Possibly. Just thinking, why is the game not starting?
That's what I'm wondering right now. What's going on? Okay, here we go. Loading in to game number 2 on Solitude. The series isn't over yet, but it might just be if Space Station can't come out with a win here in game number 2. Let's keep an eye on Renegade, and if he's able to run unabated once again to the camo and the shock, if that's the case, this might go out of control.
This will likely be a game of runs. The team that maintains their advantage state for longer and gets the maximum value out of those spawn blender scenarios is the team that wins on Solitude. I expect both teams to have their turns at it, but who can do it more is the question. Off the rip, it's Formal with a line of sight, trying to open up the map for camo.
Oh my God, 3 pushing the top side.
That's a
Up
crazy
the
opening
ledge.
strat.
They're very lucky they didn't take more damage.
That is
Suppressed.
a crazy opening strat.
Gets weak. Takes down Formal though. Renegade off the start, gets a slay off screen. I'm just looking to see if Renegade's making his way towards that camo. It's actually bound instead.
Legend with a quick curve slide out to the blue spawns. Wants to make sure he has that extra line of sight. All of Space Station just trapped over here at the snipe side. Bound playing patiently, does some damage, but does not want to burn this camo out. Renegade here to clean things up with a double kill. And it is making a triple. Oh, did someone just steal his over? That was like the freest over. And
It really
they were just
was.
like, no, not for you.
Well, what do you know, Eli? Renegade has got the snipe back in his hands. Only 3 shots left to work with. Stellar had his opportunity with the snipe. We know how good he is with the snipe, but the pressure was phenomenal from Optic Gaming. They swarmed the snipe tower and never let Stellar breathe with it. Now, Renegade's got it.
Okay. 10-5
Did you
is
see
the
that
lead.
wall G-slide?
Yeah, the wall kick. A lot of the players using that technology in many spots. This map has more wall kicks than I think any in the current rotation. Nice, patient lineup there from Renegade. And honestly, Optic just looked firmly in control. And I said the key to victory was to shut down this man. Space Station are not doing that.
We tried to tell him, don't let Renegade get the snipe, even if
don't
only
think he
has
can
a
hear us.
couple shots. That's true. Well, even if he only has a couple shots, he's still going to make maximum value and damage out of it. 8-14. It's a double possession, double team wipe lead here for Optic Gaming. This is where they start to run away with it potentially. 8-2-0 is Renegade. He's a monster.
The #1 Slayer in the tournament for a reason, at least in bracket play. Has a couple sticky grenades. They're playing this patiently. Did Stellar just walk on top of it? I mean, you have to imagine there was some audio there. That was just such a... How does he get that? He's about to get the killer frenzy. Oh, no.
Oh,
Okay.
he gets it! Even when Renegade's not at his best, he's still the best in the world.
Unbelievable start for Renegade. 10-1. Team is only up by 5. He's +9, so absolute reason they are winning. But guess who has the camo top of the map? It's the man we've been calling for. The man that Space Station needs to step up today. Suppressed.
Donnie needs to look more like the Megalodon if Space Station are to come back in this series. I like the idea to go back for that shock, especially with the extra 15 seconds. I think Suppress is thinking the same. He seems to be a little in between it, actually. Leaning back towards the snipe, hesitating, not making the right, not necessarily the right decision, but the decision as quick as possible. He lets Eco grab it instead. And Space Station are coming back, but Suppress at some point is going to run out of this camo. He needs to either gather intel or damage, one or the other.
Look at Optic's strategy here. They just all group up and wait and then push through all together, and they've completely flipped the map position, and they're getting the opening break slate in a situation where Space Station should have easily had it.
And that was all based around Optic Gaming's understanding that Suppressed had the camo. They just played a game of keep away, almost like Ryanoob, E-United level strategy of rotation there in Season 1. We saw Optic just run away from Suppressed, and despite 45 seconds with the camo, He never even saw anyone.
Yeah, there was a lot of hesitation. Of course, they're trying to gather information to make the most informed decision, but they ultimately ended up taking too long. Optic take advantage of that, rotate around, and then Space Station are no longer in good positions to punish Optic. So, I mean, Optic are just playing the chess game one step ahead right now.
14-21 here. A momentary standstill occurs, but Optic Gaming up by 7. It's on Space Station to push them, and here comes Space Station, but Renegade strikes down the push. Eco heads back to the respawn screen. Renegade heads back up on top. Going for the bait and switch. Oh, there we go. Stiller's got the shock, but Stiller gets taken down. That's 2 times, Eli, that Stiller's had the shock in his hand, but Optic are not letting him breathe with it.
He did at least get another trade on his way down, got the sticky death grenade for the double. And the shock does go back into the hands of Space Station as a result. Now, Falcated trading out, but you don't want trades right now. Down by 8, you need some clean kills to stay alive. With camo coming up, though, trades are not that bad. That means your teammates might have an easier time grabbing it. Another trade comes out in the feed, and it's Legend sneaking away with the camo. I believe Optic has had every power-up so far this series.
Wow. Yeah, outside of... You'd think that because Suppressed did nothing with the camo they had in this game. So
I already forgot.
It went... Right, exactly.
Very forgettable.
It went Bound, Suppressed, Legend, but you'd never know Suppressed had it because Space Station did absolutely nothing. They actually somehow found a deficit with the power-up.
Yeah. I mean, that's more of a props to Optic for knowing how to play around the camo. They waited it out brilliantly. Legend now at least gets 1 kill with it. Facing some grenades. Let's see if he can escape. Not sure if he has been spotted.
Wow.
By Space Station. He somehow finds this bottom center route, and he's behind enemy lines.
Oh my God. And they didn't call it out. They never spotted out Legend, and they never called out that, hey, if we can't find him here, he's obviously escaped. He's on the flank. He's on the hunt. He's ran out of ammunition once again on Solitude, Eli. I remember saying that just one tournament ago.
Look at Legend and Renegade. Legend is 6-12-3. Renegade is 19-2. Legend has 12 assists. What is Renegade doing to this lobby?
19-2.
And they're not even at 40. They're not even at 40. He has 19. He's 20.
If Renegade loaded into the lobby by himself, we'd be on the edge of our seats because this game would be close. However, that's not the reality. That's Space Station's fantasy maybe because Optic Gaming are for real.
Renegade not only has 50% of his team's kills, but he's got like 40% of the whole lobby's kills. This is actually insane proficiency out of this man.
We are witnessing the best in the world play at the highest level in the most difficult of circumstances. Championship Sunday brings out the best in the best, and Renegade is the best. Your Season 4 MVP, book it.
Guy's just unreal, man. The 21 is already impressive enough, but to also have only died twice, now 3 times. Legend says, I want some of the glory as well. Finds a no-scope. He's got 13 assists, so a lot of those have been funneled to Renegade. But yeah, this one, I mean,
this is over.
This ain't happening.
This is over. 27-43. Still got a little bit left to go.
Who did we say needed to step up? Suppressed and Falcated. They're just not. They're not there. They're hesitant.
And we saw that with the camo, right? Suppressed, looking left, looking right, going back, going forward, going east, west. Like a running back, sometimes you just need to go north and south. You just need to go. Just go somewhere. Make a decision quickly and stick with it. The second guessing yourself is not going to work against Optic.
And when Renegade's in this form, I mean, that's when Optic is the most dominant. It was Renegade not having a great tournament at SLC that opened the door for Shopify.
Yep.
Gotta wonder. I mean, if Renegade plays like this, they're definitely going to put up a better fight against Shopify.
I think Shopify's watching this going, oh boy. you boys ready to strap in for the long haul? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like we're going to see a reset. A little too early to just call for that, but man, I'm just going by what I see. And what I see is all-out domination against a top 4 team in Space Station. Optic Gaming, making them look like top 14.
By the way, between games 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure Renegade has like 42 kills. Between games 1 and 2, Formal has like 9. It's kind of crazy to think about.
I mean, let's be real. Let's not let that pass without mentioning it. That might have been an all-time Slayer performance. Like that might have just been a top 3 Slayer performance right there. Now, I guess you could argue sometimes a game might be quote-unquote better because it was closer and it involves some level of ice and endgame execution when the match was very close. But just from a pure slaying perspective, dealt damage, Renegade at 22, 2, and 5 accounted for 49.5% of Optic slays throughout that one. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, you definitely had the flashcards out doing the math in your hotel room now. I know for sure. Falcated, man, he's got to be the Falcated we know he's capable of. Was not a Falcated performance. We talked about how difficult this reverse sweep would be. It's starting to look more and more like a 3-0 to me.
It's tough from a competitor standpoint to be going into this game 3. And even though Space Station have world champions, they're defending the world championship at this, not necessarily event, but all throughout this year. They're the ones with the target on their back. You can make a case for at least. And I almost wonder if they go into this game 3 thinking, and more than that, hoping and believing that they can win. I worry about it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're playing with the form that we've seen from them against other teams, but I mean, I think that might just be the effect of playing against Optic. It's like, there's only so much you can do if the other team has Renegade on it. It's just like, I don't know, man. Something special about it. What was really impressive to me about this game from Optic is the fact that they were not just go, go, go. They had multiple gears. They slowed down multiple times this game and did so beautifully in a way. Like, this game is all about pace modulation. There's times to play super fast and press your advantage. There's times to slow down, let the game come to you. And Optic did such a fantastic job of switching between those two gears throughout that game.
I'm looking at the top right at the scoreboard, Eli, and I'm like,
it's crazy.
Did someone Photoshop this like in real time with AI? Like, are we really witnessing 24? Or excuse me, well, yeah, 22 plus 2 the assist, 24 KA. I mean, my God, that is unbelievable. And this series hasn't even been close. 0-2 Optic. Space Station never even made it somewhat interesting. And that certainly wasn't the case in game 2. I guess maybe in the very beginning.
Yeah, recharge. Yeah. They were like tied in that first hill, I guess. But that's pretty bad if that's what we're grasping at straws for. And looks like Live Fireball is also not ideal for Space Station to be hopping into next. This is a game mode that Optic has been kind of synonymous with. They are the team to look at when it comes to how to play this game mode.
Yeah. Well, maybe Space Station could take a thing or two from Optic and apply that at the Halo World Championship, because feels like it's, what, 95% chance to 5 for Space Station that they take this game. So trying to build a case for a more exciting series, but it is just it's just not been there for Space Station Gaming, man. And I think, again, not to harp on individual players, because we love these guys. Some of the most enjoyable conversations we've had have been with guys like Donnie and Falcated, but this is what you got brought on the team to do, is slay the F out, Renegade style, and they have to match that. They have not been able to, and my God, just look how dominant. We've
Master ball.
Talking about how good they are at this oddball. First, second in KD, but that doesn't matter when you're objectively efficient as Optic.
A Pokemon fan, make this graphic Master Ball going nuclear. Okay. 20, yeah.
40 kills.
I know, and Formal has 9. Formal has 9 this series. Renegade has 42 or 44. Something like that.
In the first 2 games of Championship Sunday, Renegade is 43-10. He has a 4.0 KD, not KDA, not KD, KD.
That's just insane. I mean, like, those numbers shouldn't even be possible on Championship Sunday.
No, they shouldn't be impossible. They should be impossible on LAN.
Yeah.
A 1.0 is a great tournament.
But they have proven they are, for sure, a step above the rest. Them and Shopify are just different tiers, and this is just an example of it. Space Station, a phenomenal team, likely the fourth best in the world. But they're just seemingly cannot beat Optic.
Nuclear indeed. Plus 16, plus 17.
Yeah, he sucks though. He ain't got no assists. Help the
That's
team,
true.
man.
That's
Help
true.
the team.
I'd be so pissed if I went into
course I'm joking.
matchmaking and I had Renegade on my team, not helping me out.
Hey, man, can I get some kills? Why don't you assist me? I'm here. Help. Help me.
I'm trying to get a Twitter clip or something, man. I don't even need a whole montage. I just need something.
You're not asking for help if he's on your team because you're probably just walking around like, where is everyone? They're already dead.
I feel that when I
Hello?
play. I feel like that when I play with you. So I would absolutely feel like that if I was
Is anyone on the map?
Hello. Hello.
It's just echoing back at you, your own
What's
voice.
that Will Smith meme? It's like that's not Renegade. That's everyone else on his team. Like where is everybody?
They're just watching the
I wanna
kill feed
shoot.
light up the whole time. Like, am I even in the game? Hello?
Well, let's peer into the chat. Let's talk to you guys for a little bit while we load into this game number 3.
Hi, chat.
How we doing, chat? Thank you guys so much for tuning in all throughout the weekend. You guys are why we're here. So I want to swing the attention towards you. And enough of us. How you doing?
Yeah, we got Todini, of course. She's always here. Live Kid Show. Generic. Hello, Jen. Hope you're doing well. Jackal. Reed the Sloth. My guy. Are you not in the venue, Reed? Why are you not here? You said you had a date.
Whoa.
I talked to you yesterday.
Are you trolling, Manito?
Hope that's going well.
They said reverse sweep. I don't know. What's up, Goose? Drew!
What up, Blaines? What up, Hazardous? Drewish with the Mikowski emotes. We love to see that.
That's my guy. Love me some Drew, man.
Goose.
5+ year member of the community. Much love, homie.
Goose, Rambo, Soul. Wait, FJ Soul. I know that, man. Is that Solshi?
No way.
He said, what's up, old heads?
Solskjaer's in the chat?
I feel like that was his tag back in the day, FJ Soul. Is that
You know
Solskjaer?
what's funny is I would have been like a little offended if someone called me old. Now I just totally embrace it. I guess it is in my gamer tag though, so I shouldn't be too surprised when people call me old. What up, Xerxes?
Brother, we're old. Just
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. At this
just
point in my
gotta
life,
accept it, man.
I've just accepted it. I might as well
it
be.
is Solshi.
I might as well be 45 with like 17 kids. That's what it feels like.
You got one, brother.
It's true.
Focus on that one.
And that we will. A little guy back at home. Shout out to my wife, man. She's holding it down this weekend. Could not be here without her. Just like you guys in the chat, could not be here without my family support. So I want to give a big shout out to my wife. Tixie is her gamer tag. She's nasty with the snipe, maybe even better than me.
Crazy statement out of you. FJ Soul is Solshi, by the way. He says he's 37, so he's allowed to call you old. Fair.
That's true.
Fair. Totally fair.
What up, Unk? Right back at you, dude. Hell yeah. All right, well, that was awesome. We should do that more often. If we're just going to wait for 10 minutes between matches, let's just have a Just Chatting stream with the chat, because
Might as well.
that's just as enjoyable. W. Caster says, Dior, Kiko.
W Chatter, man.
W. Max Wife. W. Toad. Always supporting the chat. Usually the most unexpected outcome is what happens. Maybe on Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
Sundays when it starts to be a little bit more predictable.
I don't know if you can even say that because, like, yeah, exactly. The top 4 is exactly the same as last tournament. So I don't know if we can say it's unexpected. We had some fun runs this tournament, but at the end of it all, it just ends with the same top 4.
Oh, wow. It's Bound going for the snipe off the start. We've seen Renegade routinely grab that.
Well, we're tuning in a little bit late. There's already 4 kills on the side of Optic.
Okay, you're right. Okay, I'm about to say. But even then, they've already got possession of the sandbox. They've already got possession of the oddball. But they are able to take down Bound, so that is huge. What can Space Station do with the snipe? I want to see them try to work that in the hands of Stellar. They need an MVP level performance from him to come back.
100%, but it's Legend that gets away with the camo. He's going to play bodyguard to his ball carrier. Output some damage, finds his 4th assist of the game already, has yet to die as well. Renegade and Formal now with 3 kills apiece. Let's see where that damage is going.
Really impressive start here for Formal. 3, 2, and 1 with the only oddball time in this game so far. Formal's starting to get warmed up.
And that's scary. He was, in my opinion, the best player on Optic so far this weekend. I mean, him and Renegade, there's a good argument for both. They've both been playing incredible.
Enemy has the ball.
There we go, though.
But that's it.
Space Station finally shows some life.
Big opening, yeah.
Whoa, Stellar goes as high as I've ever seen anybody on live fire.
You looked in the mirror, haven't you?
Enemy has the ball.
Got him.
Got him. Stellar now with the shots through the middle of the map onto Renegade. Renegade goes back to the respawn screen. A rare -1 performance from Renegade so far, but he's going to flip that around.
Yeah, it's just so far a nice stretch of gameplay here from Space Station. I like this rotation from Stellar. Renegade actually last player alive for Optic momentarily. And he looks like he's going to die soon. So ball going to be back in the hands of SSG. They're going to start rotating this back to the tower.
2 players, 3 at the tower, so you know Stellar's route. Interesting. He's actually going to, almost like an accordion, go forward, toss the oddball out to his teammates, but they haven't been able to pick it up just yet. They're anticipating the push from Optic. They know that they need a couple more slays to feel confident to get that ball to the snipe tower. Stellar on the fulcrum. That's a key point on the map that just busted wide open.
Yeah, honestly, just so good how fast Optic played off a spawn in that moment to force this play ball situation. It looked like Space Station had full control, but at the end of it all, they just have 14 seconds of time. And an insane grenade kill there onto Eco. There should be another player one shot over here as well. The rest of Optic should be pressing forward.
Space Station, 5 more slays in this match so far than Optic Gaming, but they need 5 more seconds to gain the lead.
Renegade finds another onto Suppressed, gets taken down shortly thereafter. Bound has the new snipe. He's gonna just run away with this. I like this play. Still very early in the round, trying to stay alive with this.
Oh! I thought he was gonna smack his dead body.
He does get taken down. Okay, Suppressed finally has a sniper. That was a clean no-scope from Bounds. There's something that feels disrespectful when you could just hit another body shot, but you go for the headshot anyways.
Right, I was thinking the exact same thing. You didn't need to do that. He's dead already.
Love those no-scopes.
Oh, there's another one. Suppressed connects on the Bound in the garage door with the body shot. That's going to momentarily stop the push for Optic Gaming, and Stellar does clean it up. So a great job pushing out on their damage. I got to commend Space Station because we've kind of been hyping up Optic for good reason. But this is the best Space Station have looked, but they're still down.
Yeah, they're still down in this game, and somehow Suppressed, after getting a snipe, is the last player alive on his team. And that feels bad when you feel like you're like, okay, I did my part of the job.
Yeah, here they come.
And now I'm left alone with a pack of hungry wolves named Optic Gaming. And they're, of course, going to hunt him down.
Nice headshot there from Bound. He's done great with that upper flick shot with the snipe, with the bandit. And you blink, it was just 16 to 19, and Optic have doubled up on that already. My goodness.
They got a clean 4 dead. Still had plenty of players alive. Now they're forcing the spawns at Space Station out to the B side, and this is a tricky spawn to play out of. It looks like they're going to opt to route mostly through the tower side, probably going to send at least one bottom center. Eco posturing towards the big door. Actually, 3 go sandbags. I did not expect that, but so far it's working.
Legend in the rat tunnel, 1 HP. He's expecting someone pushing to clean up his damage, but they do not. Eco, last Spartan standing. The best he could do is a trade. He doesn't even get that.
And this just feels like it's getting dimmer and dimmer for Space Station. It's already down 2-0 in the series. Can't even find life here in the first round of Oddball. It just feels like Optic is poised to continue their run.
Eco now, the last one alive. That just happened. So back-to-back sequences where Optic have just about wiped the floor. Eco, lucky to not go down there. That would have been a staggered spawn scenario. 83 already. Space Station have one final push.
Renegade has 12, of course. Towering over the lobby once again. Not a crazy number this time, but still the most in the lobby. And in a couple seconds, might be able to close out this round. Renegade finds 2 more, though.
Double kill.
He gets taken down, and Formal will close out the round.
Just looks so easy.
It does. It's like that meme, the stick figure, come on, do something. Like, Space Station, hello.
It does feel like that.
But it's just hard against this team, and when they start firing, especially on a Sunday, Optic is just different.
Here we go. There's the opening strat we've expected from Optic Gaming. Renegade beelining for the snipe.
Okay. And he's done it again. Name a better duo, Renegade on live fire and the S7 sniper rifle. And also people not looking at him. I guess it's a trio at this point.
Jeez. Space Station have not been able to not only secure trades, but at least the melee from the grave to make your opponent very weak and able to be cleaned up on. They do ultimately clean up on Renegade despite not earning the melee, but there's been a couple of trade scenarios that Space Station had to have, and they've gone 0 for 3 on this.
Stellar has camo snipe.
Enemy has the
This
ball.
is their best
Ball
chance to
drop.
find momentum in this series. They have so far had none.
Ball dropped.
Literally 0. And guess what? The player that you sniped, he's got a QT. Looking for the other side of that portal. And will find Bound, but Bound's going to go ahead and use that portal to take it back to safety on the other side.
Here we go. This is Space Station's lifeline. Ammo, snipe in the hands of the Season 2 MVP, no scope to the dome.
Ball dropped.
Stellar could bring Space Station back right here.
Bound with the double onto Eco and Falcated. Gets taken down shortly thereafter. They do have the lead here. Space Station run out of snipe ammo, has Stellar. And needs this kill. Does that stick? No, it does not. So that kill does not get finished. And with 2 dead with Space Station means Optic have a setup.
Renegade with the sidekick loaded and locked. He's also locked in as he makes his way towards A. Suppressed in a 1v1. Great nade shot there. Suppressed. Should be able to maybe even turn 2.
Formal. Oh, Stellar doesn't realize where he's being shot from and just walks into Formal's reticle. He had an avenue to survive there, but
Ball dropped.
fortunately does not take it. Falcated with a huge heads-up rotation here, actually. Rotating the ball away from Optic and towards his spawning teammates. That's exactly the type of play that Space Station needs right now.
Ball dropped.
Space Station doubling up on Optic here in round 2. A do or die scenario for them, and they're doing it right now. It's Bound. Wraps back towards Falcated and the oddball. Repulsor goes out. Does take down Bound, but Falcated trades out ultimately. Renegade. The last remains of the QT. Doesn't need to use it.
Opts not to. Put Spike Grenade onto the nest. That's going to force Suppress down. Which means Legend might be able to hunt him down with this camo. Spin all item control for Optic.
Did you see him? No.
Not. Camo eyes not available. Back smack comes through.
Not as easy of a double as you'll see for Legend. This triple might be a little bit more difficult. He still gets it. Oh
Okay.
my God.
That's the Legend I've been waiting to see. I don't feel like I've seen him hit those clean 5-shot perfects to clutch in certain moments. This weekend, we just haven't seen that. Like the same way we saw in Arlington and in DreamHack Dallas.
And just as Space Station moments ago had doubled up on the lead, it looks like Optic's in a situation where they can do that. Eco does take down Legend with the snipe. 3 go down for Optic, so with the oddball being reset, Eco should be able to take this back to the tower.
This is definitely the best looking we've seen Space Station, despite, you know, Optic still making great plays. They've kind of weathered the storm a lot better this round than they have in others. Barely trailing now. Have a chance to overtake the lead. Falcated. The only way that he could maybe turn that play around. I respect the attempt. Doesn't pan out though. Suppressed.
Oh my God.
Doesn't win this, and that's the difference right there is when Suppressed is winning those, that's when SSG wins games. But he needs to start winning.
Nice sticky
Oh my
double
God.
kill there. And you're right, Suppressed had even the checkmate grenade to his name, still wasn't able to take down Legend. That might check him out.
Okay, Suppress has actually got 19 kills though, so he's not having a bad game, but sometimes it's those crucial ones that matter most. Here we go though, Space Station with the setup. Moral pushing through on the nest, and look at Renegade's positioning, it's perfect. They are in all the right spots, even if they somehow got through nest. Bound was in the right spot to clean it up. It was perfect positioning on that pinch from Optic, and they steal the setup.
Optic take 4 down for Space Station, regain control of the oddball and the lead. This is where they're typically used to running away with it. So Space Station, arguably with 1 or 2 pushes left up the map, but it might just be 1.
Camo's coming up. Bit of a double dilemma here for SSG. Do they sit and wait for that camo, or do they press on forward? Looks like the call has been made to press forward. They're going to leave the camo behind. If they win this fight, they can always backtrack for it. That's exactly what Stellar does now.
57 to 69. It's been a nice performance here from Space Station so far, but not good enough.
It's a great trade. Burn of the camo there. At least deny that resource to Optic. They've been so deadly with it. Suppressed. Some good shots onto a player, but they will repulse top center to get their shields back. And a nade is waiting for him as he approaches. This
an all-out war on the cuts. Winner of this should be able to get a good stretch of ball time.
Look at Renegade here, able to go from main Slayer for Optic to main OBJ. He's got nearly 100 seconds, 3x the OBJ mastermind that Legend is known for, formal as well with 37 to his name. Impressive game so far from Renegade. He's just doing whatever Optic needs.
He's become their IGL as well. He's calling the shots often. I think this is the season he's been the most vocal in game. And when he's calling the shots, this team is performing. And they might just close out the series right here.
This is it. This is the one final push for Space Station. Legend anticipating the pressure. Repulses that oddball out in the center field. Here comes the push. Using every bit of geometry and teamwork and communication to stay alive. And he won't go down. Instead, it's 3 down for SSG. Renegade looking to wrap up the series. 5 seconds left. Legend goes down. A melee. Doesn't even need it. That'll do it. Optic Gaming with one of the easiest 3-0 sweeps you'll see on Champ Sunday.
Man, I know the SSG fans were really hoping for a better showing, but I don't know if it's necessarily that SSG are playing bad. I just think Optic are playing on a whole different level right now. And FaZe and Shopify should be worried. We're going to see those two teams face off in the winner's bracket finals. The loser will face Optic, who is red hot and look like they are hungry for another title.
Optic Gaming with another confident strut across the main stage. Fist bumps go out, and SSG goes down.
Elamite still all smiles, class act. Saying good game to the competition. Lunchbox, classy as ever. And props to SSG, of course. Another 4th place finish, not what they were hoping for, but of course, they will have another chance to prove what they're capable of in Seattle. Hats off to them.
I'm just trying to think right now, looking ahead a little bit to the Halo World Championship in just a couple of weeks.
Trying to think, don't hurt yourself.
Don't hurt myself? Okay. Oh, sorry, that hurt.
Okay, continue.
I'll ask you, Eli.
Okay.
What do they need to do? Because it feels like they've routinely met their match when they go up against Shopify and Optic Gaming. We know Space Station has the roster. 2 of the best Slayers in Halo. 2 of the most decorated players rounding out the roster, but it just doesn't feel like it when they go up against Optic. They seem to have always met their match. What do they need to do to counter?
Just feels like Optic have more clear game plans in more scenarios than SSG. And I think SSG need to somehow shore up their timing, shore up their strategies. It does feel like sometimes they're split between multiple ideas and concepts. I mean, we even saw it at the Pro League LAN. Even in interviews, that's what they've said is we don't feel like we're fully on the same page just yet. So I don't think we've seen the best of Space Station. I think they're going to get a lot of solid practice these next 3 weeks going into Worlds, and we'll see a better version of them at that time.
All right. Elimination semifinals in the book. Optic will move on to the lower finals where they have routinely made their run through the lower bracket, needing 7 straight series wins. And they're getting pretty close to that 7th one. We'll come back with more Halo after this.
Take me back, leave me buried beneath wondrous stars. Brilliant in disguise, having traveled 1,000 lives, just to satisfy. We'll never know what we're supposed to do. Ain't it true that your heart brings you all the clues? Given the chance, would you be someone new? 'Cause that's in fact what it's asking of you. So let me fly. Take a chance, give it a try. So let me fly. Chase it like it's do or die. Take me back, leave me buried beneath wondrous stars. Brilliant night in disguise, having traveled 1,000
Renegade, my God, yo, you look like you woke up on the right side of the bed today, okay? You know, how you feeling being able to get that win?
Yeah, it was a really good win against a really good team. I think our teamwork is actually like improved somehow as we're just like we get better throughout the tourney. So if we keep playing like that, I'm really confident we're gonna win this.
I'm confident that you guys can win it as well. You keep playing like that, okay? Charlotte, would you guys be confident in them also? You guys are enemy territory, but every event always feels like a home event when it comes down to optics, just based off that fan base. But you still got a lot to do, okay? And I know you guys are all about your business. You ain't giving up no strats. Y'all gonna be playing your game. But what do you want to just tell these fans at home? Because we got a long day before we get back to that finals. And what you want to tell the fans in the venue as well?
To all of my fans, my family, my girlfriend, everyone, thank you guys for supporting. I hear you guys. And keep it up. I'm going to try to win this.
You heard it here. Keep it up, Greenwald. He's going to give it everything he got to win this one. But that's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. You heard the man himself, Renegade, on there. We're going to win this. He's going to try his very best. And I will say, so far, the best has been good enough. On their way through that lower bracket, Tony, I'm coming straight to you because we're kind of flabbergasted right now. Just the pattern that is emerging this season, and I feel like a broken record often actually on the desk, and it's mainly because these pros have me saying the same things over and over and over again. This is the third time we're seeing the exact same thing happen with Optic Gaming. Tony, I kind of actually want to ask you a little bit about the difference between a day 1 versus a day 3 Optic right now, and what you've noticed in particular, because this pattern is unbelievable, undeniable, and that was a completely different roster from what we even saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I joked around with them before we went live, like, they can't keep getting away with this. Like, they just can't. But it's funny. We joke around about it a lot. We say that Optic needs to get dropped to the lower bracket early in order to see that best version of Optic. We continuously joke around about it, but it feels like it's true. Pressure will create diamonds or can burst pipes. And for some reason, when Optic's backs are against the wall, we see the best version of them. When it's do or die, they simply do. And that's what makes them so scary. Formal didn't even wake up in that game number 1. And Optic still took over. And Renegade that game too, God bless.
He was in Olive Garden with the breadsticks, and then really just the one of them. But it didn't matter. That, to me, actually speaks volumes, and not necessarily in a negative way, Snipedown, which is funny to say that because obviously you want to see players turning up when it matters most. But the fact that they got away with that first game so handedly like this, it just looked easy. And obviously it was because of Renegade himself. He was phenomenal, opening every single alleyway in this map for them. Recharge can get awfully scrappy. They thrive there. What did you make at the start of the series and how they really just set a tone immediately?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the most impressive 3-game stretches of games from a single player that I've witnessed in this game so far by Renegade. I mean, what was it? 21-3 and 22-3 or something. It was unbelievable stats there. And honestly, I think regardless of formal stat line, his #1 asset is his communication. And with the way that he communicates, you can tell it's almost like Renegade is playing with the outlines of the players on because of the information that he has. You had Legend with a ton of assists, Formal with the 1 kill, but I promise you the information he was giving was allowing Renegade to be put into the spots, because when you watch him play, even that Game 2 Slayer, it reminded me, I was talking to Wesley back, it reminded me of what I was like in Halo 3, where you just kind of move around the map and people aren't looking at you and you get the picks and it's kind of like, is he invisible? No, it's just because his positioning is that strong and his awareness and map awareness is that strong and that far ahead of other players that it just looks easy.
I just want to put that game 2 in a bit of more perspective for you guys. 22-5 out of Renegade, 22 kills. SSG as a whole only outslayed one person by 11 kills. Like legitimately, like Renegade was going toe-to-toe with the entire SSG roster. And what really stood out to me is also Legend. I feel like we weren't talking enough about Legend afterwards. He had the most damage. He had 14 assists. So Renegade, that ultimate opportunist that he is, he's capitalized. I talk about it all the time. He capitalizes on the damage and the chaos that his teammates create. So want to show some love to Legend with that damage, and look at the stats.
There you go, Tony. It's like you know what you're talking about a little bit here, isn't it?
Once a weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Legend, honestly, just an incredible player. And I think, actually, I wouldn't like the look of this team without Legend on it, to be perfectly honest with you. I think he is actually what makes it very well-rounded for me. He's not only powerful, creating so much damage on a map, but he is so smart and so smooth with it. What an incredible player he is. You're looking at the stats here. This is probably the first time I've seen somebody in this situation in an Elim semi-final on Sunday finish with a 2.33 KD. That is like mind-blowing kind of numbers. Like this is, I don't see 2s on here. I'm sorry, but I don't remember the last time. I don't think I've ever seen a 2 on this graphic, especially not on a Sunday. Unbelievable stuff. And you're looking, it's a bit, you know, kind of topsy-turvy here, right? It's lower half heavy. We're looking at Bound with a 0.8, 0.6 for Formal, which is quite uncharacteristic. However, damage is still there. It's not super out of the realm of like, you know, nothing to talk home about here. But it does matter because what's happening is objective efficiency is coming through. Everybody's doing their job. They don't really care who's getting the kills, who's getting the slays, as long as someone is getting them. And Renegade, like you said, is getting enough for not only his team, but he's basically outslaying every single person on the other side of the stage. It's unbelievable. If he keeps this up, that is going to be so hard to slow down. I mean, it's like down looking across here, obviously Space Station Gaming, it wasn't their time. It wasn't their series. What could you pick apart from the series from them that you want to see heading into Worlds here that they can start to put the pieces together again?
I mean, they just need to practice more. I mean, what is it? The hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard, and I think all these other teams that are ahead of them are working harder than them, and it's going to be impossible for them to get to that level that they want to be if, you know, in the Eco interview we had yesterday, if they're playing catch-up at live tournaments. So let's hopefully going into the final event, they're able to put on a show and perform the way that we know that team truthfully can.
100%. Tony, would you share the same sentiment here for SSG? I mean, you know, they are obviously kind of untraditional when it comes to practicing, and we know that. We've known that for a long time about a couple of the players on the team. However, you know, you're now in Championship Sunday. There's a different level that needs to be met. Maybe it's important to get reps against teams like this in order to be prepared, be fully prepared with what you're coming up against, because the power imbalance there was significant.
Yeah, I mean, Eric is totally right. You know, like we said, they're still gaining experience. They're still trying to figure things out. On the flip side, I will say, I guess on a positive note is, you lost to Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. That's it. So at least you didn't lose to a team that you weren't supposed to. At least you didn't lose to a top 8, a top 12 team. You did what you had to do in pool play. You did what you had to do in bracket play to get to Championship Sunday. I would have been more worried if, like, say, for example, they would have lost to Envy in that pool play or something else. So I will say, there's somewhat of a light at the end of the tunnel, I guess.
100%. I couldn't agree more, actually. I think, you know, we talked about it at the beginning on the desk. Space Station Gaming, they have exceeded expectations heading into Charlotte. I'm hoping they can build on that and learn from it. And hopefully by Worlds, we will see more growth from the Space Station roster, but it will be farewell to them. Here is the championship bracket. We are right now sitting at our winners finals. We've got 2 teams who have been waiting for this moment. One more than the other. We've got Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan, and FaZe, this is the truest test. I couldn't pick a better test right now for them on this day because it's their 2 Kryptonite teams. The teams that just completely exceeded them every single time, no matter how much of a leg up they have had in situations. Optic and Shopify. It is really, really difficult sometimes to get over a hump. You need a ton of confidence, but I will say, with how they've been playing this weekend, I think they have all the confidence they need. They just have to convert. They have to put it together. And we might be seeing that, folks. Hometown team on the main stage, we might be seeing that, although Shopify Rebellion have been looking incredibly clean. And of course, Optic Gaming, they're very comfortable. It seems to be home for them in the elimination bracket, and they are happy to
take down Legend. There it is. Eco gets the headshot. Bound, trying to stay alive in the hill. He goes down as well to Stellar, his former teammate. 2 down for Optic. Space Station, this is their chance to strike.
In the hill is Eco. Suppress locking down these needle side spawns. You do want the elevator spawns for this first hill. It looks like right now Space Station have it. Falcated going to be the anchor position, and also overlook the center of the map to see if he can get some cross-range shots. Formal takes a lot of damage, but survives. That might be massive for him.
Space Station bouncing back here. After 1 minute off of regulation, they're just about 1 short hold away from tying this up at the 50 percentile. Suppressed, anticipating the push from the glass. He's got that plasma pistol charged up, ready to rock. Doubly, no, the fist doesn't come through, and Suppressed goes down.
That's actually massive right now for Optic. They might be able to steal the positions that were stolen from them not too long ago. Formal going to be the one that tries to hold down the needles, but he faces some heavy pressure. Looks like Falcated found a line of sight from the tower. He finds a kill onto Legend and stays alive. This could go either way.
This could go on a little bit longer, Eli. Already a minute and a half off the clock, so keep an eye on that clock. We could be heading towards a situation where we might see a 1-2 low scoring game. Formal works his way from the bottom of the staircase, goes back to the respawn screen. Nice shots. Was that Eco across the map with the 5 perfect shots? Eco having himself a good game. He's died a little too much, 4 and 5, but he's got the most slays on his team. That's not what we're used to seeing.
I mean, not online, I guess, but on land, this guy shows up time and time again. They have been kind of hard locked at that 4th place position so far this year.
Look at this, Formal. Doesn't have a slay yet, but he's going to put the most important number on the board, it looks like, going up 1-0. And what happens when Formal starts to warm up? However, Space Station and Stellar in the hill. How does Stellar want to play this with the camo? He's going to push it out.
Yeah, you know that the team is going to do their absolute best to keep Stellar alive. Yes, Optic's at 99%, but that last 1% is the one that matters the most. And with Stellar making some plays like that, Space Station might be able to steal this. Need to get more hill time, though. They're not in the hill.
Just waiting. Yeah, right as you said that, I'm like, where's the red? There you go. Stellar. I like this setup here, but Legend anticipates. His former teammate knows what he was doing with it. I thought Stellar had the perfect line of sight, the perfect angle, the perfect flank, but Legend takes that back instead, and Optic take hill number 1. Formal still with no slays, but Optic are winning the game.
I mean, we said it yesterday. Who cares about the stats if your team is winning the game? You're clearly doing something right. Legend is going to route to the back silo area with just 2 shots of this shock rifle remaining. Teammate in the hill underneath. At this point, Space Station, I mean, honestly, I think that snipe might just seal this hill entirely, and Space Station are going to start to think about next.
Perfect reversal shot caller, triple medal stacks up for Legend there. He's earned himself plenty of commendations. A few more there from Jeff Steitzer as Optic absolutely dominate hill number 2. It took 2 minutes plus or so to score first and 2 seconds to take a 2-0 lead, but not a Formal goes down, and just as Space Station needed to break through into C, they have an opportunity, but because the time is dwindling so low, Eli, they got to make this a 1-1 game.
Yeah, that was a pretty ballsy call to still contest this hill. Of course, the push was good and it worked, but you got to play flawless from here on out. Optic just have to make one good play to score their 2nd point. And the flip side of that conversation is you don't want to allow Optic to go up 2-0, so it makes more sense to contest this hill. But like I said, got to be perfect. And unfortunately, it is Optic that will sneak in and take it. Now can Space Station set up for next?
Speaking of sneaking in, it's Renegade with the camo. He gets spotted out, suppressed, trying to chase out with the plasma. Chase grenade frag goes out, 1-2. But it's the 1-2 tap for Renegade that takes him down instead.
Okay, Falcated's got some positioning in the elevator, as does Eco, but he falls to Legend. Renegade with this camo and combo combination, gonna be able to just hold this space. And it's Formal still on the goose egg, which is something I just frankly cannot comprehend right now.
It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable, and it's not even to say that he's costing his team. He's not costing. He's got 5 assists. Death count a little on the high side, but hey, he's got 2 of the caps.
His teammate Renegade has 15 before he has 1.
I'm truly at a loss for words. That's why we're laying out right now. I am so
but they're up
shocked.
2-0, so who cares?
I'm more shocked at how good Optic look. Not a Formal goosing, because eventually he's going to get on the board. He's not going to go an entire Halo Infinite Chip Sunday match without getting a kill, ladies and gentlemen. There's no way, right?
He's not you, so yeah, you're right.
He does rack up another assist, so Formal finding ways to make an impact on the match, despite never fatally taking down a member of Space Station. That's nuts.
And it's very clear they've decided to go ahead and start playing time. I mean, this is a pretty ballsy call as well. Early in the game, this decision was made. Space Station are able to break through and step in it, but for how long is the question. But it's just a minute left in regulation. This could end as a 2-0 game.
Renegade lining up the reticle for a slide through. He gets it, but he does not land the shot. Does get a body shot, though. Another one. That should mean Falcon is going to be an easy cleanup. It is. Renegade now swapping the shot to the plasma pistol. Anticipating the push. Coming through from the Dorito. Suppressed. And look at that! Renegade instantaneously recognized he got stuck, so he went towards the 2nd player and made sure he took both down.
Actually forced a suicide instead of getting the kill himself. Or maybe a team kill, but regardless, Formal gets on the board with that trade, now 1 in 10. But he doesn't care about that because 39 seconds of regulation. They just got to hold Space Station out.
So if Optic can absolutely dominate Space Station with Formal going 95% of the match without getting a single slay, what does it look like when Formal looks like Championship Sunday Formal? I'm nervous for Space Station right now. Very, very nervous.
I mean, even more so when Renegade is in Renegade form at 20-5. This man on your screen has yet another camo. Got a couple stickies to work with, but more importantly, the clear line of sight to the players that contest this hill will take Eco out of the equation for his 21st. The rest of Optic look to push forward.
4 go down, and with 4 seconds left on the clock, Space Station.
What a game.
Poof, man. Again, Olive Garden.
Formal's got to be laughing right now.
He is.
Do you see Renegade smiling right there? He's like, bro, you really got 1 kill?
Even Formal had like a cheeky little side grin when he got his first trade. His only kill in the game was a trade.
The Olive Garden.
I cannot believe what we just saw.
The Olive Garden breadstick on Championship Sunday is not something.
To dominate though.
To win.
To dominate.
And look
Let's
at
see
his
his
damage. He did 3K damage, which is pretty low comparatively in the lobby. Renegade had over 5K, so.
Wow.
But that's a statistical anomaly, to say the least.
Now, on the other side for SSG, Suppressed wasn't helping out the cause. As one of the main slayers, he has to put up more than 5 throughout the course of, what was that, 10 minutes or so? My God.
They're vibing, they're creating videos. They really are a team dynamic that I think most will strive for. They have great vibes, their chemistry is off the charts, but most importantly, it translates into gameplay. I think a dynamic of a team is really difficult to kind of force here. I think you just land in the right place at the right time with people who are level-headed and have the same ideology here. And Snipedown, I'm seeing that consistently from all 4 of them. It was really like that from the second they all got together in the off-season, which is why I feel like they were so successful. They weren't challenged at all until Optic Gaming, but they've now found their foot. They know how to adjust when it matters most. How are you feeling about Shopify's chances against FaZe here?
I mean, I definitely feel confident with Shopify's chances. They've been the most consistent team, I think, for the last few events in terms of getting to where they're at right now. Honestly, this team in general, I think, is an easy team to root for because you have a couple up-and-comers. You had Renegade and Shotzi in Halo 5, and now you have, like the Legends, and now you have the Cycles and the Last Shots on this team. And this is a team when it was put together, and I think everyone knew they had the skill, but didn't know what to expect when it came to this roster because of the new talent. And I love the fact that they didn't just go to household names and pick up friends and do this. They really decided these are the best people that we think we can put together for this team, the best play styles, and we're seeing it finally come to fruition, and it's doing it at the right time.
They really do have difference makers on that side. Every single one of those players can really step up when it matters most, and it's going to matter an awful lot in this series. On the other side of the stage, and I want you guys to be excited for this because of course it is your hometown team, FaZe. They are in a fantastic position. They are feeling really comfortable right now, coming off an incredible series against TSM last night, feeling themselves. This team, can they ride that wave? Can they continue forward? Let's meet the hometown heroes.
Silo, just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all? Wait, listen, you madman, an overkill.
Well, the buzzword for this team has been growth. It's been consistency. It's been how can we get better from here? Because there are just 2 teams that are in our way, and every single time we feel like we are about to do it, it just falls apart. And it's been very, very unfortunate to watch. And we talked a couple of things about what really might have been missing objectively, certain kind of situations in the series layout. Tony, how has that growth been though in Charlotte? Where are they at now?
Yeah, we often talk about FaZe being one of the best Slayer teams coming into this event, but we challenge them to improve in their objective efficiency. Well, I'm looking at map number 1 and map number 3, which are first objective game types that we're seeing. Oddball and Recharge, CTF, and Aquarius. These are mapping game modes that FaZe have previously struggled on. Well, so far, CTF and Oddball, undefeated at this tournament are FaZe. We challenged them to get more objective efficient, and they answered that immediately.
Yeah, I mean, if there is ever a time for FaZe to take this and get themselves into the grand finals, this is it. Because if you don't win the game types that you have been so consistently winning, and then you end up in the losers bracket against a red-hot Optic, it's going to be tough and could take a mental toll.
I think my biggest concern right now for FaZe is not about how much they've improved. Obviously, it's pretty clear, right? It's about Shopify Rebellion and how easy it is for them to be so efficient. It's like second nature at this point in time. So my question mark for FaZe really comes into, are you ready for the level of kind of teamwork and strategy and structure that they have, not just being forced, but it's muscle memory at this point. We're looking at players who are moving around the map. For example, even Cycle and Lashot, to be perfectly honest with you, the way that they move around the map and position themselves, it's unbelievable. It's years ahead of really their age, and it's truly extraordinary to see. It's what wins in games. That having that level of structure and composure on a map is massive, and it really does bode well for the efficiency of objective work. I mean, what happened yesterday where I blinked and literally a CTF game was over on Collie, I could not believe my eyes. That is going to be really, really difficult for FaZe, but I'm hoping they can step up to the mark. Tony, are you feeling kind of secure in the thoughts with FaZe here, getting on that main stage, knowing like, okay, we're going up against the most buttoned up team? Are we as buttoned up? Because actually, when you look at playstyles, they're quite similar in playstyles. Both these teams want to be efficient. They want to work well together. They're not scrappy teams going head to head. This is going to be who outworks who.
Well, and like I said, I'm really proud of FaZe for making the improvements going into this tournament, but I will say on the flip side of things, Shopify Rebellion already had the widest map pool. They were already great at Oddball and CTF coming into this tournament, and it's the same from them. And I will say, I'm happy you mentioned Cycle. Watch out for Cycle, because specifically when matched up against FaZe, he outslays everybody else in the lobby by 20 kills in a series. He tops out assists. He is always the player to watch specifically when going up against FaZe.
I will say if there are two players right now on either side that you want to maybe remove from the game in terms of the power that they have on a map, it's got to be Cycle and probably Snakebite as well. Those two are going to be very difficult. They have been making extraordinary plays for their team, and they're going to try to step up the most. So we'll have to see what happens very shortly. And you know, guys, it is time to get onto the main stage. It's time to hand over to our two wonderful casters who are taking the reins. Boys, last major of the season, last winners finals of...
Thank you, Lottie. We'll take it from here. Joined with me is Eli the Ninja. We'll be bringing you guys the action to come here at HCS Charlotte. And so far, I mean, the story's been Optic Gaming. They've been fantastic on the lower side. They'll have to take on whoever comes down the lower side from this Shopify Rebellion FaZe match. So what are your initial thoughts so far on this matchup here, Eli?
I mean, the reality is Shopify look absolutely untouchable, but I have some hope for FaZe because we've seen Snakebite playing unreal. And when Snakebite is on, this whole team is on. You got Penguin, who's the guaranteer. This guy's always here on Championship Sunday, putting up big numbers. But that man under screen, Frosty, has been demonic over the past month or so, and they're going to have to shut him down.
And so far, it feels like the story of this tournament has been two players in particular. On the Optic Gaming side, it's been Renegade. He's been unbelievable. But Shopify Rebellion, they've been dominant, and I think Cycle has really stepped into his own. I was shocked when they did the
KD
awards.
Oh,
and I'm like, how is he getting support when he's like slaying the way that he is? I mean, it's understandable. Renegade's been having a crazy tournament as well, but like Cycle, that might as well have been like, hey, this is actually a KD award, because he was slaying just as crazy as Renegade's been this tournament as well.
Yeah, Cycle 1.48, I want to say it was, at the end of yesterday. Renegade less. It was interesting when they gave Renegade the Slayer award, they specified in bracket play. So he has the highest KD from bracket play, but if you add pools to it, it's Cycle topping the entire tournament. But
yeah, just for reference, like Cycle, when he played against Complexity in pool play, he had 17 deaths.
In the whole series.
In the series.
That's insane.
So in 3 games, he had 17 deaths. Like, that's the absurdity that we're seeing, because not only, you know, what Cycle's known for, right? Staying alive, but the other part of it, like, once you start getting the slays, the objective to go with it, and he stays alive, like, good luck.
I mean, this is a guy that I was talking about last year, even when he was on Shopify Rebellion. He was often top KD in the whole tournament, second He finished top KDA multiple tournaments in a row, not even in the grand finals. So imagine him winning a tournament, what kind of numbers he could be putting up. Could be historic at the end of this.
Well, it looks at our best of 5 oddball recharge, going to be the first map up for grabs, and that's one where, you know, get yourself settled in, right? This is usually a big battle of attrition. Who will be able to get those first 2 points on board?
I will say I think this is one of FaZe's better maps. I mean, as a very meticulous, organized, timing-focused team, this map really leads to their strengths. I gotta say though, Shopify is also incredible at this map for a lot of the same reasons. This opening break gonna be so important.
And Last Shot going straight into the fray. Wants to get involved in every gunfight. 3 players that he is able to get damage on are the cleanups in Shopify Rebellion from all around the map. Get the cleanups, and Frosty, that's a way to start a game. Overkill, able to clean up all that damage left behind.
We didn't get to see any of it from his POV.
Dude, I'm sure we'll be having a tweet from Frosty later on. Like, why are you not recording my POV?
To start your championship Sunday with an overkill is unreal. I don't know how many players can say they've ever done that, but it's a huge hot start for Shopify.
Cycle gonna try to get involved, wins a big one against Snakebite, and that's gonna secure the shock right before his camo, but great heads-up awareness. FaZe send every nade they have, take care of that camo, and are working on making that ball theirs. And they've done it. And realistically, right, you gave up an overkill, you gave up shock, you gave up camo, but you only lost 5 seconds, and Lucid already has this ball back towards his team.
This is the comfortable setup that FaZe want. They want to be back C, they want to watch all the lanes. They kind of all low side, must be a little bit weak from pressure coming in, but this is a great early start for FaZe. They will go ahead and play the ball. Last Shot goes for the Frosty grapple shot onto the oddball, but misses, and the play will reset.
With that, I mean, limiting FaZe's time to just 17 seconds. Rebellion been very effective at these breaks thus far, but FaZe been answering right back, getting their slays. They're in better position, and Penguins hitting better shots. 5 perfect ones across the map.
Huge slay there, but Last Shot answers with a double kill. Nice insta-explode there from Penguin. Right now it's just Lucid closest to the oddball. Trade's happening on the opposite side of the map. Lucid just going to try to hold down the fort until the team comes off spawn.
And left in isolation, Frost trying to make the most of the situation. Not backing down from this fight, and neither is Trippy. Both of them going for that damage, but Trippy opting to get that ball will wait for his shields, and Frosty not seemingly giving up on that angle. Trippy going to be in trouble as Last Shot finally breaks through the back door.
Yeah, it feels like every time Shopify needed, it's Last Shot showing up with a double kill. Has not amounted to ball time until this very moment, where Frosty does start to accumulate more. He's also going to take that ball towards the backside of C, but they don't have any pressure holding C on the tower side, so Frosty's going to fall.
They're going to be a bit mixy here. Royal 2 versus Trippy, and the damage advantage in Trippy's favor will allow him to get the kill, but that camo's still up for grabs. I don't know if Cycle got the bird. It might be Snakebite that just got away with the camo.
Unfortunately, Last Shot's grenade gets caught in the luggage, but it doesn't matter. Lands the shots anyways. Penguin will come in to clean it up, and FaZe continuing to lead in this game.
Penguin looking around. He only has 4 bullets. Oh, doesn't need any of them. I don't know how. That's a back smack, but it's just chaos that ensues. Might be some of the most unique Halo kills you'll see in a short sequence.
A player that's not even on his screen, he back smacks, and then a player that's not even on his screen sticks him in the face. I mean, weird sequence of events. Ultimately, both teams kind of trading out in that engagement. Nice plasma pistol usage. Unfortunately, the full charge doesn't come through in time to land onto Royal 2.
Closing down that space. That's 3 down, as Trippy will be the only one that remains for FaZe. We see them start hitting their rotation through pipes. It's going to be Frosty versus Trippy in an important fight for this pipe side control.
Frosty just narrowly missing that snipe shot. Doesn't matter though. Royal 2's got his back. It's cleaned things up. Should be aware that all of FaZe are stuck in this elevator side, so Frosty trying to alleviate the pressure towards the pipes. They need to get a few slays before they can comfortably grab this oddball.
And realistically, I mean, Frosty started off the game with an overkill, 1 in 6 since then. You feel that this shock rifle is a big piece to him getting back into the game, but those shots not quite hitting in FaZe. I mean, since the start of this game, after giving up those opening seconds, they seem to be very comfortable and in control.
I don't want to call him out this early, but when Frosty is missing shots, that's when they have lost in tournaments. The first 2 Sundays that this team made it to, Frosty was not quite there. He needs to start stepping it up for his squad.
Trying to get away, not able to get around that corner, but still, Trippy, even with the loss of numbers, able to get a little bit more of that time, throws it out into that play position and stays alive. I mean, so far, FaZe playing a very clean game, and success will continue for them. Really well played there by Trippy, using that corner, the noob combo, giving him an easy kill.
Good patience, too, to just make sure it was going to land. Some people pull the trigger too early, or I guess let go of the trigger, and might miss that shot, but Trippy knows how to utilize the sandbox to its maximum potential. New camo is up. And these slays mean that FaZe have a better chance to get it.
That Lucid able to drop down. That's going to take Frosty out before that camo can really get put to use. And so far, I think FaZe has done a pretty fantastic job of limiting Shopify Rebellion's ability with the camouflage. That's oftentimes, I think, a key difference between them and other teams is how effective they are with power-ups and power weapons.
Absolutely, and this is a fantastic start for FaZe. I mean, they're on the verge of going ahead and closing out round number 1. Shopify have only accumulated 10 total seconds, and now they're in a position where they have to just hold forward. And they're holding forward right into the commando of snake bites. Just outputting tons of damage.
And even then, right, they lost a couple too many players. Shopify Rebellion's not going to be able to get to that ball. The cleanups from Lucid. Double kill from him. He's going to be able to grab this ball. They just need 10 more seconds here. They are winning this crucial gunfight after crucial gunfight.
And they're cleaning up the damage whenever they need to. Penguin's in the right spot to not only finish the kills, but also grab the oddball and put it into his possession. They might just end this round.
Yeah, just a couple more seconds and they done it. That was clean. Shopify Rebellion, they were limited to just 10 seconds of oddball time. This double kill, to me, was the statement that needed to be made. It should have been a clean exit for Shopify Rebellion on their break. They were not able to get away with that kill, with those kills, with that damage. FaZe is cleaning up when it's necessary. That is some of the best gameplay I've seen from them.
Not only that, they win the opening break slay as well. Camo still bottom center. Penguin in a great spot to contest it. Royal 2 knows he's here though. Takes the front line so Frosty can grab it. Cycle quickly rotates the ball into pipes, and just as I said, FaZe had won the break. I am completely wrong. It's Shopify in full control.
This is, I think, the big piece that was missing in the last round was Frosty having those camouflages, the shock rifles, and creating impactful plays with them. That is the top tendency you see from Shopify Rebellion, is that power-up, power weapon control, and FaZe still limiting the ability of Frosty there, only limiting him to 1 kill.
Yeah, that was a great trade out from Lucid there in a position where he was 100% gonna die. But take one to the grave with him can sometimes lead to more, but it's last shot with the shock rifle, shutting down the rotation towards his oddball player, just giving FaZe nothing to work with.
And they're not getting away from him, starting to heat up that shock rifle, hitting true. And right now, Shopify Rebellion, this round is completely different from the previous. They are getting time in spades. They are able to slay while grabbing time. The FaZe pressure has been across the map. This is the first time that we're seeing an entry play close to the ball, and right now it's cool, calm, and collected. They switch off on the damage. That is perfect play by Rebellion.
I mean, the first and second rounds so far could not be any more different. This is absolute domination so far. FaZe cannot get their hands on this ball. This one's going fast. And every single time, yes, they're getting some kills. Yes, they're getting some trades, but there's always one more member of Shopify there to hold the ball.
And how impressive is Cycle so far? 12 kills, 12 deaths, 12 assists. Hey, we like that across the board, but he also has been getting all of the time for his team in this round. Just really well played thus far, and Cycle continuing to have a great tournament.
Okay, this was the best looking moment for FaZe so far in this round. So they got 2 dead. Last shot also gets taken down with some great teamwork from FaZe. But looks like the ball still comfortable in A.
And that's when I think FaZe is best, is when we see sort of the teamwork bait and switch style gameplay. We have 3 players on this team that have teamed forever, right? And Snakebite injecting a new version of this core roster. I've been very pleasantly surprised with their performance thus far.
I'm actually, from seeing Lucid, I'm really happy to see how aggressive he's playing, because that has been one of his, I guess, detriments, is playing a little bit too fast or too slow at times, but I'm seeing him aggressively chow people. He is not afraid to fight, and that's what FaZe need.
Right now, Shopify Rebellion only 9 seconds away from this round. FaZe, a bit of a rough start. They've dug themselves a deep hole, but there's still a lot of neutral time to play around with 3 minutes and 33 seconds in which they can play around that ball being on the ground and slaying out. The big thing, not letting Rebellion get their clean entries, and Frosty just provided the cleanest entry possible. A double kill from him will open up those spawns. That ball will go in Rebellion's favor as long as they get this last kill.
That was a disgusting double from Frosty. Kills one, and then Wild Week somehow killed Snakebite as well. I think that's going to do it for this round. FaZe have to hold forward, but no one's moving. I guess they're content to go to round 3.
They know that one's done, and look, the first 2 rounds, it's completely inverted. The way that it happened. Both teams are able to just have dominant displays.
I want to say last shot, I was calling out how Frosty was missing some shock rifle shots. Last shot picked up where he was not hitting, and I think that's crucial for this team, and for Frosty to have the self-awareness. You know what, I'm not hitting right now. How about you get the snipe?
It always is just hot hand is the top priority in my opinion. Just make sure whoever's hitting shots is getting that one away. Camo hands of Penguin, but not able to get away. He thought he was clear, but if Shopify Rebellion were not letting that camo, was not letting that camo get around the corner.
Cycle 15 assists, last shot plus 10, 25 and 15. The 2 young guns. First time Grand Finals appearances this year. They're looking like the best in the lot.
Snakebite able to find his kill, but the trade outs are quick, and with that we need to see clean 3-4 downs to get clean ball time here, and it just isn't happening. Royal 2, whoa, making it a jungle gym out there. They get a couple down early. They're gonna try to force this ball to C plat. They get the 3 down, ball going over into the play position. Well set up by Shopify Rebellion.
Last shot gonna be the entry point that they got to get through, and step 1 is complete. They should go straight on through. Looks like Shopify holding the ball as long as possible before they have to play ball it. I like that efficiency.
FaZe did a good job coming off spawn, just getting into the face of Shopify Rebellion, limiting them to only 8 seconds, and even then they tried to get as much of those 8 seconds as they could.
Okay, Trippy does a lot of damage before being taken down. Cycle answers back. Great grenade shot there on the Lucid. Has help from last shot as well. And we're now back into a bit of a chess match as both teams vie for a couple slays so they can grab the ball.
FaZe trying to lurk their way into A, but Cycle has that cross angle shut down. Frosty acts on that damage, and there's the 3 down. Something that I think has been really necessary for both sides to get this ball time. They are waiting for their clean wipes.
I don't know if that was intentional. When he was strong siding away, he meleeed, and I think that does kind of contort your Spartan and the hitboxes. Like, I really think he's getting that dirty.
We might have to nerd out with him a little bit later and be like, yo, are you doing this on purpose? There are like little things you see sometimes, you're like, I wonder if that's on purpose or maybe it's a coincidence. But that one, if it is on purpose, that's a very interesting tech.
I mean, you got to optimize in every single possible way to have an edge at the highest levels of Halo Infinite. Shopify having another great start to the round. This might be FaZe opportunity. Gets a ball, but yeah, that plasma grenade completely changes the situation. I think he threw the ball into A and then had to run.
That became like a situation where it was unfortunate to bad to worse, right? It was like, I like the idea of trying to push it into A, but at the end of the day, they got the camouflage. They were able to find those slays eventually, and they just retake the position. I thought it could have been over when Snakebite went down to 1 shot, but FaZe masterfully played that position, and now Shock Camo's in their possession.
So what I was talking about was the aggression from Lucid. He grabs that camo, pushes right into gold, grabs the shock. This man's not afraid of anything right now. He is playing at the pace that is required to beat a team like Shopify.
Now you see them moving that ball in towards the pipe. Cycle trying to break in some spawns at A. I don't think they are aware of Cycle's position. He has an easy drop on the Snakebite, and Snakebite gonna have a tough time getting staying alive, but wow. All right, he was caught by surprise, down 3 shots in the fight. He manages to find a trade, and that's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle going down early seemed critical there.
Yeah, last shot kind of staggered as well. Royal 2 was the last player alive, had to just sit and wait. Now that all 4 are alive, they're going to likely send 2 through the glass side, 2 towards tower side. Frosty's going to go ahead and attack through the Mangler door. Last shot actually cuts through bottom center, but so far it's FaZe with the opening break. Slay, they might be able to hold this for longer.
And when they lost that number, it slows them down significantly. They are not going to be able to push just willy-nilly. Last shot cutting through the middle of the map, gets a lot of damage. No one cleans him up. Royal 2 gets 2, and Penguin is left in isolation, and he just helplessly watches the ball get picked up by Shopify Rebellion. They cut through the middle of the map like it was nothing.
Yeah, Penguin kind of had to stay here and just trust that his teammates would hold it down because his position was integral for their setup. But when his team falls, he's just left to now has to push forward. Team is here. Great timing with this push. Trippy up the stairs at the same time. Penguin rounds the corner, and they've successfully broken the setup of Shopify immediately.
Might as well have been a meat grinder there. I mean, every player was in position to get those angles, and FaZe will reap the rewards. Able to get that ball back in the pipes, and the spawns of Shopify Rebellion are across the map. It's going to take them quite a while to get a contest, and even then, they have to take a detour to deal with camouflage.
Camo's still up. Snakebite wants to reroute to get the Shroud while he waits for his shields. Great multitasking. Great job getting the camo. I don't think he's going to get out with his life. He will not, as Cycle finds the double, and the rest of the team will push through.
Cycle ton of damage taken, and he'll come back for the challenge. Are you kidding me? He's down to 1 shot, and he still takes it. He's still challenging. He wants all the smoke.
He's wide out in the open.
He's still challenging.
He should be dead to rights. How is it? Okay, finally, the grenade takes him down with the Hail Mary. But Cycle displaying how he is historically compared to Pistola. The man just outputs damage and stays alive in ridiculous situations.
And in order to get away with plays like that, you have to have a supreme understanding of timing and player intention. He understood that player is not anticipating the re-challenge and takes advantage of the psychology that comes from it. And that is high-level Halo. And to us, it's just 1 kill. But to make kills like that happen takes next level understanding.
That's something you can't teach either. And he's one of the youngest guys on the stage, if not the youngest. So for him to just innately understand that is so impressive.
Ooh, that's a ton of damage that comes through. Frosty did not anticipate that sort of play from FaZe. And with that, they lose their numbers in the pipes, but a split spawn. Oh, whoa, Lucid takes too much damage. The cleanups are in. Rebellion stabilizing in their pipes. There's only 40 seconds left on the neutral clock. Rebellion needing to make up an 11-point difference.
Huge play out of Royal 2 there. Got rid of Lucid and got another, and he's not even done yet. Gets another kill and a beatdown before falling.
Big fight. Huge nade.
Time has been the same for quite some time. It's been 68 to 57 for a very long time. Frosty, the only way he could get this ball safely was with use of that grapple, and he might just steal the lead with 17 seconds remaining.
Once they do get this lead, he's probably going to throw it back out in the middle. He has 2 more grapples to get that ball back if they ever wanted it. Gonna try to get some pad. There we go. 3 down. It's just Lucid that's alive, and his position's known. The spawns are staggered. The time's running out. They just have 10 seconds to get to this ball.
Last shot just got a triple kill to win this round. Off screen, didn't get to see it, but Shopify will close out game number 1. They started slow in that first round, but once they came into form and started playing like themselves, that's all she wrote.
A massive play by Rebellion. The fist bumps are out. They know that they just got they went to war in a battle to win that game, and that's a good sign for them because so far it's been a fairly easy tournament. They haven't had to grind out matches like that, and really what I think has differentiated the top 4 from the top 2 so far this year have been close games like that. The Rebellions, the Optics of the world close out those types of games.
They're definitely closers, our Shopify Rebellion. This game was the last shot show though. 40 kills, 16 assists to add to it, plus 15 difference, 20.3 KDA. On the other side, Snakebite, once again, having a hell of a tournament, 35 and 29 with 18 assists. But overall, the total number of assists a bit higher on the side of Shopify. It felt like they were working together just ever so slightly. Look at that, though. It's 182 to 182. Yeah, Shopify won the rounds, but it was dead even in total time.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, the inverse in round 1 and round 2. It was really like the story of 2 blowouts and then a very close bout that went down to time. For 40 kills from last shot, absurd. He has 9 more than the next in the lobby.
I totally forgot Frosty started this game with an overkill, by the way.
Right? It's like, it's crazy that the overkill is like one of the most least memorable moments in this game because of how crazy, you know, each round was.
Also, it being off screen doesn't help its forgettability, but hopefully we'll catch the next one. Last shot. I think last shot, just being in form, being the damage machine that he is, bodes well for Shopify. I will say Frosty, like I said before, felt a little bit shaky, not quite full Frosty level yet, but when Last Shot and Cycle are themselves, it doesn't matter. This team will pop off.
We're seeing so often. I think Cycle just is a very unique player right now in the way that he approaches gunfights, the way that he approaches his life. It feels like we're seeing like the new era of Halo player coming in, like this mix of that old school style stay alive gameplay is becoming hybrided with that patented hyper aggressive playstyle that we saw enter into Halo when Shotzi and Renegade and Frosty joined into the HCS. It's the perfect combination of old and new.
He's also just a perfect complement to the rest of this team, right? Like, you think about Frosty and Royal 2, they're best when people are not looking at them and they can just roam the map and do whatever they want. That opens up because of players like Cycle, who are just drawing all of the attention to themselves, but also staying alive. It's kind of like what Bound is supposed to do for Optic, but I feel like Cycle is often just surviving better than Bound does, so he's doing it even better.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? Because it's like they do the same thing, but they do it in very different ways. And I think the way that we talk about teams being built is such a great point, right? Because these teams at this point, like, it's the complementary positions that they have with each other, right? The play style, the yin and the yang that can make all the difference. But you saw it on the screen just before. 7-0 so far in the tournament for FaZe on Slayers. They've been dominant in the game mode. Shopify Rebellion, can they hand FaZe their first loss on the game type?
I mean, Shopify would probably be the team to do it. Rockets and Sniper going to be of massive consequence. Interesting starting strat from Frosty. I think he predicted that a member of FaZe would try to rotate through the bottom, but Cycle goes straight top Rockets and gets a double kill, likely with help from across the map. And just like that, it's a perfect start for Shopify.
Oh, it's more than perfect now because they're going to stagger out these next spawners. Look, they're splitting out the last spawner of FaZe, so they're going to clean these up. And then you see on the other side, that player, Royal 2 in isolation on the elbows, picking it off.
No way.
Now they have him completely zoned out. This is literally perfect gameplay for Kali. I cannot emphasize enough how dominant the heads-up awareness, the position, the timings that we just saw from Shopify Rebellion.
There are, I don't think, any other teams in this venue that make that play where one player after a 4 dead says, I'm going to kill the split spawner.
And he's ready for it, right? He's sitting there pre-aiming from the elbow. Like, we see it off screen, but that is why, like, when we talk about playing in isolation, I think Royal 2 basically invented the role. The way that he plays, the way that how comfortable he is in playing in that one-off position as his teammates work as 3 makes this Rebellion team so potent because they can create bigger openings from mistakes that other teams make because of what Royal 2 is able to do in isolation.
You say he might have invented it. Any of the old heads will say that was probably Neighbor back in the day. But hey, I mean, I know you weren't around back then. You don't know about Mason Cobb.
I was talking to Royal 2 about it. He's like, nah, the way I play, no one else is doing it before me. Frosty sniping his heads. Wigs peeled.
Dude, this is
3 down.
This is getting
and they're going to do the same thing. Look, these guys are going to spawn right in front of Frosty. It's the same exact setup that we saw before, but this time Frosty's sniper shot goes astray.
Penguin with some beautiful movement right there. Jumps on top of the little light fixture to make himself a difficult target for Frosty to hit. That's exactly what you got to do. When you're in this blender, you got to find a way out. So far, it has been extremely difficult for FaZe to do. They have cut the lead ever so slightly, but it is still utter domination for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, a 12-kill lead in FaZe. They had a A 7-0 start. Dude, you see that? That thruster pack was going crazy, man. They've been perfect in Slayers. And this looks like anything but perfect. I mean, this is dominant. You would never imagine the stats that we had seen from FaZe, the way that Rebellion is running through them at the moment.
I mean, this is just further exemplifying what we always say. The top two are so far ahead of the rest. We just saw Optic absolutely dominate SSG, not even close. Are we going to see that again? I mean, of course, the first game here was very competitive. So far, this one is not.
Rockets still on the pad. They let these Rockets sit for over 30 seconds now. They're going to be up now in parallel with that sniper. So fights on both sides of the map are going to be so important, and Cycle not losing it. You get him in close quarters like that, that's when he's so comfortable.
Those are some of my favorite kills. The melee into thrust away, headshot, something so satisfying about those kills. It looks like he will be able to kill Last Shot, who was trying to scurry away with that sniper. Couple kills going in favor of FaZe. Cycle just once again, is his headshot hitbox smaller than everyone else's? Like
somehow
they just can't kill this man.
And you know, this thing is, Frosty not going to peek the corner, but right now FaZe, they look much better, but the reality is these are stabilizing efforts, right? And you don't need stabilization, you need offensive power, you need something to spurt yourself forward. Did he read Frosty? Frosty might just get a brutal flank here. Oh, the stick just missed.
Wow, okay, that's actually a huge shutdown for Frosty. I feel like Frosty probably could have waited a little bit longer to have the go-ahead from the rest of the squad, that he had the right timing. And because he dies early, FaZe have been allowed back into this. Penguin still has 5 bullets to sniper, and he's trying to rotate to a more unpredictable position.
See, this game very much slowing down. 5 bullets in this sniper. You want to make sure each one of them finds at least the body or a head of your opponent.
Unfortunately, this is one of the worst feelings as a sniper. You don't see anyone on your screen, but all you see is your teammates dying in the kill feed. And you're like, man, should I have been in a different spot to keep my teammates alive? Gonna have to just think about that right now, as all of Shopify are gonna chuck every grenade they have into this game.
And it can feel very purposeful from Rebellion that they waited. They just isolated the sniper, iced him out until they were ready on the collapse. And then once they identified the position, they sent players from 3 different angles. There's just nothing Penguin can do there to stay alive.
It was like a 7-0 kill run for Shopify when they were already massively in the lead.
And that's when they're lacking power weapon control. And I think this is what makes the difference between good and great teams. Good teams know how to take advantages and create leads with them. Great teams, the best teams, can put themselves in disadvantageous positions and grow leads, find comebacks. Shopify Rebellion played perfect down in power on the map.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew that there was a sniper lurking, but they isolated targets one by one, systematically eliminated them. Cycle's content to just bait these rockets.
Yeah, he's going to let them bolt past him. All Penguin got the angle, though.
It's a good push from FaZe. Should be able to secure these and might be able to get more.
So risky play by Cycle, because Penguin just jumps up, he sees him. Once he identifies, right, then the 2 players know where to look. But Shopify Rebellion, reacting well from the chaos, are able to find their following kills. And these rockets have been a big bait, but they might just get grabbed here. Last Shot thinking about it, he will. Oh, didn't quite get it, but will have his chance on the second.
Okay, Trippy with a really nice wall hop there. There's that little ledge on that bridge to get some extra height. Makes you a more difficult target to be rocketed on the ground. And FaZe do get it several kills in a row. We have seen that this map is historically a game of runs, but when Cycle finds a pick like that, that might be the opening that Shopify needed.
And Cycle, I mean, he's 12-7, which is impressive. Let's make it 12-8 now, but then you combine it the fact that he has double-digit assists, right? He's just everywhere. He is doing what he can for his team always. It is so valuable to have a player that is just involved in the way that he is. It makes life easy for the remaining players of Rebellion. They're just 1 kill away from going up 2-0 against the home crowd.
It's not an official Steaktacular, but you might as well call it one, because it sure felt like it. It's just a matter of time.
It's done certainly the same psychic damage.
For sure.
There it is, Frosty gonna finish off that last kill. Game 2 was a one-sided affair, and something that I was a bit surprised because of how well FaZe has been playing in the Slayers in the tournament thus far.
Yeah, like you said, they've been undeniable in Slayers, but Wes brought up a good point on the desk earlier. He said that the path of these two teams to get here has been very different. For Shopify to be in winners finals, they had to defeat Optic and SSG. On the other side, FaZe had to defeat TSM and Envy, which are not bad teams, but they're definitely not the same caliber. And yeah, their record in Slayers was flawless against the rest, but it's not going to be flawless against Shopify.
I'm hoping the observer in the back of house maybe trickles over to the damage output, because I was curious about what cycles could look like here. I'll say, you know, even in the game where FaZe gets dominated, Snakebite's still deadly consistent in this tournament.
It's crazy.
He really has, like, it feels like we're seeing the Snakebite from previous years. You know, like at the end of year 4, his stock, or year 3, we're in year 4 now, right?
Yeah.
At the end of year 3, his stock, it felt like was reaching it's like apex. And that's why, you know, Space Station went out of their way. They had all those changes, but it feels like he's back to that form again.
He's just undeniable, man. I mean, I remember this guy.
Remember the Game 5 Slayer, like the killing frenzy into like, and
he single-handedly kept him alive on that. Like, they might have finished 2nd or 3rd in their pool if not for that killing frenzy from Snakebite.
And for FaZe, like you know, you can take this team to task. Getting back to that is going to be important, but I'm a bit worried when you look at the bottom of your screen. Aqua Flag is what comes next, and right now I think what Shopify Rebellion was doing so well was the flow, right? And
okay, this play, if we could actually back that up in the previous real quick.
You said bet.
Because this is that perfect spawn trap, right? They just got 4 dead. They open all of these spawns on this side, but as Cycle turns here, slow it down, because you'll see where Royal 2 is. He turns to the right. You see where Royal 2 is on that elbow. So after the previous 4 dead, he, in isolation, goes to that corner, and they purposefully time their push into the opposite base to allow the first 3 spawners there and then split the 4th one out. Royal 2 has a 1v1 on the other side of the map, and that's how they were able to start this map flawlessly, 8-0. I mean, you just can't do it better.
Yeah, and then even then, now they're still trapped. Royal 2 gets the next kill, right? Like staying isolated, waiting for his teammates. Tip of the spear, still able to get that next kill. I wish theater mode worked for LAN games, because I would go back and I would show.
I know,
like,
that's felt like a Tools YouTube video.
It is
the
like,
overhead
if
map.
you show it top down, it's literally poetry in motion, the way that that they're setting up those spawn traps. But it helps that you have Frosty and Royal 2 that have thousands of hours on this map. I mean, this was the premier map in Halo 5. They know exactly how to manipulate these spawns.
Now, did the Halo 5 spawn system work similarly to this game?
So there's one key difference, and it's this area of the map. So the grass and the middle spawns are a little bit heavier than they were back in Halo 5. You get those spawns a little bit more common in Halo Infinite. In Halo 5, instead of those spawns, you would spawn underneath the base where like Royal 2 is looking right now. You'd see those a little bit more. It makes things a little bit more chaotic in Flag, because there's like a really nice overextended spawn, essentially.
Yeah, you basically spawn at the 50-yard line in Flag.
Which is pretty rare on a map to have like a 50-yard line spawn.
Yeah, it was on, remember it was on Argyle when we played that? There was one that was like pushed up all the way
like in the coil thing.
at the bottom of the ramp that literally leads up to mid-map.
Yeah.
But
it's like, but I will say, like, there's a thing about, like, this is what makes a great Halo map in my opinion, because that map is very readable. Like, those spawns make sense in real time, and that's why teams like Shopify Rebellion are going to be so elite at them, is because they know exactly what to block to make things happen. It's like, it's just a very readable map, where some of the maps in Halo Infinite, like, that readability isn't the same. Like, I take Livefire, for example. Like, you have to be very aware of specific areas because of just how the map is designed. It doesn't make Livefire a bad map.
Yeah.
It's just that old style of like Halo map making. It feels like classic Halo. It's like Truth or Midship.
And CTF is like, if you're blocking both spawns or like all of the base spawns, the other team should be spawning in the center of the map. Like, it's kind of your fault for blocking too many spawns. Yeah. You got to just pick one side or the other.
Hey, it's a 7 sins, right? You can't have too much greed, right?
That's
it's
right.
like, you got to know what to open up, and Halo's all about simplifying game states. That's what this map is really going to show. How can you simplify the game? 3 primary spawns in the fridge, in the util, in the base. keep an eye on how these players move forward, how they're going to try to block what's necessary. This one, it feels largely solved as teams have had so many reps on the map. But FaZe needing an answer in Game 3 on the brink of being swept in the winners final.
This map, more than any other, I think, exemplifies the individual skill gap and teamwork. As Frosty has perfect shots, does get traded out.
That nade, it might have just blocked those top spawns in time. I'm not kidding. That's crazy to think about, because I'm curious where FaZe is at right now. I think they all spawned in the fridge because of that nade.
Interesting play here from Royal 2. He stays in the fridge to catch anyone that wants to rotate through. After he sees no one, he gets a star in the feed.
They're gonna get back-to-backs.
Yeah, this might be over quick, guys. Don't blink. Don't go to the bathroom.
And look, from a top-down level, that spawn trap that we saw in Game 2 was just executed in essentially the same way on Aqua. They are flowing. They understand what's happening on the map. They are reading what FaZe is up to, and they are bullying them at every step of the way.
Garrett, I have never seen 2 flag caps in less than a minute. We might see 3 in 1:20.
Realistically, they can win this game in sub 2 minutes. They're still in the base. Frosty and Cycle are working together. Cycle goes down, but Frosty cleaning up that damage. He's going to go into that base. Look at that flag. It's about to come out. Oh, whoa.
Oh my God. Finally, the momentum is stifled.
It's not stifled. They're still going. They're still charging.
I mean, last shot, all he knows is forward.
There we go.
He's not on mouse and keyboard, but he is a W key master. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and it's unrelenting pressure. They're not done. Even when they're losing numbers, the train, the endless conga line of Shopify Rebellion players are attacking FaZe. They desperately, they want space so bad, and Shopify Rebellion is forcing them to earn the space on the map.
For the first time this game so far, FaZe entering the other half of the map, actually getting into Shopify's base. Trippy actually forced all the way into the back while no shields. And now his location is known. Shopify going to try to hunt him down. He's outputting a ton of damage so far.
Good plays by Trippy, and this is desperately needed from them, and Royal 2's in trouble. And that's clean, right? That's how you capture flags on this game. They just need to tail with the overextender, but last shot, what a perfect nade.
Second one, not as perfect. Snakebite will get the touch. Cycle is here as well. Like you said, endless Congo line of Shopify members just running at FaZe. This flag looks likely to be reset.
I think Lucid is thinking about going into the back base and just getting behind these players. Here he goes. He's behind enemy lines into the back ranks, looking for some sort of attack to open up an opportunity.
The thing that concerns me about this play is because he's not in the fight, his team is fighting a man down on the other side.
Oh, they saw him like there was nothing.
Well, he pulled the flag and gave away his location. I think he could have maybe opted to not pull the flag so they wouldn't turn around. Wins a clutch fight on Cycle though.
Perfect reverse. Frosty's forced to come back to deal with him, and he will eventually get that kill, but it's just Frosty that's alive now. It's an opportunity for FaZe to get up on the map and to try to get a flag back home. They're playing well with each other, but so far, Rebellion off these spawns have been very potent at stopping the flag from continuing forward.
Beautiful shots out of Snakebite. Perfect shot. Cycle will clean him up, though. Flag's on the move.
Cycle's about to do some crazy. Oh, yeah. Oh, almost got around the corner. It's just one player alive, though. Penguin now has to do the calculus. Is it worth trying to get to this flag? He says no, gives up on it. The second time now where FaZe had a good flag opportunity that has not gone home.
Love the way Last Shot's playing this. He overlooked Frosty during the flag return just to guarantee it in case Frosty got a melee and needed some extra help. Now pushes forward with Frosty into the base of FaZe. Snakebite does shut Frosty out of the equation, but for now, Last Shot applying pressure from the util.
He wants to take this fight. He's trying to bait Snakebite into his space, and he does just that. Snakebite down. Last Shot, I think he was hoping he could stay alive there with an extra shot advantage, but it didn't quite work that way.
Great shots from Frosty as well. Coming off spawn, working with Royal 2 now. These guys are just never alone. They're always working together. It's the name of the game in Halo Infinite 2025.
Frosty's just gonna go. He just wants to get involved, and he will. Oh my.
That's a hard fight to win. Low ground, looking up.
Like, aiming up is always so hard, and it's so impressive the way that some of these players can hit these big shots. Right now, this is a devastating position for FaZe. They're getting funneled into the fridge, and camouflage is up. This double dilemma of having to deal with the base and camo at the same time is so tough to deal with. Frosty is taking advantage of it. Perfect's in the middle, Perfect's in the feed for 2 of the players on Rebellion.
I said Frosty wasn't warmed up yet earlier. I think he is now. Perfect shots going in. Last shot sneaks away with the camo as well. Adds the plasma pistol to his repertoire. He advances forward.
Oh, Frosty's he's still living in the back base. He's buying so much time for his team to lurk forward on the map. Frosty just got another one. He's winning one-on-one after one-on-one. Last shot will continue to flag forward, but FaZe is running out of numbers. They need the spawners to get up and ready to fight.
Just tragic so far for FaZe. I feel like they've had good moments. They've had opportunities to run the flag.
Enemy flag
Just haven't been able to get it quite home. Always another member at Shopify waiting for them. The other side of that fight, it is a big double kill. Open up the map for Lucid. But just like that, he's shut down as well. So who's going to pull this flag?
Third flag opportunity for FaZe. They're 0 for 2 on these flag pulls, and it's usually at this point where it starts to go awry, where players go down. They're not able to get the kills, but anyone might have just changed the calculus. A huge pick there. Keeps them 3 alive, and Snakebite sliding in from across the map. Really well played by Snakebite and Penguin.
Perfect. This looks like it should be the first flag cap for FaZe, making this a bit more interesting as he will comfortably put this one in and make FaZe breathe a sigh of relief.
With that, I mean, hey, you have 5 minutes and 20 seconds still. That's the benefit of the fact that the first 3 flags happened in less than 2 minutes, is that you have a long time to figure your game out, to get yourself back into this. FaZe, it's certainly not over for them yet.
There's a nice little sequence there from FaZe once again, but last shot finds Snakebite trying to scurry away. Royal 2. Still, he was actually in the base of FaZe, but
it looks inverted. It's like
rotating
bizarre.
Backwards, yeah.
Such good shots. Tries to get the scan through. I think it just hit short of that door. He would have hit 2 players with the scan if it had gone far enough.
Yeah, sometimes the threat seeker can play against you, because if it doesn't bounce quite the right way, you think it's safe when it's not. I don't know, there's some weird stuff that can happen, but regardless, it's 3 dead for FaZe. Royal 2 gonna see if he can land another kill so he can hold his flag.
So yeah, you saw both those nades skip around the corner, and that can be the risk that you take when you go for that beat down there, but really the reality is Royal 2, he was just looking for a cherry on top. His whole goal was to make it easy for Frosty to get this, the camouflage in his hands, and he's deadly when it is. And look, we're gonna see a rare potential flagpole here. You don't see that every day, where they push in from the P side and break through the util at the same time. They are only able to do that. It's the perfect timing that they had.
Yeah, Frosty understood the situation, and that's what makes Shopify so good. They're so good at navigating these situations. It doesn't have to be a picture-perfect flag run every time. They can make it work with what they got.
Yeah, adaptability, I think, is the best way to put it, because like they're essentially accomplishing the same standard flag run, but from a very different looking position. And for FaZe, it probably feels like weird. You're like, how are they getting this flag go out the way they are? But now they're down by 3 once again. There's just over 3 minutes on the clock. They need to average a flag capture in just about 60 seconds time. This is going to be a tough position for FaZe to battle out of, and they don't have any second options. This is your winner's side on the line.
Lucid was able to get the flag all the way back to his own base, but his teammates were dying around him, and they cut him out as well. And the return is clean for Shopify. They've got 2 dead, and I love this flag run. You don't want to go court with those 2 players. The timing of their spawn might have had a clean line of sight to shoot when they spawn fridge.
And plays for the safety, and so far, I mean, has just been able to minimize the damage taken. He's going to throw it up to his teammate. But that Frosty not able to stay up there, wanting to get the damage on Lucid. That flag close to home. If FaZe has numbers, they can potentially stop this, but smart plays by Frosty. He's going to come down to this one-on-one. Trippy versus Frosty. Big win by Trip, but not enough.
What? He just snuck in.
Oh!
Where did he come from? There was a FaZe player top center and on the car bridge.
It felt like FaZe had done enough, and I think they felt like they had done enough. The way that they were positioning themselves, but No, Shopify Rebellion, last shot sneaks in, and job is done. 3-0 sweeps to start our day in both the elimination semifinals and now the winners finals. The top two seem destined to collide in the grand finals. FaZe, reeling from this spot, will have to find a solution on the lower side against the green wall.
Gary, Championship Sunday started 1 hour ago.
What, really?
Yes, it's... Or never mind,
Wait,
your
are we
clock is
speed
wrong.
running? Okay.
Your clock is wrong.
I'm on West Coast here.
Oh, my bad. Okay. It is 2
2
hours.
hours.
2 hours. Regardless, that's...
We're averaging an hour per series on land, which is absurd.
On Championship Sunday, I mean, these series have gone so fast. I feel like this one just started. It's already over.
Dude, the first game, I felt like we saw what we needed to from FaZe, right? They came out the gate hot, but at the end of the day, it's like closing out those close games are what teams like Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming have been so efficient at so far. It's why they're so deadly. And I think FaZe, once they lost that one, were never quite able to find solid foundation to stand upon.
FaZe had some good moments this series, but very few. It was like 90-10 on the side of Shopify.
And with that, I mean, the Shopify Rebellion team looks deadly. They're poised. They're in grand finals. They know that they have the easy position from here on out. Though I will say, the last couple times that that Optic has dropped in from the lower side, they've been able to find championships from this position. So I'm sure Shopify Rebellion's going to head into the back, get their hands on those controllers, ensure that they stay warm and ready for this next match.
Yeah, Optic looked very good against SSG. I expect to see a slightly closer next series between Optic and FaZe. I think FaZe should put up a better fight. They just got smacked around by Shop a little bit, but sometimes that's what you need to kind of wake up and get back into focus.
What's crazy, we've seen so many crazy tournament matches throughout this weekend, but at the end of the day, it's largely looking the same of what we've seen all year, right?
Yeah.
It's the top four have remained the same. Now the question of where 2 and 3 can swap here, and I'm going to be very excited for this FaZe Optic matchup. I have a feeling in my heart that FaZe is going to do a good job here and take Optic to task.
I hope so, man. I don't want this tournament to be over before lunch, man. Like, come on, let's put up a fight, guys.
But let's get some game 5s in here. Let's get the fight, the fisticuffs up. So far, though, I mean, one thing that cannot be denied is we're seeing damn good Halo. Let's go in and tune in to Best Man over on the main stage.
Guy Blaze, take it away.
Yes, indeed. One of your former teammates here on the main stage. Everybody get loud for Best Man in Shopify Rebellion. You guys moved that record up to, what is that, 18-2 here towards the weekend, man. How do you guys get that good, man? I know you guys felt awesome taking down these guys at their home event. What was the game plan for you guys to play that flawless?
You know, we had a good scrim with FaZe a couple weeks ago where they I think we tied to scrim. So, you know, we weren't taking them lightly. They've improved a lot since the last couple months. So, you know, just watching a little bit of film, watching their tendencies, they play a little bit different than Optic. So, come out with a strong game plan. And I think the game types are in our favor, so that helped as well.
Definitely does help, man. You know, you guys are so good on the fly, adjusting at multiple different play styles, okay? It doesn't matter, you know, who's coming your way, because at the end of the day, they got to win a gunfight against you guys. And you got the best slayers on your squad. I honored one of your teammates today on the stage for best support, okay? And I honored you as well. But, you know, Cycle, he's really like the main slayer of your team and how he's performing, man. You know, how proud are you of him and even last shot of their performance and their level up here to reach greatness?
Yeah, I'm super proud. You know, we picked up Cycle a couple years ago, back when we were like a top 6, borderline top 4 team. I saw the vision back then. I'm glad it's coming to fruition. Same with last shot when we made the change in the offseason. It was to build around them. And, you know, yeah, Cycle got best support, but I think he had highest KD at the time as well. So, I mean, he's doing it all. Like, he's always going to do his damage, get his jiggle peaks in. So if he's getting his kills to go with it, it makes the game super easy for us.
It definitely makes it super easy. Does the game look easy to you guys when you're watching them play? Even though we all wish we could play like you all. Now, lastly, what do you want to say to these Rebellion fans as they get ready to cheer for you guys in yet another Grand Finals?
Yeah, you know, try to get as loud as possible. There's a lot of Optic fans out there, so we got to counter them a little bit, but best we can. You know, it's an uphill battle. But you know, FaZe still has to play them, so you know, we'll see what happens. And yeah, you know, we appreciate the support. A lot of family members here and new fans, so it's great.
It's absolutely great, you guys. Okay, one more time for Shopify Rebellion here on the main stage. We got one more. We got a few more series to go. Lot, break it down.
Take down Legend. There it is. Eco gets the headshot. Bound. Trying to stay alive in the hill. He goes down as well to Stellar, his former teammate. 2 down for Optic. Space Station. This is their chance to strike.
In the hill is Eco. Suppressed, locking down these needle side spawns. You do want the elevator spawns for this first hill. It looks like right now Space Station have it. Falcated going to be the anchor position and also overlook the center of the map to see if he can get some cross-range shots. Formal takes a lot of damage, but survives. That might be massive for him.
Space Station bouncing back here. After 1 minute off of regulation, they're just about one short hold away from tying this up at the 50 percentile. Suppressed, anticipating the push from the glass. He's got that plasma pistol charged up, ready to rock doubly. No, the fist doesn't come through, and Suppressed goes down.
That's actually massive right now for Optic. They might be able to steal the positions that were stolen from them not too long ago. Formal going to be the one that tries to hold down the needles, but he faces some heavy pressure. Looks like Falcated found a line of sight from the tower. He finds a kill onto Legend and stays alive. This could go either way.
This could go on a little bit longer, Eli. Already a minute and a half off the clock, so keep an eye on that clock. We could be heading towards a situation where we might see a 1-2 low scoring game as Formal works his way from the bottom of the staircase, goes back to the respawn screen. Nice shots. Was that Eco across the map with the 5 perfect shots? Eco having himself a good game. He's died a little too much, 4 and 5, but he's got the most slays on his team. That's not what we're used to seeing.
I mean, not online, I guess, but on land, this guy shows up time and time again. They have been kind of hard locked at that 4th place position so far this year.
Look at this, Formal doesn't have a slay yet, but he's going to put the most important number on the board, it looks like, going up 1-0. And what happens when Formal starts to warm up? However, Space Station and Stellar in the hill. How does Stellar want to play this with the camo? He's going to push it out.
Yeah, you know that the team is going to do their absolute best to keep Stellar alive. Yes, Optic's at 99%, but that last 1% is the one that matters the most. And with Stellar making some plays like that, Space Station might be able to steal this. Need to get more hill time, though. They're not in the hill.
Just waiting. Yeah, right as you said that, I'm like, where's the red? There you go. Stellar. I like this setup here, but Legend anticipates. His former teammate knows what he was doing with it. I thought Stellar had the perfect line of sight, the perfect angle, the perfect flank, but Legend takes that back instead, and Optic take hill number 1. Formal still with no slays, but Optic are winning the game.
I mean, we said it yesterday. Who cares about the stats if your team is winning the game? You're clearly doing something right. Legend going to route to the back silo area with just 2 shots of this shock rifle remaining. Teammate in the hill underneath. At this point, Space Station, I mean, honestly, I think that snipe might just seal this hill entirely, and Space Station are going to start to think about next.
Perfect reversal shot caller, triple medal stacks up for Legend there. He's earned himself plenty of commendations. A few more there from Jeff Steitzer as Optic absolutely dominate hill number 2. It took 2 minutes plus or so to score first and 2 seconds to take a 2-0 lead, but not a Formal goes down, and just as Space Station needed to break through into C, they have an opportunity, but because the time is dwindling so low, Eli, they got to make this a 1-1 game.
Yeah, that was a pretty ballsy call to still contest this hill. Of course, the push was good and it worked, but you got to play flawless from here on out. Optic just have to make one good play to score their 2nd point. And the flip side of that conversation is you don't want to allow Optic to go up 2-0, so it makes more sense to contest this hill. But like I said, got to be perfect. And unfortunately, it is Optic that will sneak in and take it. Now can Space Station set up for next?
Speaking of sneaking in, it's Renegade with the camo. He gets spotted out, Suppressed, trying to chase out with the plasma. Chase grenade frag goes out, 1-2. But it's the 1-2 tap for Renegade that takes him down instead.
Okay, Falcated's got some positioning in the elevator, as does Eco, but he falls to Legend. Renegade with this camo and combo combination, gonna be able to just hold this space. And it's Formal still on the goose egg, which is something I just frankly cannot comprehend right now.
It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable, and it's not even to say that he's costing his team. He's not. He's not costing. He's got 5 assists. Death count a little on the high side, but hey, he's got 2 of the caps.
His teammate Renegade has 15 before he has 1.
I'm truly at a loss for words. That's why we're laying out right now. I am so
but they're up
shocked.
2-0, so who cares?
I'm more shocked at how good Optic looked. Not a formal goosing, because eventually he's going to get on the board. He's not going to go an entire Halo Infinite Champ Sunday match without getting a kill, ladies and gentlemen. There's no way, right?
He's not you, so yeah, you're right.
He does rack up another assist, so Formal finding ways to make an impact on the match, despite never fatally taking down a member of Space Station. That's nuts.
And it's very clear they've decided to go ahead and start playing time. I mean, this is a pretty ballsy call as well. Early in the game, this decision was made. Space Station are able to break through and step in it, but for how long is the question. But it's just a minute left in regulation. This could end as a 2-0 game.
Renegade lining up the reticle for a slide through. He gets it, but he does not land the shot. Does get a body shot, though. Another one that should mean Valkyrie is going to be an easy cleanup. It is. Renegade now swapping the shot to the plasma pistol. Anticipating the push. Coming through from the Doritos. Suppressed. And look at that! Renegade instantaneously recognized he got stuck, so he went towards the second player and made sure he took both down.
Actually forced the suicide instead of getting the kill himself. Or maybe a team kill, but regardless, Formal gets on the board with that trade. Now 1 in 10. But he doesn't care about that because 39 seconds of regulation. They just got to hold Space Station out.
So if Optic can absolutely dominate Space Station with Formal going 95% of the match without getting a single slay, what does it look like when Formal looks like Championship Sunday Formal? I'm nervous for Space Station right now. Very, very nervous.
I mean, even more so when Renegade is in Renegade form at 20-5. This man on your screen has yet another camo. Got a couple stickies to work with, but more importantly, the clear line of sight to the players that contest this hill. Will take Eco out of the equation for his 21st. The rest of Optic look to push forward.
4 go down, and with 4 seconds left on the clock, Space Station.
What a game.
Poof, man. Again, Olive Garden.
Formal's got to be laughing right now.
He is.
Do you see Renegade smiling right there? He's like, bro, you really got 1 kill.
Even Formal had like a cheeky little side grin when he got his first trade. This only kill of the game was a trade.
The Olive Garden.
I cannot believe what we just saw.
The Olive Garden breadstick on Championship Sunday is not something.
To dominate, though.
To win.
To dominate.
And look at his damage. He did 3K damage, which is pretty low comparatively in the lobby. Renegade had over 5K, so.
Wow.
But that's a statistical anomaly, to say the least.
Now, on the other side for SSG, Suppressed wasn't helping out the cause as one of the main slayers. He has to put up more than 5 throughout the course of, what was that, 10 minutes or so? My God. Yeah, Suppressed needs to be, honestly, matching Renegade. That's Suppressed comp here. Suppressed goal here is to match and try to neuter the energy and the performance of Renegade, because if he's not able to, let's be honest, I don't think Space Station have a chance in this series. Suppressed and Falcated have to look like the 2 main slayers that got brought onto the squad to do exactly that.
Yeah, this team comp, I don't think works when Eco's the guy with the most kills. I'm just going to be frank, and I'm not an Eco hater by any stretch. This guy is incredible at the game, but you took on Suppressed and Falcated to get the slays, and we saw Suppressed insane yesterday. He's top 5 KD in the tournament, so he definitely needs to stand out a bit more going into the rest of the series if Space Station even have a chance.
Well, we called out the slaying performance of Suppressed in game number 1 and game number 2. That's all he needs to worry about. He's been having a good weekend. Haven't quite looked at his stats. We may pull up the Halo data hive. That'd be great. But Suppressed has looked good when I've had a chance to watch him. Seems like he's in his element. Just not waking up on the right side of the bed here on Championship Sunday. Not the day you want to wake up on the wrong side of the bed. You want to be like Optic and wake up on Friday, Saturday, maybe not feeling yourself. Sundays, though, there's no room for error.
Yeah, it is just game 1, and I think that sometimes it is just a 1-game difference to settle in. I myself as a competitor, if maybe I was running a little bit late that morning, had to grab breakfast, whatever, like maybe I didn't get to warm up as much. After 1 game, I'm probably good to go. And a player like Suppressed, much better than I am, he's going to be just fine, I think, going forward in the series. But we got to see it because This Optic team, man, when they go to the lower bracket, they become a different beast. And I don't know if Space Station has beat Optic in this situation ever.
It almost begs the question, Eli. Do Optic want to be in the lower bracket? And the reason I ask that is because if you look at the power rankings, it's a very clear 1-2 in S tier. And then A tier would be Space Station and FaZe. But that gap is growing, it feels like, as every tournament passes. And so Optic, in the lower bracket, they know that every team that...
Obviously, Frost in the press has... And it is making a triple. Oh, did someone just steal his over? That was like the freest over. And
it really
they were just
was.
like, no, not for you.
Well, what do you know, Eli? Renegade has got the snipe back in his hands. Only 3 shots left to work with. Stellar had his opportunity with the snipe. We know how good he is with the snipe, but the pressure was phenomenal from Optic Gaming. They swarmed the snipe tower and never let Stellar breathe with it. Now, Renegade's got it.
Okay. 10-5
Did you
is
see
the
that
lead.
wall G-slide?
Yeah, the wall kick. A lot of the players using that technology in many spots. This map has more wall kicks than I think any in the current rotation. Nice. Patient lineup there from Renegade. And honestly, Optic just looked firmly in control. And I said the key to victory was to shut down this man. Space Station are not doing that.
We tried to tell him, don't let Renegade get the snipe, even if only has a couple shots. That's true. Well, even if he only has a couple shots, he's still going to make maximum value and damage out of it. 8-14. It's a double possession, double team wipe lead here for Optic Gaming. This is where they start to run away with it potentially. 8-2-0 is Renegade. He's a monster.
The #1 Slayer in the tournament for a reason, at least in bracket play. Has a couple sticky grenades. They're playing this patiently. Did Stellar just walk on top of it? I mean, you have to imagine there was some audio there. That was just such a... How does he get that? He's about to get the killer frenzy. Oh, no.
Oh,
okay.
he gets it! Even when Renegade's not at his best, he's still the best in the world.
Unbelievable start for Renegade. 10-1. Team is only up by 5. He's +9, so absolute reason they are winning. But guess who has the camo top of the map? It's the man we've been calling for. The man that Space Station needs to step up today. It's Suppressed.
Donnie needs to look more like the Megalodon if Space Station are to come back in this series. I like the idea to go back for that shock, especially with the extra 15 seconds. I think Suppress is thinking the same. He seems to be a little in between it, actually. Leaning back towards the snipe, hesitating, not making the right, not necessarily the right decision, but the decision as quick as possible. He lets Eco grab it instead. And Space Station are coming back, but Suppress at some point is going to run out of this camo. He needs to either gather intel or damage, one or the other.
Look at Optic's strategy here. They just all group up and wait and then push through all together, and they've completely flipped the map position, and they're getting the opening break slate in a situation where Space Station should have easily had it.
And that was all based around Optic Gaming's understanding that Suppressed had the camo. They just played a game of keep away, almost like Ryan Noob, E-United level strategy of rotation there in Season 1. We saw Optic just run away from Suppressed, and despite 45 seconds with the camo, he never even saw anyone.
Yeah, there was a lot of hesitation. Of course, they're trying to gather information to make the most informed decision, but they ultimately ended up taking too long. Optic take advantage of that, rotate around, and then Space Station are no longer in good positions to punish Optic. So, I mean, Optic are just playing the chess game one step ahead right now.
14-21 here. Momentary standstill occurs, but Optic Gaming up by 7. It's on Space Station to push them, and here comes Space Station, but Renegade spikes down the push. Eco heads back to the respawn screen. Renegade heads back up on top. Going for the bait and switch. Oh, there we go. Stellar's got the shock, but Stellar gets taken down. That's 2 times, Eli, that Stellar's had the shock in his hand, but Optic are not letting him breathe with it.
He did at least get another trade on his way down, got the sticky death grenade for the double. And the shock does go back into the hands of Space Station as a result. Now, Falcated trading out, but you don't want trades right now. Down by 8, you need some clean kills to stay alive. With camo coming up, though, trades are not that bad. That means your teammates might have an easier time grabbing it. Another trade comes out in the feed, and it's Legend sneaking away with the camo. I believe Optic has had every power-up so far this series.
Wow. Yeah, outside of, and you'd think that because Suppressed did nothing with the camo they had in this game. So
I already forgot.
It went, right, exactly.
Very forgettable.
It went Bound, Suppressed, Legend, but you'd never know Suppressed had it because Space Station did absolutely nothing. They actually somehow found a deficit with the power-up.
Yeah. I mean, that's more of a props to Optic for knowing how to play around the camo. They waited it out brilliantly. Legend now at least gets 1 kill with it. Facing some grenades. See if he can escape. Not sure if he has been spotted.
Wow.
By Space Station. He somehow finds this bottom center route, and he's behind enemy lines.
Oh my God. And they didn't call it out. They never spotted out Legend, and they never called out that, hey, if we can't find him here, he's obviously escaped. He's on the flank. He's on the hunt. He's ran out of ammunition once again on Solitude, Eli. I remember saying that just one tournament ago.
Look at Legend and Renegade. Legend is 6-12-3. Renegade is 19-2. Legend has 12 assists. What is Renegade doing to this lobby?
19-2.
And they're not even at 40. They're not even at 40. He has 19. He's 20.
If Renegade loaded into the lobby by himself, we'd be on the edge of our seats because this game would be close. However, that's not the reality. That's Space Station's fantasy maybe because Optic Gaming are for real.
Renegade not only has 50% of his team's kills, but he's got like 40% of the whole lobby's kills. This is actually insane proficiency out of this man.
We are witnessing the best in the world play at the highest level in the most difficult of circumstances. Championship Sunday brings out the best in the best, and Renegade is the best. Your Season 4 MVP, book it.
Guy's just unreal, man. The 21 is already impressive enough, but to also have only died twice, now 3 times. Legend says, I want some of the glory as well. Finds a no-scope. He's got 13 assists, so a lot of those have been funneled to Renegade. But yeah, this one, I mean,
this is over.
This ain't happening.
This is over. 27-43. Still got a little bit left to go.
Who did we say needed to step up? Suppressed and Falcated. They're just not there. They're hesitant.
And we saw that with the camo, right? Suppressed, looking left, looking right, going back, going forward, going east, west. Like a running back, sometimes you just need to go north and south. You just need to go. Just go somewhere. Make a decision quickly and stick with it. The second guessing yourself is not going to work against Optic.
And when Renegade's in this form, I mean, that's when Optic is the most dominant. It was Renegade not having a great tournament at SLC that opened the door for Shopify.
Yep.
Gotta wonder. I mean, if Renegade plays like this, they're definitely going to put up a better fight against Shopify.
I think Shopify's watching this going, oh boy. you boys ready to strap in for the long haul? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like we're going to see a reset. A little too early to just call for that, but man, I'm just going by what I see. And what I see is all-out domination against a top 4 team in Space Station. Optic Gaming, making them look like top 14.
By the way, between games 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure Renegade has like 42 kills. Between games 1 and 2, Formal has like 9. It's kind of crazy to think about.
I mean, let's be real. Let's not let that pass without mentioning it. That might have been an all-time Slayer performance. Like that might have just been a top 3 Slayer performance right there. Now, I guess you could argue sometimes a game might be quote-unquote better because it was closer and it involves some level of ice and endgame execution. When
it shouldn't even be possible.
Right back at you, dude. Hell yeah. All right, well, that was awesome. We should do that more often. If we're just going to wait for 10 minutes between matches, let's just have a Just Chatting stream with the chat, because
might as well.
That's just as enjoyable. W Caster says, Dior, Kiko.
W Chatter, man.
W Max Wife. W Toad. Always supporting the chat. Usually the most unexpected outcome is what happens. Maybe on Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
Sunday's when it starts to be a little bit more predictable.
I don't know if you can even say that because, like, yeah, exactly. The top 4 is exactly the same as last tournament. So I don't know if we can say it's unexpected. We had some fun runs this tournament, but at the end of it all, it just ends with the same top 4.
Oh, wow. It's Bound going for the snipe off the start. We've seen Renegade routinely grab that.
Well, we're tuning in a little bit late. There's already 4 kills on the side of Optic.
Okay, you're right. Okay, I'm about to say. But even then, they've already got possession of the sandbox. They've already got possession of the oddball. but they are able to take down Bound, so that is huge. What can Space Station do with the snipe? I want to see them try to work that into the hands of Stellar. They need an MVP level performance from him to come back.
100%, but it's Legend that gets away with the camo. He's going to play bodyguard to his ball carrier. Output some damage, finds his 4th assist of the game already, has yet to die as well. Renegade and Formal now with 3 kills apiece. Let's see where that damage is going.
Really impressive start here for Formal. 3, 2, and 1 with the only oddball time in this game so far. Formal's starting to get warmed up.
And that's scary. He was, in my opinion, the best player on Optic so far this weekend. I mean, him and Renegade, there's a good argument for both. They've both been playing incredible.
Enemy has the ball.
There we go, though.
But that's it.
Space Station. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Championship Sunday here live from HCS Charlotte. Mikowski joined on the mic by my best friend, Tools. And we got ourselves, what, are we not best friends?
No, I just wanted to make sure Eli didn't see us. Okay, no,
okay, good,
yeah,
good,
best
good.
friends.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Don't let him know. He's not looking. You should be watching, and you should be looking at your screen right now because El Clasico is up next.
We go into game 1 on Fortress Flag. FaZe has no momentum to them, right? An 0-3 loss against Shopify Rebellion, where the final 2 games of the series were blowouts. They were not able to get solid footing on the ground, whereas Optic looked natural in their first 3 games. It is truly going to be an uphill climb for FaZe, and not an enviable position to be playing here today.
Here we go. As expected, off the start, it's Renegade with the snipe, but it's the last Spartan standing. All the attention, all the damage about to come his way. He's got to watch out. Staying alive right here would be a huge win for Renegade. He's not going to.
And so far, Renegade on Championship Sunday has over a 4.0 KD in his first 2 games. Ended up with like a 2.3 at the end of that series, right? So he's had an unbelievable tournament thus far. We'll see if he's able to keep that up against this FaZe roster.
FaZe Clan talked about not having momentum in that last series, but they're starting off here on Fortress CTF with plenty of it after a wipe. ×2 it looks like. Optic Gaming have been routinely on the respawn screen. Luce is going to get the first flag on the run. He's already crossed the 50.
Lucid able to get this around the corner. This could be a big answer for FaZe, but they need to take care of Legend. And he's often not an easy one to deal with. Backing out of that fight, not anticipating Lucid to go straight for that flag. Repositions and catches them both off guard. What a play by Legend.
Shot.
The reposition works perfect. That flag looking likely to get returned at this point.
Oh my God, and he pulls the flag.
Plays.
He pulls the flag to make it impossible for FaZe Clan to slide in and score it. Optic were previously getting wiped back-to-back team wipes, but Legend must have snuck through to the other side. He has routinely done that this weekend.
He is just a menace to deal with, but still, the flag is out, and FaZe can get the grab here. Penguin going for the touch. He'll get it in, and though delayed, it still comes home.
It's exactly the start you would have wanted for FaZe Clan. They're looking much better than they did against Rebellion. That's Bound. Waiting for this next overshield to come back up. Not gonna get it. Instead, it's gonna go to Renegade, so still goes into favor of Optic Gaming. But Renegade's already got half that OS.
Let you see Legend underneath, trying to get his way through. Renegade, with that, those extra shields, has a real chance to just force an offensive action. He's gonna go for it, but man, what a filthy jiggle. Trippy able to use that corner effectively, gets those kills, and FaZe looking strong against what should be a red-hot Optic Gaming.
Looking very, very strong. Snakebite. Had the right idea there, but he gets struck down. Even 3v3 in the feed. Numbers advantage now in favor of FaZe Clan as they control the 50. Penguin looking to clean up on Legend. He's just one shot in the absolute body shot. Will clean him up.
With that lurking into the back, it looks like the flag is out. They have to pull through 2 players of Optic Gaming, though, but the Slays are going through. They're not getting the cleanups. Lucid trying to force the situation against Bound, and this has 2 effects, right? One, they're getting that flag further up. It's an unusual route, but they're doing that because of the sniper that's coming up into play, and you can see right now, Lucid has a full snipe. That's Optic Gaming snipe that's there on the flag.
Renegade trying to make a hero play. He's the only member alive momentarily for Optic Gaming. He does stop that flag momentarily after taking down Lucy.
Have you ever seen this flag run? a top tower flag run. That doesn't ever happen, but that happens because of situation, right? Sniper coming up, they had numbers, they can force the play, and the reward is this. You feel confident that this flag's gonna come back home, and now you also have the sniper of Optic Gaming in your possession to play with, and a 2-0 lead on top of that. This is a dominant position for FaZe. Extremely well played.
My goodness, and after scoring twice, Snakebite has his sights set on the next OS.
Just a couple seconds, here we go. Challenge is coming in, bound, well played to get that damage, but it's still not done yet. The overshield going into the hands of Lucid, and the problems for Optic continue.
Legend gets back on the FaZe side of the map once again. He's got some good shots into Snakebite, looking away. That might be his undoing. Down to just 1 HP, a little bit of a frag. Wouldn't clean him up, but he avoids the damage and gets on the run.
Not able to get around the corner though, and FaZe still strong with their numbers. Lucid with sniper as well, too, that go down, and Optic is seriously in danger of a counter cap opportunity. You see Penguin flying in. If they don't identify his position soon enough, he could be a very chaotic element.
Snakebite, Trippy, and Lucid are absolutely cooking right now. Both, I should say all three, with about a 2.0 KD. Penguin at 8, 8, and 8, so he's not got that same slaying prowess, but he's got the assist.
And a surprisingly quiet game from Renegade, who's been unbelievable this tournament. You could see the difference of Optic Gaming when he's not able to be that main slayer. This feels like a completely different roster.
That's the catalyst. That's the key to the game. No matter what the unique intricacies are of the matchups, the #1 objective for every team that faces Optic is to shut down Renegade, and FaZe have done just that.
Trippy just lurking, hears the footsteps and uses the repulse to guarantee the kill. Reposition as he tries to keep himself hidden. The help is here. This could be a flag opportunity for FaZe.
It's gonna be a quick 6-minute win. The FaZe clan are able to cycle on the spawns once again. Trippy looking across the map, now looking back into the base of Optic Gaming. Formal down to 1 shot, Trippy with half shields, so he has the advantage right now with snipers up in 15.
See overshield and 10 as well. All 3 utilities of power-ups and power weapons gonna be up at the same time. That looks good, and it's gonna at least zone Formal out for now, but Formal, overshield on body. Try to force something with Bound, who's been lurking into the underneath FaZe's base for quite a while now.
For Optic, it's gonna start with some sandbox control. We haven't seen them with an OS until now. We haven't seen Renegade with the snipe. That's going to be one of their priorities here to get back on the board. Down by 2. Lucid lands the body shot that takes Formal down to full Molnar armor. He's lost the OS. He's just looking to stay alive. He's got some support in the staircase. Bound the entry fragger, but Formal's a little late to the party.
Oh no, 4 that go down. FaZe going to be in trouble, and this has a recipe of being a back-to-back here for Optic Gaming. Getting a clean 4 down like that is going to make the job much easier on the follow-up.
2-1 lead now for FaZe Clan after Optic answer back.
Legend able to catch that rotation. Well played, and more importantly, gets that sniper out of the hands of FaZe into his own. A double kill from him.
Eddie play there from Legend, but they're not able to maximize the value from that double kill. 3 go down for Optic.
I'd like to see Formal be hidden. Let players pass you here. He's going to take the shots onto the first, but I think he could have been a little bit more patient there. They had no idea where he was. Oftentimes getting the drop, getting more intel can be worth that more than that initial damage.
Agreed. Penguin, more continuous control of the 50 for FaZe Clan. That's a key point of contention here on any CTF map, especially on Fortress, which is a little bit tighter or close proximity.
Penguin opting to go back through into the middle, flag out. It's Renegade gonna try to force this one, but Snakebite's countering it on the other side. It's control of opposite bases for both these teams, but the Slay's favoring Optic at the moment. Renegade, a nuisance in the back of FaZe's base. These spawners will have to play the calculus of whether to go back to deal with him or play forward for the overextend. And they choose to go forward. It's up to Snakebite, and there's no one that's beating Renegade in a one-on-one like that.
This feels like the first time Renegade has penetrated into the back of FaZe's base. The tension on him, it allows Bound the ability to clean up and grab Overshield for free. 3 going down in total for FaZe Clan. They're back up off of spawn, but they're right back on the respawn screen. Renegade tosses that flag up, and Formal cleans it up. We're tied in the end game.
And the FaZe fans have to be sick to the stomach. You look back to what happened in the winners final. Game 1, they had a 1-0 lead in the oddball. They looked dominant, and then Rebellion stayed resilient and were able to steal away that game. Same situation. They had a hot start. They go up 2-0, but when the tough moments come, oftentimes it's been the top teams of Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion that have been able to persevere.
When the going gets tough, Optic get going. Formal doing just that, get going into the FaZe base once again. It has been continuous, relentless pressure from the side of Optic Gaming. We saw Renegade previously in the back of FaZe's base. Now Formal's there, trying to take down Lucid. Good shots from both. Trippy cleans it up with a heady though.
Sniper's gonna be so important in these last few rotations. Trippy able to find a couple answers with his, and he's trying to open a path forward for Snakebite to get this flagpole. This could be the deciding moment.
2:30 left on the clock, and we're tied at 2. Snakebite facing a lot of damage from those frags. They are seeking him out. Now down just 1 shot. Lucky to be able to use the cover there to not take the frag damage, but his shields were never allowed to replenish. He'll go down.
Nice shot by Lucid, takes the head, and the pressure's still on. FaZe has players here, and Formal goes down to 1. Trippy kind of trying to capitalize on this damage to keep his team forward, but Overshield could play the big spoiler here.
You want to play for OS here. You want to play for the OS, and it looks like they're going to allow FaZe Clan to get it once again. Penguin has it, Repulsor 180 into the base, and he's going to immediately go on the run. He can take a few extra shots and still get through the middle of the map with full shields. He's still got a little bit of OS left. This could do it.
Almost home, just a little bit more Overshield to work with. It's enough to get him the next kill. They use every little bit, but it's enough to get the flag back to home. FaZe up 1-0.
Here we go, El Clasico delivering it a potential instant classic once again. FaZe take game 1.
Unbelievable work from this FaZe roster. You see the fist bumps come out. They have to feel good. They went to war and came out the victor, something that's very rare against this Optic Gaming squad.
Yeah, Optic Gaming have looked like an absolute behemoth in the lower bracket. It wasn't until just now FaZe entered the conversation from the lower side, but they're the team on top.
Yeah, and we take a look at the ending stat screen. One thing that obviously pops out is Renegade not having that patented top slaying performance that we've been used to seeing.
Absolutely. You shut down Renegade, you shut down Optic. As Renegade goes, as goes Optic, as they'll have to go back to the drawing board, discuss their strategies with their coach Lunchbox, as they're staring at what feels like their first deficit of the weekend outside of facing Shopify.
Street Slayer going to be the next venue in which we play. Slayers have been strong for FaZe throughout this tournament, but we did see a staggering loss in their previous series against Shopify Rebellion, where it was never in question who was going to come out on top.
Yeah, after 2 speed runs of a 3-0 series so far in the day, this one at least should go to a game 4, if not a game 5. So the difficulty level cranks up as you would expect on Champ Sunday.
See it throughout these highlights. It really came down to this first flag that I think made a big difference. Legend made such a good play to give Optic Gaming a chance at that return, but FaZe was resilient. The last player alive got the touch, kept it alive, and they were able to get that first flag in. And oftentimes striking first blood can be a huge momentum swing that FaZe was able to use to go up 2-0.
Big reason why we didn't see Renegade pop off like he usually does. He was routinely getting sniped, and he hardly got sniped for himself. That's going to be something they want to try to turn around, but going into a Street Slayer, only the Stalker to speak of as it relates to power weapons, so Optic staring at a little bit of an uphill climb.
And we saw, I mean, Optic did have answers. They got 2 flags back-to-back, but both those flags came off an overshield grab that they were able to use. The last flag that goes in for FaZe was an overshield that they were able to use. It might be a bit of an indicator of what is to come and what's important in these next maps. Streets, Recharge, Livefire, Aqua, they all have power-ups. Those camouflages are going to be important.
What a great play there from Penguin at the end. The repulsor tech didn't quite get that flag up onto the platform, but it was no different than if he did. So great job for Penguin. Didn't execute on his game plan, but the end result was exactly what he wanted.
Renegade was quiet in game one. As we move into Streets, I think it's important for Optic Gaming to have him there on the front lines leading the charge in the slays. It feels like so much opportunity is created when he's hitting those shots. FaZe, keep the momentum. Trippy went double positive, 20 and 10. Big game Trip has arrived when his team needs it the most. Street Slayer is so important for FaZe here. A 2-0 lead against Optic Gaming would be a nice cushion to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And after rather easily taking the last series against Space Station, Optic gonna have to make some changes here. My instant PTSD reaction was watching Renegade go for the shotgun. The sidekick is now available to him. Not gonna be able to use that at this range though. He's gonna push on through.
Multiple players up there from FaZe working over on that B lane. They push through on the PD, and the map completely flips. Optic Gaming takes control of FaZe's initial spawn, and FaZe went into Optic's initial spawn. But at the end, it's Camo that's in the hands of Optic Gaming. As something that was a bit of a struggle for them in the previous game was that power-up control. This time, clean as ever.
Now, Optic were able to grab the Camo, but it looked like through the outline, I was able to see what looked like Lucid with the Stalker rifle. So an even split in the sandbox, pretty even score so far, 4-2. Optic on top, is Formal gonna pick his spot with the Camo. Once he gets an opportunity to strike, he will, but he's the last part standing. So all the attention after that slay gonna go on him. Did he stick the foot? He did! Formal stays alive, the reversal sticky, that was clutch.
Yeah, I might have been on the tip of the toe there as well. I mean, that was razor thin margins, but getting that stick, getting that kill will make the follow-up much easier for Optic Gaming. If he had gone down without that, FaZe would have much more ability to position themselves up on the map. You'd see players further into the front lines.
Yeah, that was a huge stick from Formal. It prevented that snowball from rolling downhill where FaZe Clan could have taken a massive advantage in this one. Still a 2-kill game. Optic on top.
Renegade finding good timing. Will take down Trippy and get out. 3-1 to start the game. This is the Renegade that we've expected to see, and he is getting great timing, and he is not going down. This is premium Renegade.
Renegade picks up the Stalker, but there is not a lot of utilization left in that one. Just 13%, enough to, I believe, hit 3 perfect shots. Renegade's more than capable.
Finding his way into the back rank. Multiple to deal with. He will find appropriate damage, and Renegade Formal play that extremely well with each other from the lower position, able to take down the player from the power side, but FaZe finding some answers.
Looked like Renegade thought he had hit the last shot on Penguin, moved the reticle off of him. Penguin takes advantage of that misplay, but not enough so to tighten up on the lead. Optic have actually grown on it. They went from up by 2 to up by 6.
Snakebite looking for his next opportunity. He is in between everyone, and he just can't get away with his life. Too many eyes looking for a camouflage player.
Penguin trades out. Trippy gonna stay alive on the cafe, but his former teammate Formal cleans him up. Renegade with 5 perfect shots. If he hits this, that would indicate to me that he's back online.
That's a heat check, right? Like, you take that challenge, because if you get those shots to land, if you get the perfect, you've asserted to yourself that no one's stopping you here today.
Optic not able to be stopped here in game number 2. Every time we glance towards the bottom middle of your screen, the lead continues to grow, staring at a potential double-digit lead here with the next slay.
And you can probably feel some of the groans from fans as they see FaZe just slow the game down. This is what they're patented for. They like to play slower slayers, and it works out well that time. You saw the impatience of Optic Gaming. They say, well, they have to be somewhere. They check the driveway 1 step too far forward, and you see those kills. I would caution FaZe of slowing this game down too much. Optic, they don't mind playing a slow game, and if they know you're going to play slow, they usually are able to capitalize on it.
Nice use of the Stalker. A little bit of additional damage than what you'd have with the Bandit as Penguin cleans up with the melee. 23-17 now. FaZe Clan are starting to bring it back, but they need to do a little more.
Couple players off the game and trying to press the issue at driveway, but Formal's really trapped inside that red room. Bound is his only support, and you see them trying to systematically hunt him down. He'll get the trade out, but Optic Gaming's in trouble. They only have Renegade that's able to extend his way out. That you see that player at the back, Bound just trying desperately to wait for help, but the help's arriving. Bound has stayed alive, and FaZe was not able to finish the collapse until now.
Renegade, Bandit, Commando combination. Sticky goes out perpendicular on the wall, but it's the Sticky on his face that deals out the most damage. FaZe are coming back. They're back to within 2.
Unintended consequences there, but that repulse worked perfectly. It sent that player back into his teammate and got extra damage that allowed FaZe to clean up more kills. And FaZe, they slowed the game down for a second, found their entries, sped it back up, and now find themselves just down 2, able to overcome that early deficit.
It's a great point, Tools. The pace of play, despite not having the lead, I'd give the advantage to FaZe Clan as it relates to pace of play. They've slowed it down when they needed to. They've cranked it up when they've needed to. So while not controlling the game as far as the lead is concerned, I think they're controlling the pace.
Look at FaZe's push up here. There are a couple players. It's Lucid and Trippy that are lurking on purple, and Bound using that crevice to get that info to his team. An interesting spot, but I think an entry play that FaZe was too aggressive there with. And Optic Gaming punishing it appropriately. Really heads up position by Bound to sit those stairs to only get intel, right? He's looking through that crack just for intel on that exact play, and Optic Gaming took advantage.
Yeah, FaZe with no cover in that instance, just standing out in center field of the purple driveway. That's how Optic were able to gather a couple more slays. This one's still close though. 30-27 as Renegade gets taken down with the Stalker rifle. Formal. In the back of trash, trying to earn a couple of nade shot opportunities. Penguin's not going to give it to him, though.
See multiple players of FaZe just trying to keep the distraction up, but Legend is charging forward. He had no hesitation on his play up on the map, and while Formal's kept these guys at bay at B, you see Optic Gaming has been swarming on the other side. FaZe is getting constricted upon. There is nowhere for them to move. They are trapped at B.
Formal, like a turret, maintaining his space there. The Renegade drops from heaven. The Demon goes to hell and back to the respawn screen.
Yeah, I like the closing of space there to get those trade outs. At this point, it's all you need are trade outs. So for FaZe, it behooves them to try to limit the amount of time, the amount of space that Optic Gaming has. You don't want them to be able to identify where you're all standing and to force close gunfights. You want to take it before it gets to that point.
Sticky's not going to land or do any damage for Formal. He's taking on a bunch of damage himself. 3 go down for Optic. 3 go down for FaZe.
Trippy.
The 1v1 between Trippy and Renegade goes to Big Trip.
They lost Trippy in the comms there. He should have been called out appropriately, but able to find a massive kill. That gives FaZe a lot of space. You see Trippy in isolation now. His teammates spawned up on the map. They have a ton to work with. And this might be the shift that FaZe was looking for. Space on the map now, camo in hands. They have Optic Gaming on the back foot.
Here we go. FaZe down by 3, but they've secured the camo. Bound with a great frag toss, takes down Snakebite. As the feed lights up in both red and blue, Optic gonna extend on that advantage up by 4.
He turned back.
You think he should have advanced down?
I think there was an option to, but he's gonna play back through the middle of the map looking for info. I think he did spot Formal. He did, so that's a big knowledge for his team.
Formal spotted him. But Legend, a little slow to spot Lucid. Snakebite cleans up on the initial damage, and here comes that push you were anticipating, Garrett.
I mean, hey, Lucid, he backed up, waited to hit the appropriate spot. I think a lot of players would have been impatient. Hell, I would have been impatient there and forced the play. He played it perfectly, though. Identifies where they are, hunts them down methodically, the double kill, and now a 1-kill deficit to overcome. Optic Gaming reeling in their back base.
Sometimes you got to create your own luck. There it was the cluster luck that brings FaZe back to within 1. Lucid going for another double kill, but he gets taken down. Snakebite got to stay alive. He does not. 45-43.
And within all the chaos, the lead still is Optic Gaming's. The 1-kill lead has been stubborn. FaZe has not been able to close the gap, and they will continue to have those problems. The kill starting to roll in for Optic Gaming. They're just 3 away.
3 away with a 3-kill lead. Optic can't get content though. Still got a little bit of work left to do. 48-45 now as trades extend that advantage further and further, but FaZe have brought it back to within 2.
Lucid, great, perfect shot to open up a door, a path to make this comeback happen. It's just 1 kill for Optic Gaming, but FaZe will not be able to close it. Renegade, at the most important moment, hits the big shot. They close out the Slayer despite FaZe pressuring a comeback time and time again.
The early advantage for Optic, stuck in the end game. Hard to really say what FaZe could have done differently. I think they played a great game despite taking the L.
I was thinking back towards it. Ironically, I think they maybe could have slowed their push down on that last collapse into seed. They wanted to play and speed up the game with that 3-4 down, but I think their timing was just a little bit too slow to successfully collapse and not trade out in the way that they did. Optic Gaming, with a lead, they knew what their responsibility was all game long. It's just to get trades, and at the end of the game, they got massive ones when that collapse was coming in from FaZe.
Tied 1-1. This best of 5 has turned into a best of 3. Recharge Strongholds up next.
This is the play that I'm talking about here, right? Because massive kills, right? You get that 2 down. Look how these guys are going to spring into action. They are flying at the remaining players. And the reality is 2 players are alive. Legend and Renegade are still there, and the spawns happen now. So all 4 players are up while this collapse is coming in. When you play fast, usually you want this collapse to happen with a split spawn. You want to have a 3-on-4 advantage, but it's even numbers and you're closing space down. So trades are likely in this position, and you see trade is what comes out into the feed. And at the end of it, FaZe lose that tempo advantage by losing out all these numbers. You go back into a 50-50 game state, and a good spawn by a Legend makes the difference. I mean, once that kill goes in, I don't think there was really a path forward for FaZe to have an easy comeback.
Yeah, Lucid had no idea Legend had either spawn or approach the backside of PD. He takes him down, and that was the catalyst. That was the big difference here. That jump started the Optic victory in the end game.
Take a look at how this one finished out. Bound slid into his high. I was a little bit surprised here that he was going to play that aggressive there, but at the end of the day, Renegade was able to find the 13th kill of his game and the 50th for his team off screen.
Taking a look at the rest of the series layout, you've got Sniper and Camo available on Recharge. Sniper, I should say, Shock and Camo available on Recharge. Sniper and Camo available on Livefire. And then just a pure bandit gunfight if we do get to that game 5. So I think FaZe are in a good spot here. They're not facing down a bunch of S7s. We know how strong Renegade has been with that, but based on what we saw on Forge of CTF, if we do get to that, which we will, when we get to that Livefire King of the Hill, Renegade's got to get control of the snipe. He's got to make a difference. He was not able to in game 1.
Hey, I mean, Renegade, I mean, he stood up and played well in game 2. I felt like it made a big difference. Obviously, like, you can't expect the man to have like a 2.0 KD each game. So it's like he did his job that time. But this team, I think, largely depend on that man on screen and Renegade. Those two can be consistent on their slaying output. This is a dangerous team. Like, they are built around those two having strong slaying performances. I mean, Formal and Bound are perfect complementary players to main slayers.
It's like the majority of Optic players stayed at their spot on the main stage. FaZe Clan moseying their way back to their station as Lucid and Snakebite will take a seat once again. Wow, that strong mismatch indeed. Optic with a stellar 4-1 record so far in Strongholds this weekend. FaZe haven't won a single one. This is going to need to be their first one.
It's tough for a FaZe fan to look at this and be like, okay, well, it's like we have Strongholds and King of the Hill up next. And on the maps, I mean, Strongholds obviously strong for Optic Gaming, but then if you do take the lose this game, Livefire King of the Hill is like scary. Live fire for Optic is just such a strong map for them. So to me, this is almost a must-win for FaZe. I heavily favor Live Fire King of the Hill for that Optic gaming squad.
Yeah, you're right, Garrett. It's back-to-back hill-based game mode, so you could argue that the winner of this has a high likelihood of winning the next hill-based game mode. As take a look at two legends in the game, Formal and Snakebite, getting ready to throw down once again.
That trophy in the middle. That's the last one that'll be given out in the Halo Infinite era. This is the last major for Worlds.
Who's coaching FaZe this weekend? It was previously
It's Fierce Elite.
Okay, so they went back to Fierce Elite, who they had for the first tournament.
Yeah. I think Fierce Elite's good friends with
Penguin.
Penguin, right? Yeah. I think to them, they just they really are just looking for someone to know their role in the back. Not that Hunter JJX, I mean, he's a fantastic coach, but like he has that pro player experience. But to them, they just need someone to key on top of those timers, know what they want in that communication. I think Fierce Elite's done a good job here this weekend. Recharge Strongholds coming up next. Game 3, so important, the pivotal swing game in the series. First to 250 will decide it.
First, the fist bumps get exchanged, then the ammunition set to go into each team's armor as we are live. Game number 3. Penguin going for the cam off the start, but he gets taken down. It's a great start for Optic. This would be the wipe, and it is.
Kill.
Renegade has a chance to make a difference with this camouflage. FaZe, when they've won the games, it was the power-ups that made a big difference. Renegade, Optic Gaming controlling both power weapon and power-up early on.
Optic with control of B and C will start the scoring early. Renegade hoping he doesn't get spotted out. He does. And FaZe do another great job shutting down Ren.
Triple cap in, 2 points for every second here for Optic Gaming. Trippy was able to get that shock rifle back, but they have a lot of work ahead of them, and there's a player from Optic lurking up high. Great identification. Snakebite takes down Bound. That sneaky position not going to work out, and AB now both under pressure from FaZe. A double dilemma for Optic to deal with.
FaZe relinquished 45 seconds and then some. Despite having about 60-70% of B occupied, they have to clear the space after the push comes through the mid-bridge and the long haul for Optic Gaming. Trippy has some backside positioning here, and now they spotted him
I'd like to see him just go, right? Get all the way to C. They have over-pressured their way into B, but they're going to lose a little bit of timing, but great ears on Trippy. Able to get that kill. Wasn't pretty. Oh, where did that nade come from?
Formal. He was in the back of C. Wow, so they sent 2 on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what a nade by Formal. It stops those shields from coming back and basically creates an opening for Optic once again. FaZe finally able to get back to scoring, but there was a real chance of them getting a trip cap situation there if Trippy had stayed alive.
Renegade winning 2 gunfights. That'll win B as well.
The Demons here, 6-1 to start this game. Recharge has been his playground.
And he's done it without optimal use of the camo and the shock rifle. What happens when he starts to get rolling with that? Trippy takes his back. Legend occupying A 75% of the way.
Trippy might only have 3 kills, but every kill he's gotten has been important for FaZe. He's in the fray, in the important gunfights, and a massive one there from Penguin. Penguin didn't go down, lose it. Can now try to keep him alive. Shroud Screen, it could be coming into play, but this is from FaZe from worst position, from the top half of the map. We're able to grab camo, and that Shroud should be able to let them get away safely.
Yeah, Shroud Screen's gonna allow FaZe to enter into C. They were a little slow to pick it up last time. Lucid gets immediately on top of it, but he's facing pressure. A 1v2 as Legend trades out.
C under pressure. Right, this is the trip cap that they've been looking for. Identify the spawns. 1 player into pipes, the rest are going to be in the long haul. You have 1 step done. If they're able to get Renegade out of those pipes and constrict the movement of Optic Gaming into long haul, this trip cap could be in effect for a very long time.
Huge bounce back opportunity here as Trippy,
I think he's going to go for it.
Takes the high point. Renegade goes for B, but FaZe will continue scoring.
Look at this push. Bound and Formal hitting the same time at C. It's going to be a 2-on-2. That Formal, wow, just wins the first. Now Bound trying to get the second, will trade out. Legend there to fill in, but Renegade lost his life on the other side. Lucid trying to take advantage. It's one-on-one on the map. Lucid with no fear trying to secure B in time. But the A spawns were open and Optic Gaming get a lucky 50-50 split. Wow, what a spawn. That's devastating to FaZe, and that's the risk that Lucid takes when he goes and tries to play for tempo there. It's a 50-50 toss-up, and it just favored Optic Gaming that time.
Wow, a roll of the dice. Rolls up Snake Eyes. The Snake Bite will go down. 3 go down, though, for Optic. He'll take that trade out as Trippy gets right back on top of C, and FaZe Clan with 3 down still for Optic. They get back on the board.
I mean, FaZe has been very resilient this game. When things have gone awry, they've been able to find their answers. A short trip cap, but importantly, they have B as the home zone for Optic Gaming, and they've restricted their access to the other lanes. It's going to take a coordinated effort here from Optic Gaming to find some space on the map.
Yeah, I don't hate this split for FaZe Clan. And where Optic is going to be coming from, and they have taken advantage of that. 3 go down once again. The last few sequences have been all FaZe, and they're back on top.
They have the quadrant trap. They have it set up. They're going to spawn them all into long haul. This trip cap, it can last a very long time. It's going to come down to this first slate. Formal versus Lucid. Win. FaZe have a strong position to play with now.
Lucid. And the shock rifle drop. What are you seeing?
So well played. I mean, Snakebite has 3 options there. That Shroud Screen's giving him the option to jump up to Needles, jump up to middle, go back into the Shroud, or move his way out. Having multiple options, that versatility allows him to really maximize his life there and get that extra kill. They're able to build themselves a 60-point lead by the time Optic Gaming gets into the break.
They flipped this game on its head, Garrett. They were down by 60 plus in the early goings, but now up by 60 themselves. But Optic are the ones scoring.
And again, using that grapple to get up high and accelerate his timing into A. Trip cap after trip cap seems to be the play so far, but they've been relatively short-lived total controls. Look at that 3-man push by FaZe. They are sending everyone to A, and Formal says, yes, please. He cleans up 2. Eventually, Snakebite gets that kill, but I think it comes at too steep of a cost. Optic Gaming are going to be able to maintain their trip cap pressure.
And it all started with Bounds. Shots from downtown with the battle rifle. You saw the 3-man push for FaZe Clan into the elevator, but Bound earned 2 assists in the process and gets back to Optic back in control of B and C.
Good to see Formal back into that comfortable slaying role. Bounds. Perfectly played. Around the pillar, gets the 3rd. He knows where the 4th's at, and for him, it's not about getting the challenge for the overkill. It's about securing spawns at C. Now they have AC control. FaZe is trapped within B, and they have retaken this lead.
The AC split hold has been the popular choice for both of these 2 teams. It's where both have gathered the most control of the match.
That's the current meta for this map. AC is your default home status if you're able to make it. B is such a tough spot to battle out from. In the early years of Halo Infinite, we saw A, B as those holds. As time has continued on, I think a lot of teams have realized the power of an AC hold.
And especially with how important that advanced and buffed power-up is in the form of the camo. You hold AC, you get first line of sight on the camo, which is up soon.
And the big thing, right, is if the team pushes through... Oh, nice shot by Trippy. If teams push through, you can try to rotate out and just keep yourself adaptable. That's what FaZe has done so well whenever they've had these opportunities, right? It's just take what's given to you. They have a total control for a couple seconds there, but AC will be what remains. And Trippy being very aggressive here. He's going to find both. What a heads-up play. Doesn't worry about Renegade. Instead, worries about everything else that's left behind. Camo in the hands of Trippy, and FaZe is on the final stretch.
FaZe take down 3, but ironically enough, it's going to be Optic who, after going 3 down, they're back in control.
They don't know about Trippy though. Oh no! The easiest shot in the game goes a couple inches to the right, and now Trippy has to try to recover, but Bounce not letting him go. Renegade gets the kill. It's disaster for FaZe.
This is where things can flip. This is where things can flip. Both teams in the 200s. FaZe going to be staring at a 10-second respawn times 3.
Oftentimes, it's the easiest shots that give you the biggest problems. It just costs dearly for FaZe there. That kill gives Optic Gaming control of A and B. This is the classic setup that you see. Crosses are controlled. FaZe will need to coordinate their break. Oh my God, he used his nade! He used his nade! Trippy's hits just blow through the door. It might create the opening they need.
Trippy took Formal's sword and struck him down with it, and now FaZe have life.
Talk about an answer back. It's 3 down. The trip cap is in. It's 2 points for every second. They're roaring their way back into the game. Big game. Trip gets the massive kill.
Optic want to advance out, but they're going to have to come back for Snakebite. They do get that trade out, but not before FaZe regain the lead.
Just 8 more seconds. Optic has to rush their way into a hill. They're forced to make the play. Here it comes. Optic into A. Trippy down to 1 shot. That cross damage was just too great. Renegade surprised that there's no one else here to deal with them. Optic back into control, and they might get total control of their own.
Oh my God, 4 dead! 4 dead! And Optic in the end game! Ice the F up!
Unbelievable. You see the celebrations. I am in shock of what we just saw. And I have a personal vendetta against this exact play for this exact reason. In my opinion, the reason this fails is because Trippy is too focused on hitting cross-map shots. He's looking across the map to try to stop the push that's to come into C. So as we take a look here, right, Trippy's in isolation at A. When you're in isolation, your job is to play your lane. He's looking across the map here because Legend is trying to cross through. But when he goes through this doorway to try to take this damage, Legend puts him down to 1. Now his lane gets overloaded, and he has no shot to take down Renegade, and there's no one here to help out.
That wasn't his job. That wasn't his job in the moment. Penguin had B covered. Penguin could have taken care of Legend pushing up. Like you said, Trippy had to focus on the push coming into A, which is the zone he controlled.
And it's so difficult in that position because Trippy, it feels like the right play because you see Legend there. You think I need to take care of this, but Optic Gaming, it was all a distraction. Legend was really trying to open up a path towards A, and Renegade knows that they just got away with something there. He knows that he just came big for his team. He looks at them and says, hey, we're going to live fire. FaZe has to be sick to their stomach.
Asking yourself, what if on Friday is it going to be the end of the world? Asking yourself, what if on Championship Sunday could be the end of your tournament run?
When we look back at the stats, I mean, Renegade has come to life. He had a slow start, and that's when FaZe was able to get their lead, but the Demon's back, 16 and 10 in this game, and he had massive plays. And you'll see Legend, he had that low KD, right? Not able to go even, but think about the damage that he did at the end of the game. His distraction play that made the difference. I think at the end of the day, FaZe played a better game of Strongholds, but the impactful moments at the end of the day, those close games, once again, it's Optic Gaming, it's Shopify Rebellion that have been winning them.
Yeah, you got to tip the cap to Legend and his patience. He only had 3 seconds to work with, and I think all of us, even I know in my eyes and my heart, I was thinking he's got to go, he's got to go. And he did not. He waited for his teammate to push up onto A, and once he knew that that lane was stuffed and Trippy wasn't able to filter out damage through the middle of the map, the green light was lit up for the green wall, and they take an absolute thriller of a finish. 3 points was the difference.
This is just a brutal game for FaZe to lose because I felt like they played extremely well. I mean, their coordinated collapses were oftentimes key to them getting control. They were playing one step ahead on a lot of these rotations. They had themselves in a dominant position, but Optic Gaming, all they need is a couple seconds, and you just gave them one last chance. That is an absolutely ice-cold clutch-up.
Yeah, think back to that stationary headshot that just served itself up on a platter for Trippy. It's always the player standing still right here. That's the most difficult shot. Usually you anticipate the movement.
Talk about like 1,000 cuts that made FaZe fall to their knees here. And no damage on that shot whatsoever. It just went in between his chin and the gun. And It truly is the easiest shots of the game that can give you the most problems.
Do you think Trippy should have worked back there to clean up on the damage? I thought that was a mistake too, maybe pushing out. I mean,
maybe I just think as soon as you lose that shot and you lose your drop, I mean, I think he was ready to turn already because he just thought it was a guaranteed kill. Like, the reality of the situation is I think it was a lose-lose the second he missed the shot. I mean, you had the camo and the shock rifle for that exact moment. You get a frame window opportunity to hit the shot, and you can see how devastating it can be for a team when you lose it. And it's such a shame because Trippy played well. I mean, Trippy was a massive player in that game, and you know what people are going to remember is just that small shot.
And if you told me that Trippy would be out dueling Renegade, I would assume it'd be 2-1 FaZe, not 2-1 Optic.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, the difference is, like, Trippy, when that big shot needed to hit, it went a little astray. When Renegade needed to push in and win a big gunfight to get control, he won it.
El Clasico has delivered so far. Will it be an instant classic when we look back 10 years from now? Here we go. Game number 4 is live. Renegade not going for the snipe off the start. Maybe, though, he's lining up the repulsor and then the jump through the vet. No, he's going to go cuts instead.
Good pressure in, able to get that trade out. Trippy with the early snipe. That's a good sign for FaZe, but Optic Gaming, in the meantime, they have a couple players at green just getting this hill captured, and this is oftentimes what we see at the start of live fire. You have an option. Do you play for objective first, or do you play for the power-up and power weapon? Optic, they decide to go to the hill.
Yeah, you can take the snipe, but you're likely not taking time, so Optic, okay with giving up control of the snipe.
I wonder if Lucid takes a detour here to go get snipe from Trippy. Yeah, they are doing that. You want to have that sniper in the hands of Lucid with that camo, and this is a very aggressive play. I mean, he's going to be stranded at Nest if he gets caught out here.
8 shots left to work with, and he makes sure his first one is deadly.
Holy.
2 for 2 as 3 go down for Optic. This will give FaZe Clan a great chance at coming back on H1.
That's ice cold. The way Lucid made that play, it was risky to get up, but Eli had been saying this is a more aggressive Lucid than what we've seen in time past, and it's paying off for the team. He's hitting the shots. This is prime Lucid. It's been Trippy that's been making the big plays thus far, but Lucid, when they need it the most, he's stepping up to the plate.
Season 1 MVP, reigniting the flames. He's earned him a championship and an MVP.
Take the challenge. You're hitting shots like this, I get aggressive onto those plays.
Lucid finally goes down. That was the first step Optic needed to take to get back inside the hill. Trippy occupying the space. He's got help though from Penguin on the pillars. Penguin turns toward Legend, but Legend takes him down instead. But it's FaZe Clan who come from behind on Hill 1.
And hey, there's 2 thoughts process at the start of the game. Get early hill time or get the power-ups and power weapons. You see that the difference can be made when the individuals hit the shots with those power-ups, power weapons. That's what FaZe played for.
Optic once again with early hill time here. But the push is coming in from the backside of Mud. Lucid with the frag toss, and now it's Penguin with the snipe.
There's still 2 bullets in this as well. These could be massive shots.
Down, falls at the feet of Penguin. Penguin.
Ooh, whoa. He's gonna try to get back. Oh, but Formal read it. He must have got he absolutely got a death cam call right there that he was pushing that play. That was a very unusual play by Penguin to make to try to get that early flank. If Optic didn't identify it as early as they did, it could have been backbreaking, but Penguin, retribution. He gets caught out from Formal. He says, hey, I'll take the normal route and win it anyway. Huge shots by Penguin.
Snakebite has the snipe tower. Lucid has hill control, and Optic will be spawning up at A. Looked like they were trying to formulate a push down the camo side, but looks like they're going to send 2 at least Nest instead.
I'm in FaZe. I am in awe of their resilience right now to have the ability to go up 2-0 and be as dominant in the beginning of this game as they've been. After having such a devastating loss is a huge credit to them, but they're 99% of the way there. So maybe I'm getting a little too ahead of myself because they just went 4 down. There's an 8-bullet sniper into the hands of Legend, and they're going to spawn very far away. Optic Gaming, realistically, is in a pretty good spot to capture this hill.
And Legend in a pretty good shot, just to hit some body shots, but he's going to do another one. Fatality bank shot.
Lucid. Oh, the head of Lucid is gone. one. Oh no, FaZe. They're not gonna be able to get here in time. Optic Gaming clutch up. The ice has been real.
Optic should have had Hill 1, FaZe should have had Hill 2, but both relinquished what looked like strong control. And now we're tied up in one. Legend continuing to pop off with the snipe. He's answered back to what we saw from Lucid.
And that sniper's a millimeter to the right. If Snakebite's head would have been got as well, the collat was on the table. They don't know about Snakebite. They do not. Dude, this has been such a patient play by Snakebite. He's waiting. No, there it is. Bound gets the kill.
Legend lining up. Oh, he sniped the QT. He actually made contact.
Yeah, we had to break the rules of physics and time and everything for him to miss a shot.
Legend. 6 or 7 for 8 with this snipe. That has brought Optic right back in this fight, and they're up on Hill 3.
Give Optic an inch, and they've taken an absolute mile. The shift in momentum, you can feel it in their gameplay, the confidence that these guys are displaying.
Bound drops down onto Penguin for another double kill. Bound only 6 and 6, but it feels like he's elevating his game.
Okay, yeah, I was like, maybe got a little lucky that they didn't get taken out, but Lucid, the second one will. The first kill was captured because of the camouflage of Lucid. They'll have it for their next rotation, but Optic Gaming takes the lead.
Wow. And what looked like a 2-0 lead for FaZe Clan is now a 2-1 lead for Optic as
Deja vu. I mean, look, he's in the same spot of this first camo. He made a massive play from here before.
He's gonna make another one. Double kill. Secured on the nest. He drops into the hill, gathering time, and with the camo, they're gonna have to figure out where he is via some grenade toss, or Lucid gonna actually light up himself as he lights up Legend with the man down.
Heads up plays. He doesn't want to get in that hill to reveal his position. He wants to make it almost seem like he's left, right? If he can get through without them looking, he's going to get good damage onto the first. Wow, Formal goes down. Heads up plays by Lucid.
Lucid just trying to stay alive, down to 1 HP. Wow.
Whoa, they didn't take him out, and that's going to allow him to charge towards the first spawner. I love this from Lucid. Hyper aggressive. He's trying to slow the initial players of Optic down.
Optic
what a flank, what a flank, what a flank!
Oh, doesn't get the trade though. Does earn the spree. Lucid at 14 and 8. He's the top performer.
Oh, the one kill that didn't go their way. And I think that makes the difference. If you would have gotten both on that flank, I think FaZe keeps their control, but Optic Gaming have broken out the spawns and have a sniper in the hands of Bound. I'd almost just waste this bullet. I wouldn't want to waste time on the reload. There you go. Makes me nervous whenever there's 1 in the chamber and 4 in the back pocket.
And 4 pushing up strong. Is Bound gonna have a difficult time maintaining his life, and that snipe as he'll go down. Formal down to 1 HP. He should go down as well. Snakebite cleans him up. As Renegade, the last Spartan standing. All 4 will fall for Optic. This should secure Hill number 4 for FaZe and a tie.
Don't. Oh, okay, Lucid was about to peel whoever checks this corner. Legend, I was really heads up by Legend. He understood how far he can actually move to throw that nade without revealing his head. That's just repetitions in. You know, it doesn't really make a difference in the play, but it's cool to see.
2-2 tie. With 2:26 left on the clock, Optic have been immediately hopping into the next rotation of Hills. As Trippy maintaining space on the side of Snipe. But now he's pushing out towards the camo. It looks like it might be a 2v2 gunfight. FaZe are going to send 1 on the flank.
Camo did get grabbed. I don't necessarily think it got burned. Optic Gaming got the early touch, but it might be FaZe that get away with all the goodies. A 3 down for Optic. And Formal, last alive for his team. That spiker, I think, revealed just enough, and it did!
Wow.
Snakebite shuts Formal down.
Great deductive reasoning there from FaZe Clan. They knew Formal, as the last member alive for Optic, hadn't gotten far.
That time in possession of FaZe, and look at Optic's position. They're spawning at B. There's no quick access for them. Bound on a quick flank is going to be able to open up some spacing towards sandbags, but they are still feeling the pressure, and Lucid is on kill 19. He has taken over for FaZe. An absolute brilliant display against his former team.
FaZe are starting to cycle the spawns for Optic Gaming. They've got full control of the map, but it's ironically Optic in the hill.
Legend backing his way out. Optic Gaming gonna opt for numbers here. They want to try to take this fight as a unit. Trades are in, but it's the positioning of FaZe that's favorable. Oh, this is tough. Can he stay alive? No. Trippy was in that hill, and Lucid just didn't have the angle to cover him. That gives Optic Gaming the first pick, and they use that effectively to break in through the rest. It really is, Halo at its core is a game of position, timing, and teamwork. Optic used it perfectly there.
Formal, gathering hill time, and the snipe. Grenades will chase him out, though. It takes a little bit of damage. The equivalent of one shot from the Bandit, so he's not too worse for the wear. But it looks like he might get cleaned up here shortly. FaZe Clan are 2 now, 3 down, so Formal's gonna stay alive. 4!
Formal's gonna get lost in this chaos as well. He's gonna be able to reposition. FaZe is gonna have no idea where to expect this sniper.
Oh my goodness, it looked, again, that's 2 hills that it looked like FaZe were about to win, but Optic steal it instead. They're up by 1 with 1:27 left on the clock.
Now, if they can find Formal early and get this 7-bullet sniper back into their possession, FaZe should have the firepower to get back, but it's gonna come down to some big shots. Formal. Oh, whoa, down to 1 shot. Formal desperate to get away. Wow, just able to get away with his shields.
Formal has been playing with fire, but because he maintains his life, he maintains possession of the snipe. Sticky goes out, lands without doing any damage. Trippy with a slay on bound. That's the opening break that FaZe need to start to get something going.
Formal has to drop down to get that angle. Able to get that kill, but it's a one-on-one. Penguin in the back, Formal with sniper in the hill. Oh, Lucid got camo 3 times now. The game might just come down to Lucid with camo.
Opening break damage. Goes out on the Renegade. He gets cleaned up. FaZe Clan have the numbers advantage. They can push with it.
Working his way in. He found Formal. He takes him down. The sniper off the map. Renegade, the only player alive. FaZe have position.
And Optic need to play for next. I don't think you can contest this hill. This could spell trouble. And if you don't set up for the 7th and final hill, that could be it.
FaZe is there. They've early rotated. They identify Renegade. Renegade is stuck at a 1v3. He's getting shot from 3 different positions. He goes down early. The early rotation favors FaZe.
And I think despite playing for next, Optic spawned too far out and FaZe get their early rotation and time on a hill they have to have.
Oh, Lucid on this reposition, cashes Renegade, the one-on-one. Oh, the demon from hell, double kill. Renegade breaks open the position.
Bound, flanking through on Mud. Got a teammate at S1, he'll go down. Legend, occupying the space, Bound once held, cleans up on Snakebite. 1 tap with the headshot, now he's back in the hill.
This is absurd that Optic Gaming was able to minimize the time that FaZe had, but FaZe charging their way back. Lucid with a perfect kill. He has 21 to his name. Legend with 23 for Optic Gaming, but it's coming down to this fight. Snakebite is here early. Puts an extra shot into the body on his clamber up.
23 seconds left in regulation, but that's a formality. This is overtime, sudden death, and FaZe have control.
Where's the push gonna come from, and how fast can FaZe identify it? Sniper coming up soon. 2 players out on the outside. FaZe get that information with that first down. FaZe has the resources. Optic lacks time. This is likely to be FaZe's.
This is exactly where FaZe was, though, in the previous game, and they choked it. Will they do it again? They have to ice up, and it looks like they're doing so. 2 go down for Optic, only 1 for FaZe Clan. The final seconds needed, but it's Optic in the hill.
Do not get too ahead of yourself. They work together. Bound drops. Game 5. Here we come. Unbelievable.
El Clasico turning into an instant Clasico here as Optic and FaZe are destined once again for Game 5.
And FaZe getting excited. The fans knowing that they just pushed Optic to Game 5. This is fairly unfamiliar territory for FaZe as well against Optic Gaming. Historically, it's been strong performances from Optic against FaZe. And at the end, it comes down to a Slayer.
FaZe have been to a grand finals before, though. It's going to be a little bit rougher road, though, this time, because they're going to have to take down their arch nemesis in a Game 5. The final major of Halo Infinite is delivering on Champ Sunday now. A little bit of a snooze fest. 3-0, 3-0 to start, but we are likely looking at Game 5s and 7s the rest of the way.
And these games have been unbelievably icy. I mean, when you look at the best of 5 throughout this series thus far, Game 1 comes down to a flag. Game 2, I think, came down to a singular push at the back of C. That team wipe making a big difference. Game 3 came down to one last desperate play by Optic Gaming. Game 4 came down to one final hill where FaZe had to clutch up 2 in a row. This is absolute cinema.
It's cinema indeed. Throughout 4 games, 7 total points separate these two teams. It could not be any closer.
Aqua Slayer is such an interesting map to end this on because we've been on such snipe-heavy rotations in the last few games. Now it's gonna come down to those bandit fights and the camouflage on the map. There is no power weapon. It just is going to be a camouflage for these teams to work with. FaZe, they've been pretty good at their power-up control thus far.
They have, and that makes me a little concerned for them, especially when you consider the fact that I'd give the positioning advantage, the flank advantage to Optic so far in this one. Think back to the Fortress, CTF, Legend routinely getting in the back of the base, the recharge, strongholds where Optic were routinely able to flank the backside of C, and they're able to do that again here on Aqua. That could be their win condition.
Guys have been on Renegade, but the player that's likely to create those chaotic flanks is going to be Legend. If Legend's able to find those openings in FaZe's setup, it could be a wild finish here. And, you know, we had 4 close games. Oftentimes when we get this position, the game 5, it feels like it could be an absolute blowout.
Yeah.
If a team gets that momentum early on.
One or the other, probably 50 to 25 or 50 to 49. I don't think there's any in between.
Oh, man. Dude, we are just going back. We are seeing an absolute instant classic between these two. And it has been the same grand finals tournament after tournament. FaZe finally has the chance to make it a bit different from the last couple events, from the LVT Halo Pro League LAN, from the from HCS Salt Lake City. They're looking for their second appearance, but it would be the first appearance as this 4.
Right.
Dude, this is such a great series.
You read my mind, Garrett. I was going to say, well, FaZe have had history in the grand finals in Season 4. That was with the suppressed and falcated roster of FaZe Clan after facilitating a trade with SSG. And wow.
On LAN, wow.
Wow.
Dude, the FaZe fans are probably like, oh my. Oh my.
Oh my, indeed.
Now, game 5s, you can't replicate this feeling in scrims. You can't replicate it early in tournaments. There really is nothing like it. There is no way to practice these situations. Game 5, tournament life on the line, 50 kills. What you think you know about Aqua Slayer, just throw it out the damn window. I'm telling you right now, there's no way that these teams are gonna just play standard Halo. It is going to get mixy. You're gonna see, it's like, the way I describe Game 5 Slayers to someone that hasn't, you know, been in Halo for a long time and seen these LAN competitions, it's like watching a chess match for two grandmasters that have gone 70, 80 moves deep. There is no history record. There is no line to play from. It is brand new position, brand new thoughts that are coming out onto the board. It's the same way in these Halo games. It is truly a game of chess, and it's why, you know, Halo fans, they love the Game 5 Slayers.
Love me some Game 5s. Here's something we haven't really discussed yet this weekend, Garrett. This is FaZe home turf. This is the FaZe Major. And I remember vividly going into Arlington, we said that was a stark advantage for Optic Gaming. The Green Wall is going to be loud and proud. There are still a lot of fans of the Green Wall here in Charlotte. And so for FaZe, you can't give them nothing to root for.
No, and right now, Optic Gaming, I mean, they're always going to have their fans, right? I mean, the Optic Gaming, the Green Wall, they go strong, but you can feel that there's been quite a good bit of FaZe buzz here, and I think that's largely thanks to that. I think FaZe has thrown a great event. For the people that have come, there's been lots of fun things to do. That the in-between games have been great. The merge they have has been awesome. Like, you can feel that FaZe, the people that put on this event, they put some true love into it. It's been a really fun event here this weekend.
Sweat dripping from the brows of Formal. It's going to be a sweaty sweat fest here in game number 5. Even those watching at home probably get a little sweat on them.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the heart rate. I mean, you got to watch all. Let's see. Hey, dude, I'm actually kind of calm and cool and collected. I'm only at 90 right now.
There you go.
I feel like it's a lot more, to be honest. It's like the adrenaline's going crazy for me.
It's just like the players, you know, you get a little bit more time on the main stage, a little bit more time in these highly volatile scenarios. Heart rate lowers the more you do it. So we expect everyone to be at about 60, maybe even 40, like Kobe-like beats per minute. But man, as soon as this one kicks off, the heart rate's
Papa
about to
Lucid right
pop
there,
up.
right? That's Papa Lucid in the front row, the family here ready to watch. Comes down to one last map to determine who gets a chance at Grand Finals.
Green Wall versus the Red Sea of FaZe Clan. Face off once again. You wouldn't expect anything less. Game 5. Moments away. Anticipation is brewing. It looks like, based on the body language, we're about to load in.
Yeah, these players are locking in. Right now, it is palpable in this venue, the tension that you're feeling, and that these guys, it all comes down to 50 slays. And this is where I wish I could be a fly in the comms of these teams. I mean, what do you even tell each other going into this series? I'm so curious as to what FaZe, what Optic are communicating to each other before a big game like this.
I think as this delay dwindles on, as we are getting set to go, the fist bump's going out, you don't want to over talk. I don't think you want to not necessarily estimate the competition, but you don't want to rewrite the rule book. You've been here before. You've done this. Do it again.
Game 5. The winner goes to Grand Finals. Optic's been there every tournament this year. In front of the home crowd, FaZe has a chance at their own major to create the upset, to stop Optic short at top 3. Slayer, Game 5, here we go.
Here we go indeed. Stand up on your feet. It's Game 5, FaZe Clan versus Optic. No slays occurring yet in the feed. Both teams feeling each other out. Renegade peering towards the camo, now trying to find an opponent across the map to shoot at. I'd like to see him switch to the BR here.
Instead, just staying alive, trying to more isolate out those angles. Doesn't want to give up a free death. Has the one-on-one. The demons come. 1v1 turns to 1v none. Early kills for Optic Gaming.
And it looked like Penguin had help pushing through the util, but his teammate stayed at Carbine to, I believe, stop Formal from grabbing the camo, but he still did.
Lurking underneath. Camo has been a tough proposition for Optic Gaming thus far. FaZe has been able to use those to great effect, but Formal's going to get the first, and so far it's been a good answer for Optic Gaming.
6-3 off the start. Op doubled up on the lead. Formal with about 10 to 15 seconds left to camo. Wants to gather as much intel he can before he becomes visible once again. 4 stuck at Fridge. This could be devastating.
Oh no, and this is what we're talking about. You just can't replicate these Game 5 feelings. Not often do you see how constricted a team can be here, and there's nowhere for FaZe to move, but their team shotting well. They get 2 kills before Formal can get to the fight.
No
FaZe
way!
From the brink, stuck on the back wall. They turn around and break through the green wall. Optic Gaming have lost a significant portion of their lead.
FaZe fight their way out of the Fridge, and what should have been a triple up on the lead is now just a 1-kill game.
And big moments like that keep FaZe in the series. They've done it time and time again. Every game we've seen thus far has gone down to the wire.
Snakebite occupying space at the Fridge. He's got Penguin helping him. L-shaped formation here for FaZe Clan. I like this setup.
Snakebite's really going to be the one that decides when they're going to go. He has the option to play forward if he wants him. Bound going to do the opposite. The way that Snakebite's playing for his team on the other end, Bound's doing for his on the other side, and it goes out positive for Optic Gaming. They get the first kill on the Trippy.
Bound calls for help. He gets it, maintains his life here. And they do know where he is now. 2 members of Optic there.
Camo's coming up right now, and every player on the map is alive. Lucid has the angle from top base. Everyone else is on that Fridge side.
Bound landed the first shot, but it's not enough to feel like he can clean up on the damage. Camo is up, and Bound looks like he's trying to set his sights on it. 2 go down for FaZe Clan. Bound works his way through the middle of the map. Bait and switch here. He should secure that with a +1. No!
Oh my.
Huge trade there from Lucid. Huge trade.
I can't believe Lucid got away with that one. That felt like it should have been routine for Optic Gaming, but sometimes 1 kill can be all the difference They're getting heavy damage onto Optic Gaming. Formal finds an answer on a snake bite, but you can feel the damage is starting to trickle in for FaZe, but the kills aren't there. The kill feed is not lighting up like they want it.
16-12. It's the first team wipe lead for Optic, and fortunate enough for FaZe Clan, they're able to bring it back to within 3.
We are a minute past this camouflage being up. It's finally grabbed. It took so long for someone to get this.
And you could use the camo to get the camo here theoretically because of the 45-second timer. The next one should be up while Trippy still has it.
I think it maybe be 30 seconds on the timer, but it's going to be very close on the timer here. Look at Optic. They are trapped in this base. This is the last place you want to be. Trippy might opt to jump through the window or double up through the door. Looks like they're going to go through doubles.
Trippy knows Formal's there. Trippy knows Formal's there.
Well
I thought Formal had the sneak attack, but he gets struck down.
And stark comparison to what we saw when FaZe was trapped into the fridge. When Optic's in the same situation, they're not able to get any of those trade outs. It's a tied game, and now FaZe has taken the lead.
Optic just moments ago were up by 4. Now they're down by 1.
Whoa.
Trippy would have been a Hail Mary, but he advanced further on the map. It's still a slay nonetheless. Going for another one. Renegade set up for the bait switch. There's no way Trippy lives.
I don't think he expected 3. Came in, saw the squad ready to wipe him. My God, I don't think he knew about that.
No, he was not anticipating to see 3 when he thought he was in a 1v1. And FaZe Clan, though, fortunate to maintain their advantage. Up by 2 is Bound. In a 1v1 here with Penguin. Penguin already securing 1 slate. Lucid secures the second. The flank comes through. We talked about how Optic were the better flankers throughout this series, but it's been FaZe Clan instead in Game 5.
And look, that's another time that they got 3 down without trades. Another time FaZe has been playing the better game of Slayer as they've been able to find those clean wipes.
Snakebite goes down. This one's still close. 2 kills separating these 2 teams as Bound works his way in. I worry that the slide gave up an audio cue to Trippy, and yes, I do believe Trippy was able to turn on him because of the audio cue.
Okay, Legend got away with it. Camouflage now in favor of Optic Gaming. They're second of the game, and you can see FaZe feeling that pressure. Look at how they're all sitting in the base. They are going to let Optic Gaming push into them. Top priority is just to find Legend with the camo, and I don't think Legend's going to give away his position for free. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries maybe to jump up into the window here. Yes, he's going to go for it. This could be a major info grab.
Bounce got too many deaths. Bounce got too many deaths, and at the halfway mark, he only can give up 2 more lives.
So well
and he's already given up 11. You get 12 a match if you're to come out on top. Now, they do take down 4 for FaZe Clan to get back on top, but I'm a little worried about Bound giving FaZe a little too much.
I think right now for Optic Gaming, they're more focused on what they're going to do as a team. I don't think it's going to come to them from any individual performance. The way they were able to close in on FaZe there, that was executed as a team. If they can replicate those games, I think they'll be fine. Wow, Legend knows that he can't move, and just too much time. It just took too long to get those shields back. That was a no-win position for Legend. FaZe able to battle back. They regain their lead.
Oh, fantastic job utilizing your numbers in the team fight there for FaZe Clan as they regain a 2-kill lead. Penguin and his teammate occupying space at the top middle of the map, but Lucid's already going on that flank.
He identifies too. That's great for Lucid that he didn't get too far into that doorway. He's going to be able to back up, give info to his team, and get back as a unit. The big thing is you want the advantage as you go into these gunfights, and FaZe has been very cautious on the way that they play into a gunfight. They wait for an advantage, and then they take advantage. Bound, 13 deaths thus far. Another one in the column.
He's got to find a way to slow it down, but not stay out of the fight. This is very troublesome for Optic right now. I am terrified for what the rest of their tournament looks like.
And Snakebite, I mean, 15 kills for Snakebite. He has been a Game 5 phenom this tournament, and he has come to life again. He is one of the greatest of all time, and he will go down on the Mount Rushmore of Halo competition. And he might just clutch up for a grand finals here. I mean, he is playing unbelievable. 16-7 so far this game.
Snakebite, the game changer. And he might just be the Game 5 changer that sends FaZe Clan to the grand finals. Up by 6. It's the largest lead of the game. Watch out, Optic.
Okay, Penguin maybe just got away with one. When he jumps up into the air there, you're nervous about him getting away, but not only stays alive, his teammates are able to get kills, and now he's pressuring in on the other side. He finds two. Penguin given a second chance at life, made the most. Lucid has camo. FaZe is at the final stretch. They just need 10, and Optic Gaming have to double that to get back into the game.
The numbers aren't adding up here for Optic Gaming. They have died far too often. Bound's already 4 over 12. Legend just reached 12. This is looking bleak.
FaZe, it's taken them attempt after attempt, third place after third place, but now Optic Gaming is on the ropes. They are just 7 kills away. The process, they've trusted it, and now they just need 7 more.
Penguin, Trippy, Lucid, and Formal have been here before, claiming championships in Game 5 victories. But now it's an opportunity for Penguin, Trippy, and Lucid to exact revenge. It looks like they might just do it.
Oh, nice nade by Formal. Legend's gonna be working on a far-ranging flank there as well. Bound got his kill. You need these 2-for-1 trades, essentially, whenever you can get them, and so far Optic has found those answers. All of those players caught out. Snakebite's down to 1 shot. That should get cleaned up. That nade, good.
The double ping from Formal indicated he wanted Snakebite to get cleaned up, and Bound answers with the quarterback Hail Mary-esque grenade toss, and
they've identified that player. That nade's gonna let them know he's there. Oh, Lucid came in. Lucid came in. He got the kill. Wow. The help at the last second gets them to 46.
The bait and switch behind the pillar had Formal spinning and heading back to the respawn screen. FaZe clean up by 7. They only need 4.
These last 4 kills are gonna feel like Mount Everest. There's nothing that feels easy about this for FaZe.
Standstill.
And nade's good. Oh, Penguin's down to 1. I think Bound knows where he's at. Nade not coming through. Huge. A second time now that Penguin's gone down to 1 shot, was able to stay alive, and might just be able to grab extra value.
That's all FaZe needed. That's all FaZe needed to take this series, was the opening break slay.
Those are the last 3 kills. He saw all 3 of them. Those are the 3 kills that remain for Optic to go down. For FaZe to get to the finals, it's 1 last kill.
FaZe are 1 kill away. They get it. And they get revenge on Formal. Optic, go home.
The celebrations are in. They've gone the distance in front of the home crowd in their home stand. They have earned a shot to take on Shopify Rebellion.
Wow. Wow. Can't be anything other than happy for Lucid, Penguin, and Trippy. Once teammates and cohorts on Optic Gaming, they just took them down. Revenge is a dish best served cold.
For the first time in 2 years, Bound and Legend will not be in your grand finals. For the first time in 2 years, Formal will not be in your grand finals.
Wow. Unreal. And we set the stage for a little bit of a blowout in Game 5, right? After how close Games 4 have been, it made sense that we saw a 50-40 finish there, and FaZe are the ones to come out on top. Again, I go back, and I don't want to call out Bound because he's a great guy, I consider him a friend in the scene, but he had 12 deaths at the 24 kill mark. He had accounted for half of the deaths, or half of the kills, I should say, for FaZe Clan. Way too many. He ended up with 18. You can only afford yourself 12, and you didn't give the rest of the guys a chance. Like guys like Formal and Renegade with 9 and 10, they played well, but when you have just 1 player, and in this case 2 that went over 12, they didn't have a chance.
I do think that this play right here was, in particular, a big one for FaZe. When Optic Gaming has this team like completely dead to rights and they're not able to find a clean collapse, that gives FaZe an opening to get back in the early game, not to have a big deficit. You're gonna see in these replays multiple times in which FaZe has Optic in the same situation, like here, trapped in the back base, able to get 3 clean kills, no trade outs. You'll see that as the difference, in my opinion, between Optic and FaZe in this match. As for Bound, having those high deaths, The reality, in my opinion, is you got bound for a reason. It's not hyper-aggressive gameplay, and there's risk and reward to that gameplay.
Shout out Kason in the chat. Happy for what he probably just witnessed from his boys in red. As FaZe Clan on home turf, defending it.
Yeah, I mean, Kason's got to be so happy right now. I mean, this is all that work that this team has put in. After all that drama, right, to get back to a grand finals, to have a second chance at it, especially when Optic and Shopify Rebellion have looked to be at their apex, to be looking like two of the best teams to be in Halo's history, right? For FaZe to come in and create a conversation, to prove to themselves that they can beat these teams, I think has to be a huge accomplishment to this team. Now, grand finals is on their mind. That's their next peak. The next goal that they have set for themselves is to become champions in year 4 of Halo Infinite. That road's going to be tough. 2 best-of-5s against a red-hot Shopify. Yeah, best-of-7s against Shopify Rebellion. This is time to go to war, folks.
They've got the work cut out for them, but it seems like FaZe Clan showed up here on Championship Sunday with their hard hats and their lunch pails. As we get ready and get set for the grand finals, we'll head to a quick break, but you guys do not want to miss FaZe Clan versus Rebellion up next.
What a series. And I think if you are a fan of Halo Infinite and you're a fan of competitive, this was a series to really remember. Everything was close, down to the wire, down to decisions, inches, moments, seconds away from either or. Unbelievable. Slimedown, I'm just literally going to hand it to you and just ask your initial thoughts, because there is so much to really pinpoint here, but overall, what do you look at when you think back on it?
I mean, that was the best series of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
I love how we kind of hit on all the talking points before. We said how we think it needs to go to game 5. They needed to win one of the first 2 because the games 3 and 4 were tough. They squeaked by. Honestly, it was just very well-rounded, amazing gameplay out of them. Talked about how FaZe matches up against Optic a lot better than Shopify.
Yeah.
And this could be the moment where they win this, get the confidence, realize how they need to play against these teams where they finally got over the hump, and they take that knowledge into the next series against Shopify.
Slimedown, while I have you, let's talk about that map 3, because that was something we actually mentioned on the desk, and you actually had a massive talking point on that with FaZe. It really was something that they struggled with, and you could see it statistically. You could see them kind of break down online as well through it, especially when it came to Shopify and Optic as well. This map 3, though, looked completely different. It looked like they were comfortable. It didn't matter that, honestly, it wasn't even their strongest mode. In fact, I don't think they'd won one stronghold so far in Charlotte either, despite even also then going up against the map 3 curse that they seemingly have been in. I mean, it was fierce. However, they still didn't get the job done on that map 3. It looked like they had it. And it was a struggle to watch, because a trip cap all the way to the end, it looked perfect. What happened?
Yeah, so when I was watching that game, you saw Trippy holding the A stronghold, and he was watching the cross to top gold, and Legend was there, and he was trying to put damage on them, but they had no one top gold to get his cross, so the damage he took from Legend was able to then be pushed across the catwalk. They had the 3 cap, and you could tell, I'm pretty sure it seemed like a call was made to try and hold the 2 cap. The angles weren't there, and it was like the last second where we saw this again. It was kind of like falling into old habits where they take their foot off the gas for one couple seconds, where they need to just, in my opinion, they should have kept pressuring a little bit instead of turtling, hoping that the game was just going to come to them and they were going to get the 2 cap. And it bit them again, and I'm glad that wasn't something that affected them going into King of the Hill on live fire, because that is one of Optic's best game types. And to see them, I mean, look at the scores of this series. Like, it was so fun to watch.
Yeah, that game number 3 was crazy. What really surprised me, though, is that game number 4.
Yeah.
Optic are the 2nd best King of the Hill team in the league, and I'm talking all year long, consistently. So for FaZe to go into that game number 4 and squeak out that win, we kept talking about the win condition being get to a game 5. We talked about Stronghold and King of the Hill being tough. You just beat the 2nd best King of the Hill team in their home on live fire. And when I saw that, I was like, oh snap, FaZe winning the series. I didn't have to see game 5. I already knew.
I wasn't sure about that one, I'm not going to lie to you. I wasn't sure about that one going into game 5, just because of how icy Optic Gaming can be, and also the fact that the matter that they really have done it through the elim bracket every single time so far and lifted that trophy, but it ends here for them. I actually wanted to ask you, Snipedown, of course, and just using your expertise while I have you here. When does a bad mapping mode start to become your best mapping mode? Listening to the stats that Tony mentioned there for Optic being, one of the better teams that we have there, when you are struggling on that in particular and you finally beat somebody at their best and at potentially almost average, does that start to become like, oh, we figured this out. This might actually be our best here?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, I don't know how many times I went into a tournament with a game type being one of my worst game types, coming out first time I play it and dominating that, and then all of a sudden I remember just looking at my teammate to be like, this, before we play, regardless of anything that's happened, this is our best game type. And when you get on land, sometimes things just click. And for them, I mean, that live fire King of the Hill game was such a back and forth. And the way that FaZe was able to hold the setups that they were holding as well and keeping Optic off was incredibly impressive.
I think when you're looking across the stats here, especially for FaZe, you have to mention Snakebite. Snakebite is unlocked at the moment. He has been so consistent. Even when he was back on SSG for a brief moment, he was incredibly consistent in those games. But I feel like coming onto FaZe, it really has just given them another whole room of comfort to play with here, because I think he's with like-minded individuals. He's with guys who play the game in a similar sense. They're just getting used to one another. They're trying to find that flow. And we saw that multiple times actually in this series. I also have to shout out Penguin Tony. Penguin has been stepping up. Listen, all right, he ends with a 0.8, right? Fine, no worries. Look at the damage columns. He's right there with Lucid, right? At sitting at a 1.18 in terms of KD. The damage is everything, but Penguin's, the way his brain works, oh my goodness. In these high pressure situations, Tony, talk to me about how imperative that is to actually win a series.
Yeah, I hate to look at these stats and like kind of take it away from it a little bit. Shout out to Snakebite, shout out to Trippy and Lucid for the KD. But for me, what was the standout was the teamwork from FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
When you think of Optic Games, you think about them being the ultimate front runners. They're able to find ways to isolate you in 1v1s and 2v1s that always favored them. FaZe combated them by just playing their lives so well and waiting for the team to come through. You mentioned Penguin. How many times was he in a back base in a terrible situation, one shot where he's gonna go down and he buys 2 or 3 seconds worth of time for Lucid to get activated in that play, for Trippy to get activated in that play. It's the teamwork and the no man left behind strategy from FaZe Clan that won them that. That was beautifully played, and again, against an Optic Gaming that are so good at isolation. Great job by FaZe Clan.
I now just realized where he gets his game tag from, Penguin, because he thrives in his icy situations, of course, because that was just unbelievable. Some of the decisions I was seeing from him, but also the rest of the team. I mean, Trippy as well. Just so many moments from every single one of them. That's exactly what you want to see, right? From FaZe leveling up. You could name hundreds on the side of each one of those on the roster. FaZe, GG's, you will continue on into that grand final position. Let's take a look at the bracket right now. We say goodbye to Optic Gaming. They will go out. They were very, very close, but no cigar on that lower bracket run once again. It will be just the 2 for them, and then they'll head into Worlds, so don't worry, Green Wall. We have another opportunity, and this time will be bigger and better because it's the Worlds trophy. It's the Worlds rings. This is where it counts for the entire season. FaZe 3-2, they finally get over one of their guys that they just couldn't put their finger down on. It was awfully close-minded, but I think this confidence boost is going to be everything that they need to get into this grand final position, and really put on a show for us, because that first map against Shopify, it was great. Don't get me wrong, it was great. The next 2 wasn't so great. It really was uncomfortable to watch, to be perfectly honest with you. If we could have the same type of confidence and power in map number 1 for the rest of the series, I think we're going to have a really good game on our hands. Snipedown, do you feel like we might see a bracket reset here? Do you think FaZe are capable?
I need to see a couple of these games first, because Shopify just seriously really does look like they're a tier above everybody else right now. Even in that series they played against FaZe, or FaZe, they 3-0'd them. And besides the first game, it wasn't oddball, it was close, but the other 2 weren't. And honestly, with this going into a 7-game series, we talk about how deep Shopify's map pool is, that they don't have weak game types.
No,
and we have talked about a couple of FaZe that, but they have bounced back. They have won a couple of their weak game types. So regardless, I think we're going to see a much better series in this grand finals than we did in the winners bracket finals.
You could tell during that matchup, especially when we went to camera afterwards, how much that meant to the FaZe boys. Like, let's be honest, we know some of the drama that went down, some of the words that were said between the former Optic players, and you saw that on the cameras. But I want to see that same level of emotion in the Shopify Rebellion series. If they could go and dig deep and pull that level of gameplay out, I think maybe they contend a little bit better with Shopify Rebellion. Grand finals, it'd be hitting different.
Well, it's getting awfully dramatic in here, and the room right now is spinning in red, and that's because your hometown heroes, they're still alive, they're still ready to take on their next foe, and that comes in the form of Shopify Rebellion. We're heading to a break. When we come back, we will have your grand finals set in stone for you on that main stage. 2 best of 7s to get it done for FaZe, only 1 for Shopify Rebellion. Shopify have done it before, FaZe have never done it yet. But can they? Can they in this big moment? Those are the questions that are asked. Those are the questions that are answered on Championship Sunday. Lifting that trophy at the end of the day means everything to these 2 teams. Who will come out on top? We'll find out right after this.
Take down Legend. There it is. Eco gets the headshot. Bound. Trying to stay alive in the hill. He goes down as well to Stellar, his former teammate. 2 down for Optic. Space Station. This is their chance to strike.
In the hill is Eco. Suppress locking down these needle side spawns. You do want the elevator spawns for this first hill. It looks like right now Space Station have it. Falcated going to be the anchor position and also overlook the center of the map to see if he can get some cross-range shots. Formal takes a lot of damage, but survives. That might be massive for him.
Space Station bouncing back here. After 1 minute off of regulation, they're just about 1 short hold away from tying this up at the 50 percentile. Suppressed, anticipating the push from the glass. He's got that plasma pistol charged up, ready to rock. Doubly, no, the fist doesn't come through, and Suppressed goes down.
That's actually massive right now for Optic. They might be able to steal the positions that were stolen from them not too long ago. Formal going to be the one that tries to hold down the needles, but he faces some heavy pressure. Looks like Falcated found a line of sight from the tower. He finds a kill onto Legend and stays alive. This could go either way.
This could go on a little bit longer, Eli. Already a minute and a half off the clock, so keep an eye on that clock. We could be heading towards a situation where we might see a 1-2 look scoring game. Formal works his way from the bottom of the staircase, goes back to the respawn screen. Nice shots. Was that Eco across the map with the 5 perfect shots? Eco having himself a good game. He's died a little too much, 4 and 5, but he's got the most slays on his team. That's not what we're used to seeing.
I mean, not online, I guess, but on land, this guy shows up time and time again. They have been kind of hard locked at that 4th place position so far this year.
Look at this. Formal doesn't have a slay yet, but he's going to put the most important number on the board, it looks like, going up 1-0. And what happens when Formal starts to warm up? However, Space Station and Stellar in the hill. How does Stellar want to play this with the camo? He's going to push it out.
Yeah, you know that the team is going to do their absolute best to keep Stellar alive. Yes, Optic's at 99%, but that last 1% is the one that matters the most. And with Stellar making some plays like that, Space Station might be able to steal this. Need to get more hill time, though. They're not in the hill.
Just waiting. Yeah, right as you said that, I'm like, where's the red? There you go. Stellar. I like this setup here, but Legend anticipates. His former teammate knows what he was doing with it. I thought Stellar had the perfect line of sight, the perfect angle, the perfect flank, but Legend takes that back instead, and Optic take hill number 1. Formal still with no slays, but Optic are winning the game.
I mean, we said it yesterday. Who cares about the stats if your team is winning the game? You're clearly doing something right. Legend is going to route to the back silo area with just 2 shots of this shock rifle remaining. Teammate in the hill underneath. At this point, Space Station, I mean, honestly, I think that snipe might just seal this hill entirely, and Space Station are going to start to think about next.
Perfect reversal shot caller, triple medal stacks up for Legend there. He's earned himself plenty of commendations. A few more there from Jeff Steitzer as Optic absolutely dominate hill number 2. It took 2 minutes plus or so to score first and 2 seconds to take a 2-0 lead, but not a Formal goes down, and just as Space Station needed to break through into C, they have an opportunity, but because the time is dwindling so low, Eli, they got to make this a 1-1 game.
Yeah, that was a pretty ballsy call to still contest this hill. Of course, the push was good and it worked, But you got to play flawless from here on out. Optic just have to make one good play to score their second point. And the flip side of that conversation is you don't want to allow Optic to go up 2-0, so it makes more sense to contest this hill. But like I said, got to be perfect. And unfortunately, it is Optic that will sneak in and take it. Now can Space Station set up for next?
Speaking of sneaking in, it's Renegade with the camo. He gets spotted out, suppressed, trying to chase out with the plasma. Chase grenade frag goes out, 1-2. But it's the 1-2 tap for Renegade that takes him down instead.
Okay, Falcated's got some positioning in the elevator, as does Eco, but he falls to Legend. Renegade with this camo and combo combination, gonna be able to just hold this space. And it's Formal still on the goose egg, which is something I just frankly cannot comprehend right now.
It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable, and it's not even to say that he's costing his team. He's not. He's not costing. He's got 5 assists. Death count a little on the high side, but hey, he's got 2 of the caps.
His teammate Renegade has 15 before he has 1.
I'm truly at a loss for words. That's why we're laying out right now. I am so
but they're up
shocked.
2-0, so who cares?
I'm more shocked at how good Optic look. Not a formal goosing, because eventually he's going to get on the board. He's not going to go an entire Halo Infinite Chip Sunday match without getting a kill, ladies and gentlemen. There's no way, right?
He's not you, so yeah, you're right.
He does rack up another assist, so Formal finding ways to make an impact on the match, despite never fatally taking down a member of Space Station. That's nuts.
And it's very clear they've decided to go ahead and start playing time. I mean, this is a pretty ballsy call as well. Early in the game, this decision was made. Space Station are able to break through and step in it, but for how long is the question. But it's just a minute left in regulation. This could end as a 2-0 game.
Renegade lining up the reticle for a slide through. He gets it, but he does not land the shot. Does get a body shot, though. Another one that should mean Falcon is going to be an easy cleanup. It is Renegade now swapping the shot to the plasma pistol. Anticipating the push. Coming through from the Dorito. Suppressed. And look at that! Renegade instantaneously recognized he got stuck, so he went towards the second player and made sure he took both down.
Actually forced a suicide instead of getting the kill himself. Or maybe a team kill, but regardless, Formal gets on the board with that trade. Now 1 in 10. But he doesn't care about that, because 39 seconds of regulation, they just got to hold Space Station out.
So if Optic can absolutely dominate Space Station with Formal going 95% of the match without getting a single slay, what does it look like when Formal looks like Championship Sunday Formal? I'm nervous for Space Station right now. Very, very nervous.
I mean, even more so when Renegade is in Renegade form at 20-5. This man on your screen has yet another camo. Got a couple stickies to work with, but more importantly, a clear line of sight to the players that contest this hill. Will take Eco out of the equation for his 21st. The rest of Optic look to push forward.
4 go down, and with 4 seconds left on the clock, Space Station.
What a game.
Poof, man. Again, Olive Garden.
Formal's got to be laughing right now.
He is.
Do you see Renegade smiling right there? He's like, bro, you really got 1 kill?
Even Formal had like a cheeky little side grin when he got his first trade. This only kill of the game was a trade.
The Olive Garden.
I cannot believe what we just saw.
The Olive Garden breadstick on Championship Sunday is not something.
To dominate, though.
To win.
To dominate.
And look at his damage. He did 3K damage, which is pretty low comparatively in the lobby. Renegade had over 5K, so.
Wow.
But that's a statistical anomaly, to say the least.
Now, on the other side for SSG, Suppressed wasn't helping out the cause as one of the main slayers. He has to put up more than 5 throughout the course of, what was that, 10 minutes or so? My God. Yeah, Suppressed needs to be, honestly, matching Renegade. That's Suppressed comp here. Suppressed goal here is to match and try to neuter the energy and the performance of Renegade, because if he's not able to, let's be honest, I don't think Space Station have a chance in this series. Suppressed and Falcated have to look like the 2 main slayers that got brought onto the squad to do exactly that.
Yeah, this team comp, I don't think works when Eco's the guy with the most kills. I'm just going to be frank, and I'm not an Eco hater by any stretch. This guy is incredible at the game, but you took on Suppressed and Falcated to get the slays, and we saw Suppressed insane yesterday. He's top 5 KD in the tournament, So he definitely needs to stand out a bit more going into the rest of the series if Space Station even have a chance.
Well, we called out the slaying performance of Suppressed in game number 1 and game number 2. That's all he needs to worry about. He's been having a good weekend. Haven't quite looked at his stats. If we may pull up the Halo data hive, that'd be great. But Suppressed has looked good when I've had a chance to watch him. Seems like he's in his element. Just not waking up on the right side of the bed here on Championship Sunday. Not the day you want to wake up on the wrong side of the bed. You want to be like Optic and wake up on Friday, Saturday, maybe not feeling yourself. Sundays, though, there's no room for error.
Yeah, it is just game 1, and I think that sometimes that it is just a 1-game difference to settle in. I myself as a competitor, if maybe I was running a little bit late that morning, had to grab breakfast, whatever, like maybe I didn't get to warm up as much. After 1 game, I'm probably good to go. And a player like Suppressed, much better than I am, he's going to be just fine, I think, going forward in the series. But we got to see it because this Optic team, man, when they go to the lower bracket, they become a different beast. And I don't know if Space Station has beat Optic in this situation ever.
It almost begs the question, Eli. Do Optic want to be in the lower bracket? And the reason I ask that is because if you look at the power rankings, it's a very clear 1-2 in S tier. And then A tier would be Space Station and FaZe. But that gap is growing, it feels like, as every tournament passes. And so Optic, in the lower bracket, they know that every team they face up until the grand finals should be a win for them.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about. I mean, it's not like they threw on purpose, but it does end up feeling like being on the lower side has helped Optic. The only times they've won this year are when they started in the lower bracket round 1.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened again this weekend. Tell you what, though, I mean, as long as Shopify have like a good backstage warm-up regimen, like it's hard. They probably aren't scrimming any teams. I don't know what team would agree to scrim them right now. They're probably just 2v2ing or shooting bots or doing CTF flag warm-up, keeping themselves warm, waiting for Optic.
Yeah. You got to keep yourself warm going into play Optic, because Optic, through this lower bracket run, they're the most warmed-up team of the weekend. They've played the most matches. They've, at this point, probably won the most matches. They've taken some hard L's, but they've always turned that into learning lessons. So, very impressed with Optic Gaming's resilience. That's so insane. Lower round 1 to grand final reset champions. That is an unprecedented performance, a once-in-a-blue-moon performance, and Optic have done it twice in 6 months.
They did it back-to-back. And like you said yesterday, 2 players on that team, Legend and Bound, they did it on Space Station last year too. I mean, it's pretty insane that 2 players have done that exact feat 3 times in the last basically 12 months. But here we go. Looking at Solitude Slayer. This is definitely a bounce back opportunity for Space Station. To me, though, the key is shut down Renegade. Renegade is the reason that Optic win in dominating fashion when they do, often dropping 20+ kills in Slayers. And if he is kept at bay, that's the way Space Station wins.
Well, remember yesterday we were watching Optic and we
coach
4 out of 10 fire because
why is the game not starting?
That's what I'm wondering right now. What's going on? Okay, here we go. Loading in to game number 2 on Solitude. The series isn't over yet, but it might just be if Space Station can't come out with a win here in game number 2. Let's keep an eye on Renegade, and if he's able to run unabated once again to the camo and the shock, if that's the case, this might go out of control.
This will likely be a game of runs. The team that maintains their advantage state for longer and gets the maximum value out of those spawn blender scenarios is the team that wins on Solitude. I expect both teams to have their turns at it, but who can do it more is the question. Off the rip, it's Formal with a line of sight, trying to open up the map for camo.
Oh my God, 3 pushing the top side.
That's a crazy opening strat.
They're very lucky they didn't take more damage.
That is a crazy opening strat.
Gets weak. Takes down Formal though. Renegade off the start, gets a slay off screen. I'm just looking to see if Renegade's making his way towards that camo. It's actually Bound instead.
Legend with a quick curve slide out to the blue spawns. Wants to make sure he has that extra line of sight. All of Space Station just trapped over here at the snipe side. Bound playing patiently, does some damage, but does not want to burn this camo out. Renegade here to clean things up with a double kill. And it is making a triple. Oh, did someone just steal his over? That was like the freest over. And
it really
they were just
was.
like, no, not for you.
Well, what do you know, Eli? Renegade has got the snipe back in his hands. Only 3 shots left to work with. Stellar had his opportunity with the snipe. We know how good he is with the snipe, but the
There is a reason this man has won championships, has won world championships. The push, Snakebite gets it. It's a frenzy for Snakebite, but is he going to be enough? Here it comes. The frenzy and the 2 kills in the end for Snakebite. Headline spawn, you're knocking out. Oh! Trippy suffers the same fate as struck with that side. Snakebite with the triple. Snakebite with the over! Does it himself. Last shot, not going down without a fight. Gets a triple kill. Black going in. It's going to be a 1-minute 30 game. What a weekend it has been with all the Halo action here in Charlotte. Our squad's coming out here, the best teams on the planet, looking to hoist this trophy and qualify for Worlds. But now only 2 teams remaining here on this epic Sunday to be able to hoist this trophy. But Charlotte, I need to ask y'all, because y'all been amazing all weekend, and everyone at home as well. Are you all ready to get this grand finals going? The first squad coming to the stage. Get ready for them. Here comes the defending champions.
The body, Snipe shot connects with Glorious body as well, and he hunts down the kill. Double kill, making it triple for last shot, taking over the round.
Get up and show some love to Shopify Rebellion. We got Frosty, Cycle, Last Shot, Royal 2, and Coach Bestman. Shopify Rebellion looking to go back-to-back here in our last major of the season. One more time, Charlotte, show them some love. All right. Now, for their opponents, this squad has been catching fire all weekend long. Here to play for the hometown crowd. Get ready, everybody, because here comes FaZe. Silo just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all? Hey, listen, you madman! An overkill! Get ready, the hometown team coming out is FaZe Clan! Give it up for Penguin! Snakebite! Lucid! It's Trippy, and now it's Lucid! And last but not least, give it up for Coach Fierce. The hometown team ready to do it and get their first win of the season. Show some love and FaZe up for FaZe Clan. All right, our players are ready to go. They're warmed up. They've been locked in and ready for this moment all weekend long. But I need to ask you guys at home, are y'all ready for this moment? Charlotte, are y'all ready for this moment? Without further ado, let's get this grand finals going. On set, Rob, let's get it.
It's time. Grand finals time to be exact. The last grand finals in major Halo Infinite history. Eli, how you feel, my man?
I'm feeling good, man. I know the guys on FaZe are feeling the sweet revenge that they just got on Optic Gaming. Most notably Formal, of course. I mean, how many times have we talked about it? Like, Formal drops the whole team, picks up this new super team. I don't want to play with you anymore, like the Toy Story
Oh,
meme.
you're going to have to play us if you don't want to play with us.
But they get their first win. And I came dressed in red to support the FaZe boys. Maybe a little bit of a bias caster, as you're wearing the FaZe Optic shirt. So I think we were both on the same lines. How are you feeling?
As we usually are. I feel grateful. I feel ecstatic. I am so happy to be here, even if I was just in the crowd watching, but to be on the mic with you, man. Woo! Another grand finals in the books for you and I. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the last ones. In 3 weeks' time, we will descend to Seattle. The winner of this will come into that tournament with the first seed. It's a big deal, as this man that's being ever so beautifully zoomed out on is Last Shot. He's been incredible this entire weekend, as we kind of expected him to be at the beginning of the year.
I need a breakdown of Last Shot's record with the hat faced forward and backwards, because he's always got the hat on. But the question is whether it'll be facing front or back.
It's funny you say that. There's a lot of players that have weird little superstitions about that. Like, Descendant was mad at Precision for having his hood up. He's like, I've never seen someone with their hood up performing well on land. It's like, what are you even talking about? But it's a superstition. Snakebite, of course, with his patented Snakebite hat. He's never taken that thing off. I think he showers with it.
I wouldn't be surprised. What do the sweat stains smell like inside of that hat?
Oh, God. This guy would like to smell it, that's for sure. I hope that guy watches this broadcast back.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure his friend's probably sending the clip to him right now from Twitch.
Now let's be completely real for a second, though. Is last time these two teams faced off, it straight up was not close. It was very one-sided, and I feel like FaZe, they can be somewhat of an emotional team, and I think that emotion is what let them overcome Optic, because there's a lot more history. They wanted that revenge. They wanted that win. I want them to bring that same energy into this series. Tony said something similar earlier, and I could not have agreed with him more. It's if they can kind of bring that level of energy into this, that's the only way they have a chance.
I actually love that HCS include both the KSON and LVT finals, or the LVT Pro League finals. I consider those to be like majors. And granted, the prize pool is $50K. But they were best of 7s on LAN. They absolutely count in my book. What a treat here in the last season of Halo Infinite. We get 6 LAN tournaments before the 7th and final fitting 7 with Halo 777 going to the World Championships. So we have been provided not only a voluminous amount of Halo, but probably the best Halo we've ever seen, and that's coming from you and I, who have been around since the Halo 1 era.
Yeah.
This might actually top Halo 2 and 3. I'm just being real.
I mean, the competition this year has been incredible. And it's like we talk about sometimes, this is the first time we've had a 4th year of a flagship title. And it's showing. The meta has evolved. All these players know how to play this game. They know how to play it at an extremely high level. And it's created the thinnest of margins in most cases. If you look back at the series layout that FaZe just played, it was one hill in King of the Hill. It was 1 kill in Slayer. It's 3 points of Strongholds, 3 seconds. 1 flag cap. It's just like every single game is so close. Now, the anomaly in the room, though, is Rebellion, because this is the one team that's kind of blowing everybody else out of the water right now.
Yeah. And in what felt like was devolving into a final boss versus Carbon era of Halo once again in the form of Optic and Shopify, have a little bit of a straight ripping sneaking through to the grand finals, if you will.
Does feel that way, but you know what often happened to Straight Rippin' when they got there? Final boss said, see you next time.
Yeah.
And it's kind of what it feels like right now. We see a cool little shot of the trophy from Tashi. This is the World Championship trophy.
Now look at the top right, Eli. That's what matters.
Format update announced. All matches on Champion. All matches will be best of 7.
Love that.
Oh, that's actually so hype.
He was seeing how quick the schedule was burning through on Sunday and said, we could probably fit in another 2 games.
Yeah, if it goes like this, it's one way to extend your Sunday. But that is a massive W. Can we get some W's in the chat for 343 and Tashi saying, you know what? You guys want more Halo? We're going to guarantee to get some more Halo.
We heard you liked Halo, so we added more games to your Halo. All Championship Sunday matches will be best of 7s, but let's not look too far ahead. Let's stay in the present moment. What does FaZe Clan need to do to not have a repeat performance where they get swept or maybe beaten at best of 5?
You know, usually I'm a guy with a lot of answers, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know. This Shopify team is so good, man. It's just like, look at that. They're first in every category.
Wow.
Every category, these guys are first.
Holy.
They've dropped 2 maps this tournament. When was the last time we saw a team dominate this hard?
Final boss in Carbon era.
And I guess Tox in Halo 5, right? I mean, it's so difficult to get through these guys, and I guess I'll try to give you an answer. I feel like Trippy and Lucid just need to play the best Halo they've ever played in their entire lives to overcome the demons that are on the side of Shopify Rebellion.
I think they have a chance. I looked back at some of the stats from the previous series against Optic, and Trippy and Lucid, near identical damage, near identical kills and deaths, and then you had Snakebite making a case for being on the Mount Rushmore, not just Halo Infinite, but all of Halo throughout 20+ years of Halo competition. And then you had Penguin being his top 3 consistent self. What an unbelievable run through Halo Infinite Penguin's had. He's never been outside the top 3, and now he gets his chance at a win again.
Unfortunately, the other side of the coin to that stat is oftentimes it has been 3. It has been 2. It hasn't come with a lot of first places. So he would like to change that part of his storyline and find it. This guy is vibing harder than is allowed. Where are the police?
Illegal vibe detected. No, but I'm with it. Get loose, get silly, get crazy, have some fun. Because the grand finals are about to start. A look at best man on your screen now. Panning to the left, last shot, locking in. He's keeping that hat face backward.
I wanted to talk about Royal 2 as well, because you just talked about how Snakebite trying to stamp his history as one of the greatest to ever do it. But
that's insane. That's a great point.
Playing against his former duo who he teamed with for how long was it?
15 years.
Yeah, literally teamed together for
143 tournaments in a row.
Yeah, I don't even remember the stats. They were off the charts though. Probably the longest duo in like not just Halo history, but possibly esports history. But Royal 2 is on the better team right now. And if they close out this year, in my eyes, that's how he surpasses Ogre 2 on that all-time list.
Wow. I've been thinking a lot about that as it relates to the top 25 list that was revealed before Halo Infinite dropped. And I agree, Eli. The 4-year stretch of Halo Infinite has absolutely opened the door for some of these modern-day players to overthrow the GOAT in Ogre 2. A championship belt here this weekend to help you make your case. As we head to Lattice, Strongholds game number 1. Here come your grand final.
Shout out to Timmy Forges in chat, watching the best players in the world in a grand final, competing on his very map, Lattice. And Strongholds is an interesting one for this one. AB, definitely I think, meta right now. If you can force the other team to spawn on that red side, it's so difficult to formulate a push. You've got to be so consistent. Let's see how these teams tackle it.
Yeah, there's less spawns at red as well, so you definitely want to try and hold AB if you can. The first slays and shots ringing out across the main stage as Frosty earns an assist, and B to start the scoring for Shopify.
Shopify picking up where they left off, and what a double kill. It didn't even look like he was weak enough for that to connect. He knows better than I. Royal 2 can't escape with the sniper, though, which might be a slight open door for FaZe to push through. They get a few dead as well. And now it will be Shopify getting back into scoring position.
Frosty staying alive. He's already secured 3 slays. Another assist to his name. And oh, look at what I found. A full snipe.
And yes, we had the names backwards, which was throwing me off. It's because it's the colors, man. Why is Shop red and FaZe blue? Does it make sense?
I thought the same thing in the Optic series. Kind of tricked me up a little bit, but there's no time for that. AB in favor of Shopify, but it's FaZe in the lead. Last shot, though, with a nice snipe on Lucid, lining up Trippy's Soul. He gets him down as well with the assist, and Shopify should have a chance to extend on this lead.
Last shot has the sniper, and did he just land a body on that? That was a extremely fast reaction time. That's going to force FaZe to wait just a little bit longer before they can comfortably push forward. They would love to have all 4 members with full shields. Body shots do buy yourself a lot of time, and especially if they get a kill.
And nice lineup with the snipe. Another no-scope delivered by last shot. That landed, it did. The stick comes through, whether it's the grenades, the gunplay, or the melees. Last shot has that holy trinity figured out. There it is. Gets 3 in a row with all 3 different ways to take down an opponent.
That was a player that he wasn't even looking for. He was looking for Trippy, but found a different target regardless. And now trying to make sure A doesn't convert. Once again, just finding another target. His target selection has been impeccable. Killing spree already for last shot.
Double up lead for Shopify, but it's FaZe in control of A and B as last shot makes his way into blue. Looking to turn A red as Lucid approaches from the crystal. Gets enough shots and enough damage to send last shot back.
Comes right back into the mix. Has that portal in case he needs it. Still has some time, and he's going to use it to redirect on Trippy. The juke of all jukes.
Bending time and space and the will to live for Trippy as last shot claims another one.
Real 2 goes down without a trade. Frosty will clean that up, though, make it 2. And in a situation that felt like FaZe might have the door slightly ajar, it's being slammed shut right before their eyes.
Trip cap potential here. This is not what you want to see if you're FaZe clan. You've done a great job to keep this one close. They're only down by a few seconds, but that can change quickly if B lights up in red.
Okay. Snake bite, holding the high ground. Would love to get this sniper, but something tells me Shopify will not give it to him for free. Instead, descends to the low ground to help Lucid, who's trying to capture B, but can't really comfortably do so. And honestly, Shopify are totally content for this entire war to be waging at B. They've held A, B, AC the whole time. They do reset B, and A does flip, but now this is just the best setup you could ask for if you're Shopify.
6 shots still left to work with in the snipe. That leaves me trembling for FaZe fans as last shot routinely pops off with the snipe. Going for another no-scope. He's landed a few in this one. Doesn't need to now as both of those players were just 1 shot. He doesn't get either, but they still go down nonetheless.
Oh my God.
Woo.
He was out of blue for long enough, and he recognized he needed to block that spawn, so he tracks backwards, but had the awareness to recognize that there was a spawning player there, and he's already got 13 kills. The game just started.
It was just 60 to 60. Now it's approaching 160 to 60. A 100-second uncontested run. And last shot's a big reason why. The spree with the snipe.
This guy is such a difficult kill on the map. Just frankly not missing. Even when he falls, Cycle is right there to answer right back. And this has been, you know, FaZe have been getting zones here and there, but it just feels like every time they get something, Shopify just steal it right back, as we see from Frosty.
3 out of 4 members of Shopify are in double figures. FaZe clan are still yet to achieve that, just 1. So the Slays have opened up time and space for Shopify to nearly run away, which was again, 1 minute ago, was a 60-60 tie game. Shopify might just end it here quickly.
This is looking like it is destined to end quite early.
Enemy team nearing victory.
So we see Cycle just patrolling the center of the map, just listening to call-outs. Well-placed grenade barely connects with the fragmentation damage, but barely is all it takes. Royal 2 in an awkward position, losing in this fight, wants to contest A. Trippy's able to capture it, but for how long? In the process, though, FaZe have been able to flip C as well.
This is almost already over. 15 seconds is all Shopify need to secure a quick and handy game number 1 win. FaZe clan, I don't know if they have a chance.
Yeah, this is one of those situations that they have just literally never had any foothold on this map whatsoever. I mean, they're able to get 60 points, but even then, it didn't really feel like they were fully in control.
Sis starting to look a lot more like one of those final boss versus straight rip in grand finals. But the levels, even though we're at the very end of the road, are just a little different. Shopify are losing numbers advantage, but Last Shot continues to shine.
It's always when they need it most, right? Like 2 or 3 people falling around him, but he's able to get at least one. That means when his teammates come off spawn, they can have an easier time on the map. That's Frosty with the sniper. He's trying to get his team back into scoring position to close this out.
And it's not like Shopify have grabbed onto snipes that have 2, 3, 4 shots left in them. Every time we've seen Shopify with the snipe, they've got 7 or 8 shots left to work with. So they've done a great job possessing a key point of emphasis here. But they again go 3 down. Frosty's the last one up. FaZe Clan are put together a hell of a run.
Trippy just got 3 kills in a row. Lucid's going to add 1, but it's Trippy taking over the map to get FaZe in contention. It's a trip cap. We've seen this can go out of hand. 246 is not enough to close this out.
We might have called FaZe Clan's death a little too soon. Only 4 seconds needed for Shopify, but those 4 seconds look hard to achieve at this point. FaZe Clan are on fire.
Yeah, it's now them with AB, and this is the first time they felt fully in control of the map. This is an interesting rotation from Snakebite, I guess, recognizing Shopify likely to flip A. And to respond to that, flip C in the process. I worry about the overall map state, though, after this.
You have to stay alive here for Snakebite. And he trades out. I'd say that's a trade win there for Shopify. And Frosty, once again, 5 shots left to work with in the snipe. This could close out the game.
Oh, body shot comes in, but he gets taken down. Lucid's still in A. They also stopped B from being converted at the same time. FaZe doing a fantastic job to multitask.
No way. FaZe have made this a game. Lucid ices up, but 3 go down for FaZe. That might have just done it for Shopify.
Okay, Cycle desperately trying to capture B, withstands the onslaught of grenades coming his way. FaZe have to jump in right here, right now, but they are just being herded to their death, and Shopify do finally close it out.
Can't win a game in the first couple of minutes, but you can certainly lose it, and that's what it felt like there from FaZe Clan,
And 250 points
answering back
is on the board for Shopify Rebellion. Lattice belongs to them, and they will go 1-0 up in the series.
Get it together, too little, too late.
Once again, it feels like a story of too little, too late for FaZe Clan because they were able to put together a fantastic 150-point run there on the trip cap. Not easy to do against anyone, let alone Shopify.
Very impressed by Shopify, as we have been all weekend. And then we go to Live Fire. FaZe have looked good on Live Fire.
They really played the early game so strong. They'll win with a final score of 250 to 184.
Win the King of the Hill game in the last series.
Least deaths in the game. Most assists.
See if they can win another Live Fire game here in the grand final. But look at the score, man. Last Shot, 21 kills and 14 assists.
Bro.
Demon.
Last Shot was my pick for MVP. I predicted this back in September of 2024. May not have had the start that you would have needed to claim that MVP, but if you're just looking at the back half of the season, you might actually give it to Last Shot over Renegade, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about him all season long. Last Shot and Cycle, as soon as this team formed and started making waves, there's something different about these guys. And it does kind of feel like if it's not Last Shot, it's Cycle. You know, it's always one of the two. And Frosty, I think that opens up Frosty to be more of an IGL, and he can kind of guide the troops to perform exactly how he wants them to.
Lattice was looking like an absolute blowout, but FaZe Clan were able to bring it back. But again, Eli, it was close. It was 60 all, and that run from Shopify just one better, maybe even 0.1 better than what we saw from FaZe Clan there. Last Shot, great adjustment with the snipe. And it felt like, look at all these highlights. Snipe, 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 snipe. And it was Frosty with the snipe. Last shot. I mean, no scope, no scope.
Last shot, no scope. Oh, there's Frosty.
Oh, there we go. Frosty with the snipe. Easy back of the headshot there.
I mean, that's a good point you make, though, because the sniper seems to be clearly the difference maker in this game. It was only when Shop didn't have the snipe that FaZe made a case for a comeback. story of Halo Infinite, you got to get the power weapons at this level of the game.
That you do. And that you do, once again, going into a live fire where the snipe is going to be high priority. You could make an argument, Eli, that Optic aren't here in the grand finals because Renegade cooled off with the snipe. And it's not even so much that he cooled off with the snipe. He just didn't have a chance with it.
Yeah. When he did get it, he was pretty instrumental in their success. But that can't always be the case. Can't be a non-stop thing. As we descend into live fire, FaZe are 8-0 on land in 2025.
Winning an average of 10 slays, so routinely, not only routinely, but in every single instance, they've won these 50-40. So talk about an opportunity to come back and tie this one up at 1. And I say this maybe even a little too often. It's still early. It's not a must-win for FaZe Clan, but based on your historical context we just saw there and the 1-0 deficit, this is a must-win. FaZe got to have it. Here we go. Live Fire Slayer kicking things off.
Yeah, especially if it's one of your best game modes, you got to win those. You can't win on your best, you're probably not going to win the tournament. Sniper still top center. Neither team really going for it just yet. And it's Frosty trying to make sure that that sniper can get into his team's hands.
Frosty with the sidekick takes down Penguin with what looked like 7 perfect shots, down to 1 shot, trying to maintain control of that crucial piece of equipment. He'll go down, but that's a nice little pickup there from last shot. You'd almost make it. You could make an argument that Frosty probably wanted to hand it off the last shot because he has the camo, and there's why.
Very nice opening. Make it 2 for last shots. Make it 3 for last shots. And some body disrespect to add to it. He's looking for the over on the spawner.
Devastating triple kill. Bust open the lead for Shopify. They're already up by 7.
Up by 7 indeed.
Hey, Gary. Game sound.
All right, last shot rotating through the back of B here as we try to get that game audio for you. There we go. 13-5, huge start for Shopify. We talked about how good FaZe is at this mode. They gotta win this. They gotta get themselves back into this one.
Last shot. 7-1-0. A killing frenzy in the grand finals. Could be the dagger in the heart for FaZe Clan.
Last shot. Top of the cuts. And it's another 2 dead. I mean, they're just putting him in the spawn blender at this point. You got to get trades at the very least so your teammates have some reprieve on the map. And they do come off spawn and find 2 with 1 trade.
They've almost worked themselves out of that situation where you can play for trades. It's already a 9-kill game.
40 and 9-kill game indeed. Royal 2 knows where these targets are. They're not looking at him. Decides to actually wrap all the way through cuts. I kind of like this. You want to have another angle to approach the camouflage from. It's going to cut that player out of the cuts, which will make life easier for the rest of Shopify here on the screens. Snakebite will have to scurry away, grabs the repulse and takes the top mid.
Snakebite takes down his former teammate, Royal 2. He's going to have to do that much more often to get his team back in this one. They're down by 8, so it's still close enough. Frosty with the carbine and the camo. Trippy with a huge shutdown. All right, here we go. FaZe, just like we saw in game number 1, starting to get it going, but have they given up and relinquished too much of a lead to Shopify?
Yeah, a couple good kills, but just like that, they're answered backs. The lead has cut. It was previously 10, now 8. New sniper in the hands of Royal 2, and somehow Frosty finds a double to keep him alive. Sniper will drop, but who's going to pick it up?
3.5 minutes off the clock. Shopify have already reached 30. This game's going quick.
If you're FaZe in this moment, gotta just come up with game plans to work together. You gotta isolate targets. Frosty somehow finding a star. He doesn't even have help. He's completely isolated on the other side of the map. You've gotta, if you're FaZe, you need to find those 2v1 situations on those individual players. But man, are Shopify making it hard.
Snappy headshot there from last shot. The opponent that took him down is avenged by Cycle, going for the sneak jump here, the skill jump. Stay alive in that corner, but he goes down ultimately. Back on board with last shot. 15 and 5. Is this kid making a case for MVP or what?
I mean, he was standout last game. He's been standout all weekend long. His teammate Cycle is doing insane things as well. But so far in Grand Finals, this has been the last shot show. And it's a 13-kill lead that's about to get worse.
Trying to visualize a path for FaZe Clan to come back in this game and as a result this series, but it's just not there. Royal 2 earning the assist, pushing through the garage door with his teammate. Last shot to his right shoulder. And you talked about how FaZe Clan need to take on some 2v1s. It's been all 1v2s for them instead.
It's tough, man. But it's also because of how fast Shopify are playing and how perfectly they're predicting spawns, how quickly they're already applying pressure. See, Snakebite is trying to create an opening off his spawn, but he takes heavy damage and will easily be cleaned up. And I mean, this is about to be a Stigtacular in Grand Finals if they can get 3 more before FaZe find 2.
Last shot with 16 kills, but Royal 2 equally as impressive with 15 assists. Last shot, the benefactor of his teammates' damage. This has been an absolute trouncing of FaZe Clan. They're not going to get staked, but it sort of feels like it. They might actually.
And look at the stat line. Royal 2 has 15 assists. How many times has Shopify had someone like Last Shot going 17 and 5? But there's also someone else on the team putting up a crazy number of assists. It just seems like that is the path to victory for these guys. And it's just, what do you do if you're FaZe here?
I hate to be disrespectful and say pack it up, but I don't know if they have any other options. Like they're not even in the same ballpark.
The Smash Melee meme. Unplug your controller, dog. Unplug your controller. As we say goodbye to James, our videographer, I think he's going to be cooking up a spicy documentary for you guys. Make sure you check that out when it drops. But they're just looking calm, cool, and collected. They look like they know they need to win. They look like it's all business.
After game 2, FaZe Clan do have the option to get up and take a little break. I think they absolutely need to.
Most kills, least deaths. Assist count low for sure, but who cares? He's flying into the mix and following up on damage. To have a stat line like that, your ears have to be wide open. You have to be hearing where enemies are, positioning yourself so they can't see you, navigating when you're low shields perfectly around the map, picking up the kills that your teammates are telling you are one shot. And he's just done it perfectly.
Well, your eyes go to Last Shot as the top performer. But actually, if you go down, not only 1, but 2 to Royal 2, accounting for 27 of the 50 slays, FaZe only got 32.
Incredible stuff. Royal 2, a demon on the map himself. The damage output is incredible. Recharge King of the Hill up next. FaZe Clan did take that live fire King of the Hill from Optic in that last series. Can they do the same against Shopify on Recharge is the question. I think both. Dude, he's just...
Can we watch that back? That was pixel perfect. He hardly even see him. And then he pins his opponent Trippy to the wall and then adds a little bit extra disrespect.
I mean, the fact that he's backing up in those spots too, where he's like avoiding the melee so he can stay alive for the next engagement. A lot of players would just trade out in spots like that, but Frosty also playing amazing, of course. But it just felt like Last Shot is always in the right spot. He's always doing it at the right time. He's always landing every shot, but it's got to be more.
My man's geeked. And for good reason. Shopify look like they're about to go back to back. To back.
To back.
Yeah.
Who knows? This is a long series layout, but I fear we might not see all of it. If Shopify keep up this pace, this has just been incredible Halo to witness. They were already an incredible team, but it feels like in the last couple months, ever since they got the monkey off the back in Salt Lake City, they've elevated to be an even better team. It's like maybe they just trust each other even more. They're starting to understand it a bit more. Of course, there's still some young players on this team, so as they get older and their frontal lobes develop, look at that. You can see it developing before our eyes.
You really can. Cycle looks like he's 47, not 17. He's probably, what, 18, 19 now?
I don't even know, man. I'm so bad at that. Like, someone will tell me they're 17 like 4 years ago. And
that's a great shot.
and I'll still think they're like 18. I don't know how old he is. How old is Cycle, guys?
I think he's 19 now.
19, okay. 19, 20, somewhere around there. Can't even buy a drink yet, but he can win a grand final.
Yeah, can't sip champagne from the major trophy, but he can hold it up above his head, as he's done a few times already this year. It's looking like, feeling like.
Infinity Balloon, as you called him yesterday,
yeah.
Says that they're both 20. Last shot in
Oh,
Cycle.
wow.
Yeah.
I guess they were probably 17 when they first started, so both were in high school.
I remember when we were on G1 and we thought about picking up Cycle.
Yep.
But the problem was his mom wouldn't let him not go to soccer practice.
Couldn't commit to scrims because
he had to go to soccer practice.
Yep.
Well, I think his mom is now maybe second-guessing her decision to force that on him because he literally just couldn't play the game back then.
Just wasting time kicking a ball around when he should be on the sticks.
It's actually crazy.
All right, here we go. Shopify up 2-0 on FaZe Clan in your grand finals of HCS Charlotte. I want to see FaZe Clan get a lead early in this one. You can't let Shopify run away with it. We know they're capable.
And the opening strat does lead to Lucid grabbing the camo, but he falls shortly thereafter. 3 down on both teams for seconds. All the while, Cycle did escape with the shock rifle, but when he trades out that gun, likely to actually disappear. Unless Lucid just found it as he waltzed into the pipes. He probably does have it now.
Rail 2 making his way into the plasma pistol. He's got Frosty at the tip of the spear, but the spear gets cracked in half. Royal 2 goes down as well. Great sequence of slays there for FaZe Clan, but they've got to turn it into time.
Yeah, there's so many trades happening. No one's even gotten in the hill yet. Okay, we're finally in the hill. More than 45 seconds in. So many kills trading out across the map. It's just not really been possible for either team to do so. They'd like to fight for the elevator side. These spawns do have a better approach angle towards this hill. That's why I think FaZe is here right now. Great shots coming in from Snakebite. And with the weakened Snakebite's hat, I think he needs to be the guy to step it up.
Yeah, he had a Herculean effort against Optic. A big reason why they were able to advance here to your grand finals, but might be falling back a little bit. Last shot. The MVP performer so far of the grand finals picks up his second slay of the match. Couple of shots into his opponent. Going to regroup, reshield, and reposition.
Snakebite finds 2. Lucid finds another. This is looking great for FaZe Clan.
Time.
Already got feet in the hill, and look at this. They've got all of the map. They're forcing very specific spawns. Only in C is the only place that Shop can spawn at all, and that's exactly where they show up. How do they move from here, though?
Perfect spawn manipulation here as Penguin covers a long haul. The rest of his teammates cover A, and Snakebite has more time. Trippy and Lucid, though, fall on A, and this is about to turn into a collapse.
How in the world did that just happen? We just got done talking about FaZe's perfect spawn manipulation, and they just walk through it and just win their fights. That's gotta hurt if you're FaZe right now.
Just 15 to 20% away to the 20% in total for Shopify. But they have control of the map. This could get really dicey for FaZe Clan quickly. They do take down Cycle first. It's the opening strike they needed. As Frosty going to retreat with the grapple hook. FaZe Clan have been absolutely dominating in slays so far, but can they turn it into a point?
They're so close right now. They just need one more round of slays, but Frosty won't allow it to happen. Finds one and also gets some extra damage onto Penguin, who gets cleaned up. Penguin had that camo as well, and now Frosty, after seeing the third member of FaZe fall, will comfortably get in the hill.
Do not want to have to look at a 1-0 deficit when you feel like you should be up 1-0 instead. His last shot going to chase out the damage in the back of C. There's Penguin. Frosty occupying space, earning more time. Virtually tied on hill number 1, but FaZe Clan gotta have it.
Enemy teams.
They do.
Okay, first signs of life from FaZe in this series, and I really love that follow-up from Snakebite. Had comms that player was weak, and look at this, he's continuing to follow up on damage. There's nowhere to go at the end of that one, but the damage has been done. FaZe Clan looking confident right now.
They are, and they're looking good. Much, much better than what we've seen so far here in your Ultimum Grand Finals. Royal 2, though, has the shock rifle. Watch out for the pad. No, he's not going to go for it. I thought maybe he could have actually taken down Snakebite lethally with the shock pad.
Is it actually active if the hill's not there? I don't think you can shock the pad unless the hill is there. I could be wrong.
Point.
Or no, you should be able to.
Yeah, it looks like the pad's still shockable there.
It's in a different spot now, though. It used to be tucked back further on C. Now it's on the front.
Yep.
He did move it. But Royal 2 with the shock now has 4 bursts to work with. And his team just kind of clearing the area first. Want to make sure there's no FaZe Clan members that could kill the Hill player before they set foot in it. And now after taking some damage, they really just want to land some kills before they do anything. But look at the double push from Lucid and Trippy. Beautiful execution. Royal 2 could not get around the corner.
It's a wonderful opportunity for FaZe to go up 2-0. They need at least 20 more seconds off of the clock in regulation, which would put them up 2 with 2 minutes left. It's right where they'd want to be. This might be a low-scoring affair. FaZe Clan do already have 1. Can they roll on it? No. Cycle takes down Snakebite. Lucid flies in, not knowing where Cycle is, and that's going to lead to devastation and a shock grab for Cycle. 3 down FaZe.
3 down FaZe. New camo coming up. Trippy deleting Cycle from the map. Doesn't take any damage in the process either. And does get some time, but Shopify appearing from both the back of the hill and the front. I don't know what happened to this camo. Oh, there it is. No. Frosty will answer that question for me. Thank you. And Shopify looked good right now, but FaZe responding kind of close.
Frosty, cloaked, ghost in the night. Plasma pistol not going to connect on to Lucid. A little too far away for that tracking. As he'll back up, take positioning just outside of the hill. He's playing so patient. Cycle has protection in the form of bodyguard on the stacks. Frosty cleans up on Snakebite and cleans up on hill number 2. FaZe Clan didn't rotate next. They still contested the hill, and that means Shopify should be the first to secure hill number 3.
They're going to secure that hill, all right. As Frosty has camo shock. He does get shut down. They weren't able, yes, they died in the process of that push, but they still got the elevator spawns just based on the positioning of Shopify, but it doesn't matter. Shopify push in, clean things up. And now, more hill time for Shopify. How many times does Shopify maybe give up the first hill, maybe even the first 2 hills, but they just find a way back in it?
The door left cracked open for Shopify, and they might just rob the house of FaZe Clan here on home turf.
Pretty messed up, I'll put it that way. You're not wrong.
It's kind of good, though.
I like it. Frosty, awkward fight, wins it with the reversal. Now just holding down the space. They're totally content to play this as long as they need to guarantee this win. This is very possibly a next hill win situation.
I think it could absolutely be. Nonetheless, the team that scores next is going to be afforded the opportunity to play for slays and time. As Frosty lines up the remote detonation, not sending a push that direction. Angles his reticle to the left, takes down Trippy with a headshot, now looking out towards Snakebite. Down below Gold at the staircase. Frosty picks up the snipe, but he's not able to do anything with it.
Penguin with a crazy position, Mangler Pit. Kills the hill player to buy FaZe a bit more time. Royal 2 backtracks, kills a player C-plat, and just like that, it's 4 dead. Cycle found a double, but look at this. Spawns come out elevator, but Shop are aware of it.
This is looking like more and more next hill wins, but FaZe Clan fortunate to spawn in the elevator. They've got instant access to the hill. Last shot, got a tough task ahead of him. Snakebite down to 1 HP, so to his last shot, he gets cleaned up. Cycle cleans up on 1v1 against Penguin. And with the camo, he should win that. He does. Double kill spree for the young gun. 3 go down for FaZe Clan, and that might just be it.
I just love the way Cycle and Last Shot played that. Last Shot just uses the pillar to buy as much time as possible for Cycle to show up. I saw Penguin try to shoot the grenades to kill Cycle as well, but that will be the second point and possibly the last point needed for Shopify.
And possibly the hardest hill to capture, as it's on top of the C platform. You will not have much cover if you step into the hill. FaZe Clan won't even have an opportunity to. They're 3 down. Lucid goes down staggered. 25 seconds until Shopify take a 3-0 lead.
This C-plat hill is the best one to play for time. 20 seconds on the clock. No reason to do anything but do exactly what you see Royal 2 doing right here. Just be the guardian of this side of the hill. They must get through Royal 2 if they want to get into this hill comfortably. They do that for now.
8 seconds left, but FaZe are in the hill. And even if they go down to 1 shot, Snakebite would. You can't leave it. You have to occupy the space.
Oh.
He tries to exit left, but But he gets taken right back to the respawn screen. Just 4 seconds left and 4 down for FaZe Clan. GG Shopify.
Wow. It looked like Frosty was ready to keep playing. He was like, yeah, I'm going to block the A spawn. I'm going to block the A spawn. I'm going to force them to spawn gold. brother, the game's over. You don't got to block any spawns.
It's like it reminds me of my coach. He's like, sprint to the finish. You better run 10 yards after 100. Coach, I just ran 100 yards. I don't want to run 10 more. Frosty says, I'm going to run 20.
Man, I mean, they're just machines at this point, right? Like, that's how you have to be in this game, though. It's got to be automatic. And right now, it's looking automatic for Shopify. And I tell you what, Hunter, we have only seen in Halo Infinite's entire lifespan, we have seen a grand total of 2 reverse sweeps in best of 7s. It was, I believe, SSG did it in a grand final last year, and we saw Complexity do it to FaZe at the LVT Halo Pro LAN. So, of the 2 historical reverse sweeps in best of 7s, FaZe was the recipient of one of them.
Yeah.
Kind of makes it hard to make the case that they're going to do it here.
It's so hard. The path obscured with debris and fallen trees. This FaZe Clan look like they might just fall instead here in the grand finals. Happy for them to get to the grand finals, but to have such a poor performance up to this point.
Sorry, I got distracted by Plumberry in the lobby.
I don't know if Plumberry should be in the grand finals.
I guess that's one of HCS's observer accounts.
Can you imagine hopping on board here to Plumberry as he's got the snipe?
Who is Plumberry?
Sounds delicious, though.
I could eat a Plumberry right now.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is, but I'll try it.
I'd have one. That's like become a thing in the last couple of years, like hybrid fruits. You could have like a cherry strawberry.
Just
pretty good.
Humans genetically modifying nature into monstrosities that we just consume for gluttony. Sorry, I just got real deep for a second.
I was about to say, why'd you say it like that?
My bad. Let me lock back in.
Yeah, you need to get as locked in as Frosty is right now. He is absolutely unperturbed. You're going to have about as locked in as I've ever seen him. And honestly, as casual as I've ever seen him in a grand finals. That's not going to bode well for FaZe Clan. You let Frosty feel comfortable and where he starts hitting every single shot.
Last shot's just him so far this series. If not the MVP of the event, I believe Last Shot to be the MVP of the grand finals so far. Maybe even of Championship Sunday altogether.
Maybe even of Season 4. Make it a case.
I mean, you're right. It's possible. Frosty with the pixel perfect headshot. Watch your face, Penguin. And wins this one against Penguin, too. It just feels like Frosty has had Penguin's number this game.
It's a great play here from Cycle. Knew he had the advantage state with the camo. Didn't push out Penguin, but angled himself off to the right where he knew Penguin would have to drop back to stay alive. He was dead to rights regardless.
Right here, Snakebite positioned himself to where if one person was shooting him, he could still escape with his life. But the timing was perfect for both Last Shot and Frosty to engage on that gunfight simultaneously so that Snakebite had no way to survive. And then, of course, he uses the grapple to get into perfect position to kill the next player and guarantee the game. These guys just know how to guarantee games.
Will it be the white flag or the FaZe flag waving in the crowd after Game 4 as we get set to lock in? Aqua Bomb up next. FaZe fighting for their life.
Got a feeling that this could be an emphatic victory for Shopify. This is one of their best modes, and that's not what you want to hear for FaZe Clan, as you need to win 4 straight just to force the reset. You got to win 4 more after that. If the miracle run of all miracle runs would start, this is where it would be.
2-2 off the start. Last Shot's already extended to the other side of the map. We have just dropped into the game.
Wait, what? He's in FaZe's base?
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. I can't believe it.
How? Okay, I think we might have tuned in a little late. We're already 30 seconds in, but yeah,
it was still within
regardless,
15, 20 seconds.
He clearly beelined and met no resistance. Lucid 3-0 with 3 assists though. This guy is looking like he doesn't want this to be a 4-0.
Lucid has the advantage in the form of the camo and the slaying state as 3 have gone down for Shopify. Lucid taking that bomb into the base. And this is looking really good. If they can take down one more, they do. Shopify all off of spawns. They're going to try to block the gen, force them to spawn fridge. Lucid's going to go for the arm.
He's got camo. It's great. He does wisely drop it, predicting these players to come in. Thought he could maybe get a kill. Trippy finds one, but I don't think it's going to be enough. That ball will get chucked out of the base of Shopify.
Penguin extended out to P2 to get space to look back into the base and potentially defend what looked like an arm for Lucid, but by the time Penguin got to P2, he was a little out of sorts because the bomb was back in possession of Shopify.
Trippy now, bottom of the map, bomb beside him. We've seen these games take quite some time to score. We've seen a lot of games this weekend on this very mode take 10 minutes before a team even gets their first bomb arm. Will that continue to be the case? FaZe need to keep up pace with Shopify. So far, they've looked better, I would say, in this game.
Trippy, nice slingshot. Ooh. Tap, double kill. As 3 will go down despite that for FaZe Clan. So we've witnessed that a lot where you're thinking to yourself, wow, nice play for FaZe Clan. Then you glance up at the score and kind of look out across the map, and it's Shopify are in the advantage state.
It's just because they're so good at having the complete map coverage. They are so good at tracking exactly where enemies are, which way they're going to rotate, how much shields they have. And it helps them make the perfect play almost every time. Royal 2 unable to trade that out. That's actually a pretty big moment there for Lucid. But just like we always say, there's always another member of Shopify.
Always. It's like they're playing with a fifth. It's like Best Man is on the sticks. It's what it feels like right now.
They'd be losing if Best Man was on the sticks. F that guy. No, I'm just kidding. Nah, he's one of my best friends. It's all good. But so far, it has been moments of brilliance from FaZe. Now, Shopify with camo might start advancing this bomb forward. Cycles all the way in the back of the base.
Gets one. Would be an unbelievable reversal there. Does not get it. Snake bite. Cycle stayed alive long enough to deal out enough damage towards him. Allowed Royal 2 to clean up his former teammate, and Shopify are going for the first score.
There's 3 members of FaZe alive. They're all on the P side of the map. Royal 2 isn't aware that there's a second body there. Tries to clean up on one. Lucid has perfect timing on this. Catches last shot off guard. The base has been cleared. The bomb's already halfway through the map. They need to get another round of slays, though.
Trippy, once again, has the bomb. It's been about 50-50 as it relates to bomb control, but every time FaZe Clan approach the base, they have not been able to execute. They get sent back to the respawn screen, and that bomb should go back into the hands of Rebellion.
It almost feels like FaZe is getting a little bit desperate after they get those 3 dead. It's like, we finally have our chance.
Yeah.
And then they just rush through the center of the map. Sometimes they just need to bide their time a little bit, you know, play a little bit safer perimeter angles, force the spawns in certain ways, play slow, patient gameplay that they're so good at. Hoping to see more of that the rest of this game.
Cycle and Frosty have broken through. Royal 2 going to help the cause. Takes down 1, make it 2. Now he's going to go for the sneak jump, the skill jump, doesn't land it. As he heads closer and closer to the bomb and closer to a plant. Needs to stay alive here in the generator. 4 players spawning close by for FaZe Clan. They should swarm this right here.
Oh my god, they're literally all here. Royal 2 in a great spot. It's guaranteed 1 kill, but I think there's just too many members of FaZe. They're going to flush them out. Just like that, they've got the bomb in their possession, but Cycle finds one once again.
Even going back to the Optic series, FaZe have done a great job in disadvantageous spots back against the back of the wall or back of fridge, and they routinely push out with numbers, so I got to commend them for that. But it's just like taking 4 down on CTF Pit, where you take down 4 in the defensive effort. All that does is earn you the 50.
It's true. You got to not only get those slays, but advance forward and slay the spawners again. And right now, Shop have just been the better team off spawn. Off spawn, they are finding picks, open the map for the rest of the spawners to come off and do whatever they want. Now it's Penguin, though. We've seen a lot of camos go to FaZe this game, but doesn't matter.
That's the question. As time ticks away and gets closer and closer to the halfway mark, nobody's really even gotten close to scoring here. It's been a much more contested game number 4 here. FaZe once again on the offensive, but they have to cycle the spawns. They cannot allow Shopify to tink a couple of grenades around the corner and stop their score.
Had the positioning for a bomb arm, but after losing 2 players, Penguin forced to retreat. Let's see if he can find another kill as his teammates advance on the map. Still has a little bit of camo left. I fear the sound of this camo dissipating might have make Shopify aware of his location. Never mind, he's just going to reveal it himself with a nice kill. In a 1v2 situation, they need more than that.
Thought that was an opportunity there. Instead, things get reset once again, less than halfway through, or I should say more than halfway through this one at this point, as Lucid tosses out a sticky, pushback cycle that allow him to advance forward into the base, but Cycle's there waiting for him.
Cycle just being the guardian of his own base. But Trippy on the other side, he's able to bring it in. A couple weak members of Shopify there. They should be able to clean this up. They do.
Last shot's all on the other side. He's got the battle rifle. He has the angle. He has the weapon he needs. Can he ice up from distance?
Oh my God, the grenades come up as well.
From deep, but it looks like FaZe finally get on the board. It's their first lead of the grand finals.
Impressive arm there. That's finally the patience we were asking for from this team. They didn't just force it. They played it step by step, and it paid off in the end. Maybe that'll give them a little bit more hope going into the rest of this.
Seeing is believing, and right now FaZe eyeing a 1-0 lead. That's not safe. Cycle has the bomb back in his hands. He's going to drop it for now, take high ground control. He's playing for camo.
Somehow gets it and stays alive, dodges the grenades. Lots of grenades going out. That means FaZe probably don't have any left. 3 dead for them. Trippy, last player alive. Is his location known? Is unclear. Cycle met with a grenade on his way in.
Cycle staying alive with the camo. Should be out here pretty soon. Good shots out into Snakebite. That's going to back him up. Penguin, though, make sure he gets into the mix. Like a back smack lined up there on the Lucid, but he still cleans it up with what looked like a BXR.
I mean, we compare him to Pistola. Pistola was nasty with the BXR. Why not Cycle? Rotate through, finds Penguin. Had perfect shots, doesn't need him with some help from the teammate, but the spawner in the fridge is Snakebite. He will clear premises. Lucid does a good job to slow down last shot as well.
3:43 left on the clock, and Frosty is going to be heading back to the respawn screen. FaZe in a great spot to just push that bomb even further into Shopify's side of the map. Do go down for FaZe, though. Just one for Shopify. Trippy left out on an island. He does have help across the map on the B side. Frosty with 5 perfect shots, though, cleans him up. Cycle gets help from Frosty. There's a nice double kill there for Frosty. That should put offense back on the minds of Shopify.
Look at the stats. It's Trippy and Frosty currently tied for first for Slays in the lobby. Last shot and Cycle both fall. FaZe love to win this neutral engagement, but honestly, they can just hold on. There's only 3 minutes left on this clock. It's gonna come into play.
I like how FaZe is playing this one. They're playing more defensively defensively postured, but they're still advancing that bomb on the map. It's making it a lot longer haul for Shopify if they were able to get back in control. And on a game type where you'd expect Shopify to be the one up 1-0, it's FaZe Clan instead. Could this be what spells the reverse sweep?
This would be the start of something truly special should this happen. Trippy 21-17, willing his team to stay alive in this tournament. But Snakebite, he gets the opening slay. Trippy finds one as well. They might start moving this bomb forward.
Again, win condition for FaZe Clan isn't to score again. It's just to get that bomb back again on the side of Shopify. As Trippy works his way into the util. I imagine he's been able to gather intel. The way the reticle's lined up tells me he has. And Penguin secured the camo. This is the best FaZe looked in the last hour.
They look like an entirely different team right now. They've gotten almost every camo this game, by the way. I feel like that has been a major difference maker in their ability to stay afloat. And right now, they are just 90 seconds away from their first win in the grand final.
90 seconds left. They can taste it. I like this play here from Penguin, grabbing the camo. His goal, once again, is just going to be to advance the bomb onto that side of the 50 as he's taking his first steps there. Drops the bomb, so the location of it has now been called out. I expect some grenades to come chasing out, but they're not coming.
Yeah, interesting. What is the plan from Shopify here? They need to clear the fridge, step one, yes. They need to also get top center. They need to advance the bomb simultaneously. Royal 2 finds a kill onto Lucid, Cycle taken down. Penguin cut out of the equation, and all of a sudden, Shopify springing to life, and they're advancing this bomb.
Frosty has it in the courtyard with 50 seconds left. Still has time, still has a hope, but that's a massive shutdown. 2 go down for Shopify. Cycle gonna make sure it's not 3. It is. FaZe Clan with about a 99% chance to win this thing.
Plasma pistol in the base of Shopify. Trippy just gonna be a thorn in the side of the spawners. Positioning himself to apply maximum pressure. And with 30 seconds left, these slays might just earn them the dub.
It's a game of Team Slayer the rest of the way for FaZe Clan. Shopify still have to play neutral bomb as Trippy. Bomb resets because it's been vacant for at least 30 seconds. Trippy charging up that plasma pistol, just making sure to maintain positioning in the back of the spawn. He's the thorn in the side that might just earn FaZe Clan their first win of the grand finals. Penguin all but secures it with a double. Snakebite certainly does. FaZe get on the board.
We've got ourselves a match, everyone. It's not a 4-0. There are more games to be played. And FaZe, they take game number 4.
Impressive bounce back there from FaZe Clan as they finally give the hometown fans something to cheer for. As the main stage lights up in red, Shopify can be fallen.
They are human after all. And like I said, I really feel like the difference was the camos. Shopify is a team that's so good at converting those power-ups into objective efficiency, but they just frankly didn't get a single camo. I don't think that whole game. Maybe one if they did. But my old man brain says I think FaZe got them all.
Penguin in particular. I feel like every time we saw Penguin, he was cloaked. Great game there from Trippy. Trippy, big game Trippy, just like when he was on Optic, that was the key for them to not only get to a grand final, but win it. And Trippy's starting to refine that form.
Trippy and Lucid both big numbers. Penguin, as always, big numbers in the assist column, 17 for him. He has been a phenomenal support individual for this squad. Looking at the rest of the stats, Cycle not having the best performance in KD, but did have a lot of assists. Royal 2 having a solid game as well. So interestingly, Shopify seemingly living and dying by the performance of both Last Shot and Cycle, who so far have been extremely consistent.
Very consistent. I really feel like Trippy tried to force it there, and I think that was the case for the first 8 to 9 minutes for FaZe Clan, trying to force things when they didn't necessarily need to. And they did ultimately score that there, but not the cleanest performance from FaZe, but dirty job nonetheless. Job's not done though. They still got plenty of work left to do. Need 3 in a row to reset the bracket.
That is the goal. The path is laid out before them. They must walk it carefully as there are traps and landmines dotting the road set by Shopify. And they've got a lot of tricks up their sleeve. Looking at the rest of the series layout, Slayer Solitude coming up next. Feels like one that FaZe absolutely could also win. And then you go into Forbidden. I actually see the potential for this reverse sweep looking at this, because honestly, these next 3 modes, maybe minus Streets, very coin flippy at this stage in the game. I think Streets has evolved now that there's less power items on the map to where the better team does typically win. But Solitude and Forbidden, I feel like that's anybody's game.
Unless Frosty turns it into his H5 playground, that's what I'm looking out for. I think that's the key point of contention for FaZe Clan. You cannot let Frosty run amok like he's done for years and years and years on this map. You shut down Frosty, might just find yourself in a 3-2 scenario, and at that point, momentum in full form for FaZe.
This reverse sweep would be absolutely historic in so many ways if they're able to pull it off. As we take a look at some of the stats here.
And look at that. The only L they've taken, Eli,
is on Solitude.
On Solitude.
It was against Optic, who are very good at that. But that's what I'm saying is Solitude creates the opportunity for upsets to occur.
Wow. And we talked about how murky and debris laden the path looked to a comeback for FaZe, but now their sights are starting to clear up a little bit.
Also, that has to be a typo. There's no way they beat Akave 50-2. Come on, guys. 27, thank you. Wow, they can hear me. That's not even the same production team. But
We've been so interlinked.
50-2 would be crazy, but we know Akave is better than that. They're going to put up a few. As we wait for the players to finish their break, they should be sitting down again here soon.
Game 5 is coming up next. It's a 3-1 series lead right now for Shopify. They came out the gates humming. V8 supercar type performance. But then they got slowed down. They had to take the car to the shop, it looked like. And Shopify, with one more win, could secure the series. But things are starting to look more in favor of FaZe Clan the longer the series goes on. So don't write them off just yet.
It feels like, you know, if you're the team that's up 3-1 in this situation, you're not like nervous yet. You're like, oh, we got plenty of chances to close this thing out. But if FaZe win this one, that's when the doubt starts to creep in the back of the mind of Shopify. They're like, we're not going to let this reverse sweep happen, right? Like, we got to ice up. Then it goes to that game 7. That's when the doubt's at an all-time high. So for obvious reasons, FaZe have to win this, but it really does set up the potential for the reverse sweep.
Think back to the Halo World Championship in year 2, where FaZe, in the grand finals, won 8 games in a row. Now, I know you've only got Snakebite remaining from that roster, but I think your conclusion or your thoughts and feelings of that roster, you told me, hey, man, once FaZe get going, they don't lose. Yeah. And I still think there's that air of confidence and ability to this existing FaZe Clan roster.
The problem with your point, though, Mikowski, is Royal 2 and Frosty were also on that team.
Shut down.
And
get blocked.
It's the same thing. When these guys start winning, they don't typically lose. But we do finally see them actually taking a hit here. As we see some of the younger Shopify fans having a blast here in Charlotte. I think most of these guys' family members are in the crowd, by the way.
I was led to my next point. We have seen more and more families attend Halo events as the years have progressed, and you love that. You got to reach out to the younger generation, right? I think one of the keys for Halo as a whole to get back on top, like what we remember when we were kids, is appealing to the younger generation, the Fortnite, the Minecraft, the Roblox kids that want to play Halo instead. Love that.
Yeah, there's actually a Halo version. You can play Halo in Roblox, by the way. I wonder if that's ever like had a young kid like play it and then convert to real Halo. That would be awesome. But
yeah, it's like that. Oh yeah, Master Chief, the guy from Fortnite.
Has anybody in chat played the Roblox Halo? It's actually a lot of fun. They have Recharge.
Yep.
The Pit. I don't think Live Fire's on it. Recharge is the one that I like know the most from it. It's really wacky and silly, but you got grapples, you got sword, shotgun, like all the weapons. I feel like the armor customization is actually pretty solid. Some, yes, Delta Ring, that's what it's called. Thank you, 2K Dav. When the servers were down on Infinite, that's when Queso played it. Let's go. Yeah, if you got it, it's free, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I paid money for it. Pretty sure you can just download it. Never played Roblox. My nephew is obsessed. Is it worth? It's definitely a game designed for children, for the most part, I would say. But hey, can't knock anybody for enjoying what they enjoy. All right. Sorry. Voice struggling after a long weekend.
Hey, I ain't going to fault you for it. We've been yelling into the mics. I started off the day with no voice. I'm sure people heard it on broadcast.
Last night.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Mikowski at the bar trying to order a drink, and his voice cracked so hard to the bartender. It was hilarious.
Yeah, they asked for my ID after that. I'm almost like 40.
This guy, don't get this guy a drink.
Oh, man. It's been a fun one. But shout out to the LVT chat. Somebody, I forget who it was, suggested chamomile tea. And I went to Starbucks, and I asked, after the first series where I was almost completely shot, I said, do you guys have tea? And then they flipped their menu around, and I saw chamomile tea. I ordered it, and I'm back.
You're a new man.
I'm back, baby.
I'm back.
I'm back, baby. I'm back. But our FaZe back. That's the question. look at that. Land record Solitude Slayer throughout the year. Rebellion are 3-4. FaZe are 7-1. So not only have Rebellion lost on Solitude at this event, FaZe have been absolutely dominant all throughout year 4.
This is it. FaZe back against the wall. Need this to extend the series. Shopify need to close this out. And guess who's already got the shock rifle? It's last shots. And I guess Shopify already up 4-1.
Kneecap smashed. Last shot looking like a Italian mafia member. 5-1 off the start. This is not what you wanted to see for FaZe Clan. And the lead's going to continue to grow quickly. 7-1.
This is not how FaZe needed to start this game, allowing Shopify to control the entire pace. They've got the camo, they've got the shock, they know where you're spawning, they know where you sleep at night. And Cycle is lurking as he just tries to get some opening damage and information for his team to follow up on.
This is an I'm in your walls level of performance right now.
He was literally just in their walls.
That's what it looked like. The boogeyman under the bed in the form of Shopify Rebellion FaZe Clan. Now trapped at Cafe previously, now trapped in the backyard. They've got to break out at some point.
Yeah, FaZe have had absolutely zero space to work with. They did just play that situation beautifully though. Surrounded on all sides, somehow navigate the situation and keep each other all alive. And this could have gone from bad to significantly worse. They do keep themselves afloat.
Still in it, only down by 5. Despite what looked like a runaway freight train, painted in black and green in the form of Shopify Rebellion's colors. As Lucid chasing out damage, but that chase grenade takes him down to one shot. Royal 2 cleans up on it.
Huge kill from Royal 2 when FaZe started to claw their way back to life. He slams the coffin door shut once more. And now it's FaZe spawning on this blue side of the map, and it's notoriously difficult to play out of. They might have just split the last member of FaZe to the other side of the map, so that split spawn could actually help FaZe here.
Frosty,
never mind.
Flank. Yeah, Frosty, that flank's gonna pull all of FaZe Clan back towards Frosty. They do earn the trade. 3 go down. Cycle's the last player left. He's not gonna take a gunfight. He's gonna go for the squad spawns, but Trippy's gonna be blocking it. Split spawn's coming.
It's really hard to find a position that you can just get away with being the last player alive, unknown, but Cycle does just that. And while spares his life, now has the line of sight to find a kill. Massive decision and spot to just chill from Cycle there. It's added significant value to the squad.
Great bait and switch there. 3 go down once again for Shopify, and FaZe Clan are right back in the fight.
Right back in it. 3 dead without dropping a player. Royal 2 gonna get the first slave for shot in a while. 9-minute mark just crossed. New shock rifle is up in the hands of Frosty.
2v1 there. Advantage date for Frosty, but the cavalry has arrived in the form of Lucid and Trippy. Trippy goes down. Cycle, there's no way you get that double, dude, right? He does not. But a player like that, you always have hope.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Lucid just hit the shot milliseconds before his death. Make sure he was the one to come out on top in that engagement. I believe the shock rifle now in the hands of Lucid. Frosty witnessing Cycle get repulsed. Cycle lives that somehow. Snakebite will ultimately finish that, and it is once again a 5-kill lead. It is so hard to break the separation.
Ooh, massive shock rifle. As FaZe and Shopify trade out on the trucks. 27-24, they're bringing it back.
This was once looking insurmountable, but FaZe have held strong. They've made a ton of these comebacks already this weekend, where they were down the vast majority of the game and were able to bring it back and ice up. Haven't done it against Shopify yet, though. They need to here.
In 2 instances where Shopify went 3 down and FaZe Clan brought it back to within 3, the lead grew back to 6 in each of those instances. So Shopify doing a great job keeping FaZe at bay.
New camo up in 30 seconds. Both teams gonna start thinking about that. Would like to stay alive on the map, to have a line of sight to it in 20 seconds time. It's gonna impact the way these players decide to move around the map. Royal 2 with a beautiful grenade. That player's got nowhere to go. FaZe Clan, low shields, trapped at the snipe side of the map, and that's exactly where Shop want them.
3 dead once again, and the lead back to 5. Can FaZe Clan bring it to within 4? 1 team wipe.
Ooh.
They're at 5. Need to get this next leg.
Snakebite trying to chase down Cycle. Doesn't need to, as Lucid is there with them, but they're both down to 1 shot. Royal 2 finds 2, make it 3 in an instant.
Uh-oh.
Trippy finds 1 as an answer. I think that ammo is still up. It is. But a huge triple kill there from Royal 2.
39 to 32, and that lead might grow as Frosty now has the camo. Spots Lucid there. Snakebite encroaching on the top of the snipe tower. I think he knows he's there. He's setting up for the slay, but Royal 2 needs no help.
This is looking like the writing might be on the wall. This tournament might be Shopify's for the taking. They hold the cards in their hand, but Penguin with the huge double kill.
FaZe Clan have not been able to roll that snowball down the hill, take advantage of their advantage state. Once again, it's a 6-kill lead where Shopify go down in numbers. Can FaZe Clan collapse? That's the key. They get the opening strike. Snakebite opens it up for them.
New sniper is up, but nobody cares. They're all fighting here in the yard. Try to keep their teammates alive. They brought it within 4. But Lucid taking heavy damage from across the map. Royal 2 here to clean it up. Royal 2 would love this kill on Trippy before he falls. He knows he's dead, but Trippy stays alive.
It's a 4-kill game. It's finally a 4-kill game. FaZe Clan are right back where they want to be. Down by only 3, with 3 down for Shopify. Cycle the last Spartan standing. Can FaZe ice up when they need it most? He gets the trade, but it's still close.
Shopify, I think, have the shock rifle. Yes, it's last shot. I can see it in the outline. And he's got the top of the map. And he knows where Penguin is and lands a beautiful headshot. Difficult angle. Almost gets another on a Snakebite, but Snakebite narrowly survives.
The game, no, the tournament in Last Shot's hands, but no longer. Snakebite takes that back. They're still down by 4. Shopify only need 2. Snakebite got to try to find some space on the map to reload this shock and get back to work.
He's kind of isolated here, not with much help. Penguin finds 1, but Last Shot finds another, and Cycle will close the tournament. And Shopify are your back-to-back HCS LAN champions.
Back-to-back-to-back if you include the LVT finals and Royal 2. Let them know.
Also, shout out to Ozimo in chat who said before it started, his prediction was 4-1 Shopify.
Impressive.
You were correct, sir. You have won a high 5.
All right. We're going to drop out for a moment. Listen in on the main stream. We've got a winner view coming up with Shopify.
Not only your defending champions, but your defending champions heading into what will be the final Halo World Championship for Halo Infinite.
Charlotte, put your hands together for your champions here at the FaZe HCS Major. It's Shopify Rebellion.
And what a story we have here. Optic Gaming takes the first 2 LANs of the year. And it was always a battle between Shopify. It was always talked about as the 2-team story. And Shopify now with their turn in the spotlight for a second time. They tie up the year at 2-2, heading into the Halo World Championship. And it will be only 1 LAN event to decide which team might take it in the end. Frosty hoisting yet another trophy to add to his collection, which you have to think between him and Royal 2 has grown quite extensive by this time.
And the great thing about it being tied up at 2-2, you're not going to wait too long for the Halo World Championship to decide who is going to be the overall winner of this last year when it comes to trophy collections. Halo World Championship's just a couple of weeks away in Seattle, but the moment belongs to Shopify. And I've got to say, Royal 2, for me personally, I think it's just put in another masterful performance from the first game that they played.
Exactly, and how about the way they did it? And what's scary is with a team like this, because they're able to 4-1 here and have such a dominant winners bracket run, this will actually make them work even harder, right? To make the gameplay even more perfect heading into the Halo World Championship. And you can't say that about necessarily every team and every set of players, but with these 4, and of course Best Men as well, the entire roster, they only look for excellence. It showed off here in Charlotte as well.
Well, incredible from start to finish, really, for Shopify Rebellion, and the event overall, incredible as well.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Mindfreak, the greatest ever placing that ANZ have ever had. Congratulations to FaZe making it back to the final, even though the final doesn't go their way. It gives us another contender for the Halo World Championships. It's been a great event for Stories.
Also, Agave Esports, highest placing performance for a Latin American team ever in history as well. I mean, an amazing, historic event for international Halo. And as you said, for even more storylines leading into the Halo World Championship. The big three is firmly the big three, but it's Shopify Rebellion, the clear favorite and defending champion, now heading into the final event of the year. As you say, in just a few weeks' time. We have never had a shorter wait between a final LAN and a world championship.
Feel spoiled, gotta be honest with you. Feel very spoiled that we'll be doing this all again very soon at a sold-out Seattle Halo World Championship. Sold out 3 times.
Yeah.
They're trying to find ways to cram more people into the building. And they managed to do so. And we'll have to wonder if that is going to be the picture come the end of Sunday at the Halo World Championships. Will it be Shopify Rebellion holding the Halo World Championship trophy above their head?
It looks like Blaze is ready with the guys on the stage. Blaze, heading down to you to talk to Shopify Rebellion.
One more time, Charlotte. Give it up for your champions. Back to back, Shopify Rebellion. Boy, best man, I know this one probably feels a lot better than the last one, right?
No, they both have a special place. You know, we expected to win this tournament. We had a lot of good scrims. I mean, even leading up to Salt Lake City, carried on momentum, and yeah, got the job done.
You got the job done indeed. How proud are you of these boys for everything that they've overcame in the beginning of the season to reach this point going into the World Championship?
I'm super proud, you know, like having Royal 2 and Frosty kind of lead Last Shot and Cycle to the promised land a little bit, get them over the hump. You know, just feels like kind of the sky's the limit for these next couple of weeks leading into Worlds.
It does feel like the sky's the limit as we go to the World Championship. Now, I need to come on over here because, you know, I rarely get a chance to talk to him, but with all this potential on the stage, Cycle comes out on top with him and his squad yet again. Cycle, I know this one feels amazing.
Definitely feels great because, you know, after you want to win the first time, you definitely want to keep on winning. So, you know, first victory tastes great, but second one tastes better. So
it does taste good, man. You know, give it up for Cycle, everybody. Now, you know, how does it feel, you know, to play with these boys, to go back-to-back for the first time? You know you used to dream for times like this, going into the World Championship. You're a back-to-back champion right now.
No, it feels great, and I couldn't ask to do it with like any other people, you know what I'm saying? So it's the best team in the world, honestly, I guess.
You guys are the best team in the world right now, aren't they? Let me move on over to Royal 2. Make some noise for Royal 2, everybody. An incredible tournament out of you, as always. Talk to me about how does this one feel?
I don't know, I think it just feels different. Different faces. You know, I actually had to play against Snakebite on the other side of the stage, which it's very different. My first back-to-back was with him, so now it's with different people, and yeah, it just means a lot.
It does mean a lot indeed, man. You guys overcame so much, worked so hard, and as you said, man, you got your first one, you know, with him over there. Now you got one, another one, you know, on your own here with Frosty too as well. But, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, going into the World Championship, you know, do you feel like you guys got what it takes to go 3-peat?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've shown throughout the season how good we are, and going back-to-back and maybe even back-to-back-to-back if you count the other one. But yeah, I just think if we just keep practicing how we are and just keep evolving as a team still, we'll be good. Yeah.
You guys would be great, man. If you could evolve past what you are right now, that's going to be scary going into the World Championship, man. Let me move on over and talk to your team. Get loud for Last Shot, everybody. They love you out there, man, all right? How does this one feel to go back-to-back on the main stage, man?
It feels great. Obviously, you know, chasing that 3-peat, first time back-to-back feels great, but I know we have a lot more potential and a lot of gas left in the tank, so gonna push that momentum into Worlds.
You got to, man. Okay, staying focused on the prize, the big tournament at the end of the year, man. What would it mean to be a world champion?
I mean, to end the HCS era, I mean, it would mean the absolute world to me, and I know it would mean the world to my teammates. We just gotta strive to keep getting better and put in the work.
strive to get better, put in the work, man. You guys have done a lot of that, but you still got one more event left, and someone who knows all about world championships is Frosty, everybody. Get loud for Frosty. Brad, you guys got it done yet again. You know, we watch you guys be in so many difficult situations this weekend and fight your way out of it. Some games were the fastest we've ever seen. What was it like to play with this squad here this weekend?
I mean, it feels amazing. I feel like we're just having fun out there. Like, there's a lot of close matches, but I feel like I'm not really thinking about it. We're just, like, in the moment trying to have fun, and, like, win or lose, like, we're just doing it, like, with each other, like, playing the game with each other. So, yeah, that's how we're able to close out a lot of these games, honestly.
You guys like you were having a blast up here on the main stage. Did we have a good time watching them play? We definitely did, man. So many awesome fans out here supporting the Rebellion, who was behind y'all all weekend. Close it out for us, man. What do you want to say to everyone who was supporting you at home, who's been supporting you in this venue, cheering over everybody?
Yeah, of course. I mean, shout out everybody supporting us. As always, we hear you guys in the crowd. Shout out everyone here in Charlotte. And yeah, hopefully we put on a show for you guys, and we got the dub. Shout out Shopify Rebellion.
Shout out Shopify Rebellion. Everybody in this venue, one more time, get loud for your champions, Shopify Rebellion, back to back.
Shopify Rebellion are your Charlotte champions, and they will lift that trophy awfully high. And I've got to say, they are the cleanest team that I have seen in the longest time, and probably since really Halo 5 era, where two of these guys here, Royal 2 and Frosty, were on a different team, but they were performing in a very, very similar, clean manner, getting the job done time and time again with dubs. This dub is massive. We now have a completely different half of our season. We've had one half, being Optics. The second half is Shopify. And then, of course, we have that World Championship right at the end of things to see who is going to be taking it. But Shopify Rebellion right now, I feel like it's really difficult to even go against what their performance is saying, because it's unreal. Smackdown, we're seeing some of the most categorically disgusting plays from every single player on a map, and it's really difficult for competition to get anywhere near it. How are you feeling about the roster, lifting the trophy, and of course what they performed and how they did in Charlotte here?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about what flow state was like for some of these teams and when they hit it, and it felt like, to me, watching them, they were in it the whole weekend, and if they weren't, then I don't think any of these teams want to go against them if they do hit that, because this team is by far the most well-rounded. Really didn't see any team give them a threat on this main stage, and there's not enough time left in between now and the next event for a lot of these teams to catch up. We've seen some people, blacklist people in scrims before. They're going to try and prevent them from getting practice because they're putting in the work, they're doing everything they can, and right now the gap is large. And all they have to do is just keep doing exactly what they've been doing. I think the confidence is through the roof in this team. Like they said, the sky is the ceiling. It's just full of a bunch of young guns with more room to grow.
It really is. Smackdown, while I have you, and before we kind of take a little look back at that series, it was cool to actually see Frosty on the main stage. And of course, he is, an incredible Halo player from many different versions of the game as well. He's got a ton of accolades under his belt. What is it like seeing him no longer be that young gun that everybody kind of knew and loved about him back in the day, to now see him basically be like, the IGL, the kind of old head of his team, and bring two new young guns on and kind of form them into the players that he wants, winning championships.
Yeah, so from going against him when he was a new player in the league and just being annoyed with what he was doing on the map to see, and he was like a little shyer back then too, and now he's just got the reins on a team with pulling a bunch of these young guns. Last shot and cycle onto the team, kind of like when he was pulled onto the CLG roster and really flourished. So to see him evolve that much as a player, to become a leader, a vocal leader, his comms, his everything is just so phenomenal. I guarantee the growth with the players on his team. Royal 2 as well. I mean, he's also someone that they can just model their gameplay after. This team has every single thing they need: the young guns, the talent, the skill, and honestly, it's impressive to see what they've put together from the start of the year when they had a couple hiccups to now where they're winning back-to-back. It's all about how you close. I think they knew that. They were in it for the long haul. They didn't overthink when, some of those times you get reversed like that, and it's really tough to battle back. And all they knew of was, we are the best, we believe we're the best, and they are showing it to everybody in the world.
They certainly are indeed. Tony, looking back at the highlights from this series, the grand finals, it really wasn't very close. Certain moments, I think, were magical for FaZe, where we saw a little bit of life from them. We can talk about that in a moment. But Shopify Rebellion, they really had control almost every single map, and it was really tough for FaZe to battle back. Battle back they did, but it just wasn't good enough. What did you love out of Shopify Rebellion watching this series? What is so good about this team, especially in a high-pressure grand finals?
I think a lot of people have a misconception on what makes Shopify Rebellion so successful in this game. Like, a lot of people see some of the most individually talented players that we have in our league, and yes, that's true, but they don't over-rely on that. What makes Shopify Rebellion so special is their willingness to put down damage, stay alive, catch new angles, and with that, picking up off of their teammates' damage. Oftentimes, you'll see that damage go down. You'll see the enemy team get stuck in one spot, and there'll be a flanker coming from one side. There'll be that same player to put down that damage, catch an entirely new angle, and before you know it, you're surrounded. It's amazing to me to be that individually talented, but not just push forward and over-challenge every gunfight. They play what I feel is a perfect brand of Halo, and one that I think everybody should be modeling their gameplay off of.
I couldn't agree more, Tony. I actually do think we're looking at perfection in some way, shape, or form. I completely agree with that. I think they are a well-oiled machine, and it's going to be tough to take them down. Looking across the series layout right now, it really is a little bit of a storytelling moment here. And I think there are signs of life from FaZe, especially as we get into Worlds. Only a couple of weeks separate us from that one. And Snipedown, I just have to ask you about the time in this series that FaZe started waking up, and it really was on that map 3, funny enough. We saw them start to compete. We saw them start to wake up and start proving that they could really bounce back here potentially. And of course, with Aquarius Bomb, they did just that. Again in the Slayer, getting awfully close, but their starts are so bad. They are not having any weapons. They're not having any power-ups. What do you want to see out of FaZe here, based on what you've seen in this grand finals, in order to really improve by the time we get to Worlds?
I think the biggest thing for me, for FaZe, just watching this event, is the fact that they're able to keep the games, like, if they go down 0-2 early in a lot of these series, it's been felt like they get deflated and the series kind of ends. But for this, even going down in the first 2 games against Shopify, that game 3 was close. That game 4, they held them off the entire time after they got that arm. So for them, they have built and are going to continue to keep building. I feel like they are honestly putting in probably the most work compared to all these teams, just based off of everything I've seen. And so for them to get over that hump, to see where they're at, to still put up a fight in a lot of these games, they're close. The Slayers were something they dropped on, but they know they're good at those. And the objectives are where they really needed to step up, and they did. They kept a lot of these close. A couple of them did get out of hand, but overall, very successful weekend for them.
I also like how FaZe are kind of pushing the boundaries here as well. You can see them really trying to stick to their guns, despite everything that they're kind of being thrown here with Shopify Rebellion. Looking at the stats, Tony, obviously not the best statistics for FaZe Clan, but actually what I want to move you guys to is the damage column. You can actually see the damage from Shopify Rebellion and FaZe isn't that dissimilar, and that actually bodes really well. That shows me that they are engaging, they're in gunfights, they are trying their best to push themselves out of uncomfortable situations. They need to obviously convert those into control situations for themselves, but I will say Shopify Rebellion, last shot for me. The fact it's not even just about the KD, but look at the damage, 27. That is unbelievable. He was so difficult to move around. He is everywhere, and his IQ for this game is massive. Tony, I hate to just keep harping on these young guns, but last shot and cycle, maybe they are the truth.
And this is kind of what I was talking about before. Like, what really stands out to me is the death column, and I was able to keep his death so low. Last shot plays a very simple gameplay. Put down those shots, stay alive, hit those shots while he always has a very high accuracy, and continuously put down that damage. Most of the kills that he converted, those 85 kills, are not even his own in the 1v1s. Those are the ones that he's cleaning up for his teammates. Lots of times, he's also setting up his teammates. So that's why I think stats don't tell the full story sometimes, because whether he has high kills or high assists, I don't think he gives a damn. It's about them getting the kills and getting the advantage. He doesn't care if he gets the kills or his teammates does.
And that's exactly how it should be, especially when you are a machine. I will say the positioning from Shopify Rebellion makes it so hard to move on a map. They really know the angles they need to take a team down, and taking teams down is what they are best at. Look at their journey. This upper bracket has been nothing short of perfection from them. They've literally dropped barely a map here. It's been 2 in however many series. It's been so consistent for Shopify Rebellion. That grand finals was perfect. You see a blank box there at the reset, and that's because it just quite frankly didn't happen. And our lower finals, of course, FaZe, I think they need to take that confidence and drive on through with Worlds. They need to take the map win that they had against Shopify, the first one they've had all season long on LAN against them. It's massive. So I think there are things to take away here. I think one, Shopify Rebellion, for me, they are miles above the rest of the competition. I really do think they are going to be the team to watch out for, the team to take down. They are the hardest ones here in Halo currently. Can we play catch up for the next 2 weeks? Tony, do you think we have teams that are capable of it? When you're looking at Optic Gaming, you're looking at FaZe, who are right there with them. Is it enough time to convert wins here against a team that really are perfect?
Yes, I mean, in my opinion, Shopify Rebellion are the best team in the league, and I say it often, but I will say, I said it before, Optic Gaming, they are extremely dangerous. When they're playing in their flow state, when they're playing their best brand of Halo, it's very tough to beat them, and they can beat a Shopify Rebellion. FaZe kind of right there as well. You know, they have to find a way to start taking more space like they do as a team, and we can see them even take that next step. But right now, Shopify Rebellion are the team to beat, and good luck to everybody else catching up.
While you're talking about next steps, let's talk about big steps. And there was quite a few actually this weekend. Akave Esports here, 7-8. Mind Freak, by the way. This is the best they have ever done at a LAN event. This is absolutely massive, and the job's not done for, of course, our global teams as well, because they will be coming to Worlds, so which is absolutely incredible. And I can't wait to see actually what they bring to the table and see if they can also push the boundaries a bit further. We also have a couple of storylines emerging here from SSG, TSM, Envy. We talked about them knocking on the door. Well, yeah, they're right underneath it, aren't they? I don't know in what order we'll see them in Worlds. I don't know how things will play out. I'm looking for Envy to really start to push things a little bit further against the likes of TSM, Space Station Gaming. They can't convert against that kind of secondary tier that we are seeing here in the HCS. When will you be able to step up to the plate? Because the talent is there, Snipedown. It really is there for Envy, but I don't know, have you seen enough from teamwork and cohesion from them that makes you think Worlds will be slightly different?
I've seen enough to know what they're capable of, but I haven't seen enough to see the ice in the big moments out of them yet, which I think is the biggest hump for them as players, because they have shown it online. It's a lot different when you're in your own house, but when they're here at these tournaments, I think they lost 2 Game 5s, and that's just been a consistent thing for a lot of these teams that have been trying to get over the TSMs, and that's why we keep seeing the Space Stations make it. We keep seeing the FaZe and the Optics in the top. It's not like they aren't getting challenged, but they are just icier than a lot of these other teams. And I think another one of those that was a little bit disappointing that I'm hoping for a better performance is the Luminon team.
100%. I couldn't agree more with you. And I think hopefully Worlds will bring that. I've heard boot camps being flown about as well. So I think everybody is going into this as prepared as they possibly can be, all guns blazing and giving it their very all, because of course it'll be the last one of our season as well. Let's take a look at the KD leaderboard though, because I want to know where we are at. Where do we stand on this Sunday? Well, here you go. Renegade. He is the top of the chart right now, which I am actually not really surprised. Even though he did have to bow out early and far earlier than he would have liked without a trophy, he was unbelievable all weekend. The slays from this guy, I truly believe we're keeping Optic Gaming in situations where I really could have counted them out. I mean, some of the things he was doing were just unbelievable. Cycle, again, to note, doing everything. I mean, doing absolutely everything. He was picking up support player, you know, on the main stage earlier on before today, and he is just up there with the KD too. He can do absolutely everything. Good to see Sab again, once again on here as well. Royal 2, last shot. We're just missing a Frosty, but I'll tell you something, I'm sure he's not far behind. Sometimes, guys, you got to put your life on the line, don't you? Snipedown, it's important to actually make sure you actually die in certain situations because you're giving your very best, whether it be objective work or what, but sometimes a death isn't a bad thing, hey?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things I noticed here is the one series that Renegade didn't have this insane KD was the series versus FaZe. I talked about it, how what's going to happen when he gets shut down, and they got B. That is slightly concerning going forward because he specifically had to carry the stats factor going into a lot of their series for them to dominate, and the one time he doesn't, they seem to put up a little more of a fight. So it's kind of shut down Renegade, shut down Optic is what I saw this weekend.
Truly. I think, unfortunately, it has kind of laid that way in terms of the cards with Optic. But I do truly believe that, Tony, when we have seen Optic looking really good, it has been because, of course, every single player is performing the way that we expect them to. Renegade was just stepping it up. It looks a bit strange in terms of the distance between the two, but Renegade's been doing that all season long. When the others can meet that standard and that expectation, it's a whole different story. Do you believe Optic Gaming are missing that? Is it something a little bit more concerning other than just maybe some teamwork going awry? Should we be worried here?
I don't think I'm worried whatsoever, and we kind of talked about this early on in the weekend. Optic are very much a momentum-driven team. When things don't go good, they go great. But oftentimes, when things are going bad, they end up going terrible. And I think when Optic end up consistently playing within flow state, playing their best brand of Halo, they are the most dangerous team in the league, and they can even win a world championship. So I'm not worried about Optic Gaming. Maybe this wasn't their weekend here in Charlotte, but this also could have been a wake-up call to get ready